Zoe's Revenge. One morning, during the early years of the reign of the third Napoleon, all Paris was talking about the sudden disappearance of a woman named Zoe Coutet, whose seductive charms and personal beauty were well known among the studios of the Latin Quarter, where from her childhood she had earned her living as an artist's figure model. Her parents were dealers in fish at the market, and were, without difficulty, persuaded to allow their pretty daughter to add to their income by standing for artists. As Zoe became older, her beauty ripened and became more remarkable, and she was easily induced by her women friends to visit with them the Jardin Mabille, that celebrated rendezvous of the gayest and wildest Parisians. On the evening of her first visit, she made the acquaintance of a handsome young man who fell violently in love with her at first sight and insisted on accompanying her home. In a few weeks, Zoe became the mistress of her lover, the Chevalier Hippolyte Achille de Saint-Cyr, who soon discovered that his wild passion for the physical charms of the model was a mistake. His family bitterly resented the connection, as they had a richly endowed lady of good family ready to accept him as her husband. The consequence of Saint-Cyr's infatuation was that supplies were cut off, and Zoe's dissipation, fine dresses, and other indulgences, in which all the soul she possessed delighted, vanished. The result to the Chevalier was that he had to earn a precarious living as a private tutor to supplement a small income he had. A self-indulgent, pleasure-loving woman like Zoe naturally resented this collapse of all her hopes, and as she had no real love for Saint-Cyr, or indeed for anyone else, she turned upon her lover all her ill temper, abusing him without restraint whether alone or in company. She annoyed him bitterly by posing again to her artist friends for the altogether. Zoe told the expostulating lover that she insisted on preserving her independence, and as he was unable to support her in a proper manner, she must do the best she could for herself. But this was not the worst the weak, good-looking Chevalier had to submit to. Not content with absenting herself during the day, she soon began to stay out all night, and when her lover complained, she would pour upon the unfortunate man such a torrent of abuse in her shrill, high-pitched, unmodulated voice, that he was fain to be silent, rightly deeming it worse than useless to argue with such a virago. Saint-Cyr soon learned that Zoe was carrying on an intrigue with a man in every way the extreme opposite of himself. This man, who was preferred to the handsome, talented, and accomplished Chevalier by the unscrupulous Zoe, was a short, ugly, high-shouldered man with very broad back, bow legs, big jaw, and tremendous mouth, enormous hands and feet, and with teeth like a wolf. A man, in short, of immense physical power, and with all the ferocity of a wild beast. By trade he was a cobbler, and was known by the name of Jacques Crapaud. Whether this was the real appellation of the new and successful lover of Zoe, or only bestowed on him in recognition of his hideous countenance, matters not. One thing, however, is quite certain, that the monster himself was too conceited to feel himself insulted by the jeers and dislike his grotesque appearance called forth. On the contrary, he considered himself one of the most fascinating men of the quarter in which he lived, and indeed, Zoe was not the only pretty woman who had succumbed to the hideous personality of the cobbler. He would cock his hat over one eye, tap his ugly feet with a dandy cane, and assume a swagger that made him the laughing-stock of every passer-by. Such was the man of whom Saint-Cyr found cause to be jealous. How Zoe, shady though her past had been, could be induced to abandon her handsome, well-bred lover to revel in the foul caresses of so vile a brute as Jacques Crapaud is another of those strange problems that the wise men of the world have as yet failed to solve. De gustibus non disputandum. Marvelous as it may appear, this ill-favored and brutal wretch had so gained the mastery over Zoe's passions that she became wax in his hands, as if she were dominated by the basilisk gaze of some poisonous reptile, and having lost all power of resistance, fell an easy prey to the coils of this human serpent, so that far from loathing him, she was attracted by his physical ugliness until in time he became to her diseased mind the highest type of manly beauty. St. Cyr, her educated and well-bred lover, had long sunk in her estimation when compared to Crapo, to the level of a mere milksop, a poor, effeminate creature, unworthy of the name of man, who now possessed not even wealth with which to supply her wants, and whom she had only at first accepted as lover on account of his wealth and position. Her feeling for the Chevalier now was measureless contempt. St. Cyr, in spite of all her abuse and contumely, continued to love her madly. This faithful affection, however, had no effect on her except to add to her contempt for him. She told him that she intended to be her own mistress, and that she owed him no consideration whatever. Love was stronger than prejudice. She would fling back to the world scorn for scorn, hatred for hatred. She thanked her stars that she had at last found a man worthy of all her love, and impudently throwing off all disguise, she told St. Cyr that she expected soon to be the mother of a child of which he could lay no claim to be the father. It hardly need be said that St. Cyr's life had become a perfect hell upon earth. He was laughed at by his friends for his foolish fidelity to an impudent and vicious woman. St. Cyr was a man of a highly strung, sensitive nature, and this well-merited ridicule stung him to the soul. Yet he felt unable to altogether separate from Zoe. The woman now appeared in the fashionable quarters of Paris, attired in dresses he had paid for, accompanied by the monster Crapo, leaning on his arm as if she were proud of showing her infatuation. Not only had the weak Chevalier paid for Zoe's dresses, but his money had also been spent to purchase fashionable attire for Crapo, who now appeared with a good hat, patent leather boots on his immense feet, and lavender kid gloves on his great hands. Thus metamorphosed, the cobbler, whose home was in a dirty back street, now strolled along the boulevards and Bois de Boulogne with his ugly head thrown back, his hat cocked over one eye, and a self-satisfied smirk on his forbidding countenance, as if he would shew the world that he was the only man capable of fascinating and subduing the beautiful woman hanging on his arm. He laughed loudly at his own jokes, especially at those of a risky character, opening his cavernous mouth and showing his great teeth. After that display, he resumed his smoking of a cheap cigar. While this was going on, St. Cyr was shut up at home brooding over his wrongs, and almost afraid to face his friend's chaff out of doors. A few weeks later the brutal cobbler, having glutted himself with the charms of Zoe, and perceiving that his victim was rapidly approaching her confinement, insisted on taking her back to her first lover, the Chevalier, but not before he had secured every penny she possessed, and on St. Cyr opening the door, Crapo exclaimed in tones of brutal insolence, "Here she is. I return her to you with many thanks. Is your turn now? I am sick of her." With a loud laugh the bandy-legged cobbler hurried away, leaving Zoe and the astonished St. Cyr standing together on the threshold. Zoe, finding herself suddenly abandoned by her betrayer in this ruthless manner, and cut to the heart by his ungrateful baseness, fainted in the arms of the Chevalier. "Confound it, but it is extraordinary, Alphonse," said Jules de Moulin, an art student of the Latin Quarter, to a brother artist. "What is strange?" inquired Alphonse. "Why, that Zoe never calls now," Jules replied. "She is the mistress of St. Cyr, and perhaps he is jealous," said Alphonse. "Bah! What? That idiot of a chevalier. What does he count for? She has sat and stood for me half a dozen times since living with him, replied Jules, and added after a pause, she knows how to manage Saint Cyr, the little devil. Ha! Ha! Women, laughed Alphonse cynically. Trust them for hoodwinking everybody. By the by, you should have seen her the other day in the Bois, with that great, ugly lover of hers, with a back like Punch. But as strong as Hercules, and what a face, mon Dieu! But fancy that idiot of a chevalier attaching himself seriously to a woman of Zoe's class and education. Such things do happen with poor devils like ourselves, but for a man of his family connections and prospects, it's really too imbecile, said Jules, with a shrug of his shoulders, as much as to say, there's no accounting for caprice. This conversation took place in the barely furnished garret of Jules du Moulin, and almost while it was going on, the newsboys were yelling through the streets, second edition. Extraordinary disappearance of a young woman. Horrible suspicions. The police on the track of the assassin. Mon Dieu! Alphonse, what is it all about? Who is she? Demanded Jules, a little later in the day, as the two were returning from their midday meal at a shady restaurant. Read that, said Alphonse, thrusting a paper he had just bought from a newsboy in Jules' hand. The devil, said Jules, after reading a rather long paragraph. There's no doubt it's Zoe Coutat. Just so, said Alphonse, there can be no doubt about her identity. But how did it happen? By Jove, it will make a stir. I would give all I possess to discover the assassin. The body has not yet been found. Let us do all we can to assist the police, my dear fellow. Willingly, my friend, said Jules warmly, but how to begin? Hold, I have an idea. We will go disguised through the lowest slums and learn what we can, said Alphonse. Good, agreed Jules, and we will begin at once. And the first thing to do is to discover the whereabouts of that brutal bully of a lover, Jacques Crapaud. A good idea, that, exclaimed the other, for depend upon it, he knows something about the murder. No decent fellow could have so horrible a countenance as that wretch Crapaud. How the name fits the man. True, said Alphonse. Now, my idea is to go at once to the market and see Zoe's parents, and there we can exchange our dress for that of fishermen. Good, said Jules, and we can pretend to be drunk and thus conceal our accent. Then we can mix with the crowd, listen to everything they say, and very likely we may discover a clue. That sounds all right, said Alphonse. Let us start at once. Forward. And off the amateur detectives started. We need hardly say that their efforts were fruitless. Various and contradictory rumors were afloat throughout Paris to account for the sudden disappearance of the missing woman. Some inclined to the belief that she had eloped with an admirer and was now out of the country. Another was that she had been murdered by a jealous admirer and her body thrown into the Seine. A third suggestion was that she had been betrayed by a lover and had in despair drowned herself. The last hypothesis obtained the most credence with the Parisians, and day after day, crowds of curious people visited the morgue hoping to find amongst the bodies of those unfortunates, whose remains are there exposed to view, each on its slanting marble slab, with a jet of water continually trickling over it, that particular corpse they were all so eager to discover. All this eager quest was, however, in vain. Days, weeks, months passed away, yet though the morgue was perseveringly visited, until one might imagine that not a single inhabitant of Paris bad failed to go there, no result followed. The Seine had been carefully dragged without effect. A year had passed away without a single clue being found, yet the police had never relaxed their efforts, but had kept up a continual search to the best of their ability. They could not be fairly blamed, for they had done their utmost, even arresting several innocent persons on suspicion, including Jacques Crapeau, who, although he had been the lover of the missing woman, and had in addition been in her company on the very night of her disappearance, had, in spite of his forbidding appearance, which naturally created great prejudice against him, nevertheless been able to prove that he had seen nothing of Zoe since he left her fainting in the arms of the Chevalier de Saint-Cyr. Why, then, it must be the other lover, someone who knew about her connection with the Chevalier, suggested. The police searched the rooms of Saint-Cyr most thoroughly, but nothing calculated to confirm suspicion was discovered. Many people knew how passionately he had been attached to Zoe, and what he had sacrificed for her, and also with what more than saintly or idiotic patience he had submitted to her unfaithfulness and outrages. Besides these arguments, he had been the first to present himself to the police authorities, and had even offered a large reward for the discovery of the assassin or assassins. His exhibition of grief had been seen by many. The tears had rolled down his cheeks, and had he not been vigorously restrained, he would have laid violent hands upon himself. No, it could not have been the tender, too forgiving lover who was the murderer. That supposition was preposterous. Who, then, could it be? What could have been the motive of the assassin? These were, after all, the points for consideration. Could the object have been plunder? No, for it had been proved that she had returned to Saint-Cyr penniless. Was it revenge? Perhaps, but in any case, the body had not been found. Was Zoe really dead, after all? It might be the first theory was right, and that the attractive Zoe had eloped with a new lover. The government at length offered a handsome reward to anyone who should give information leading to the discovery of the missing woman or her murderer, and later on, the promised sum was doubled, yet no one came forward to claim it. A Norman peasant named Antoine Pierrot at last came to Paris, for the first time, in obedience to the prompting of a dream which had informed him that he was destined to make his fortune there. This man came forward and saw one of the principal police inspectors, and stated that he had information to impart which would lead to the discovery of the assassin whom they had been in search of so long. "I think I could tell those gentlemen something that would put them on the right track," said the peasant, rubbing the end of his long, pointed nose with his horny forefinger as he slouched along to the police office. Having reached his destination, he inquired for the chief inspector, and was ushered into the presence of an important-looking man with a fierce mustache, close-cropped hair, and black, piercing eyes, who quite overawed the Norman peasant, who trembled before him. "Well, my friend, what do you want?" inquired the police dignitary, in affable tones, assumed for the purpose of giving his visitor confidence. "Can I do anything to serve you?" "If you please, Mr. Inspector, I have come here on account of a reward offered by the government to whoever can give information leading to the discovery of the girl Zoe Coutet," said the peasant. "Well," replied the inspector, interested and fumbling in his pocket for the memorandum book which he always carried with him, "what is your name?" It will be better to give the reader a condensed account instead of the long-winded and rambling story of the man. "My name is Antoine Pierrot. I am a peasant and live in Normandy. I have a wife and 5 children, and as you see, am a poor man. I came to Paris on account of a dream I had." The chief of police here smiled grimly. "The Blessed Virgin appeared to me and said, 'Antoine, go to Paris, and there you will make your fortune.'" After? Said the inspector, impatiently stamping his foot. "Well, Mr. Inspector, I left my home, my wife and children, and here I am. And hearing of the great reward offered for—" "Well, come to the point, confound it all," said the inspector. "Well, Mr. Inspector, as I was passing through the Bois de Boulogne, I felt very tired, for I had been walking for hours, so I sat down on one of those circular seats built round the bole of a tree. There were 2 gentlemen with their backs to me, already there, engaged in earnest conversation. They did not see me as I approached, for the tree was in the way, but I saw them clearly enough and could distinguish every word they uttered. How were they dressed? Inquired the official. Oh, they were real gentlemen. There could be no doubt about that. One was young and thin and good-looking, with light hair and mustache, and he wore a white waistcoat and a black coat with a bit of red ribbon in front of it. "Ha! The Legion of Honor, without doubt," muttered the inspector. The other gentleman was darker and much older. He was dressed in a plainer fashion and wore spectacles. I noticed that the latter addressed the fair young man as Chevalier, while the other invariably referred to his friend as my dear doctor. "Proceed, we are getting on," remarked the inspector. Well, will you believe it, Mr. Inspector, these two men had appeared to me in my dream, and I recognized them at once, and had no doubt that the Blessed Virgin— Stop that, my friend. I want facts, not dreams, said the inspector. Pardon, sir, but I can assure you, take care. Stick to the point, please, said the official, looking severely at the man. Well, Mr. Inspector, as I was saying, resumed the peasant, I listened to the talk of the two gentlemen, and the first words were spoken by the elder man, the one wearing glasses. And this is what he said: I cannot conceive how you, Chevalier, who belong to a good family, and in addition possess great refinement and education, could ever be induced to commit so cruel and brutal an act. Ah, my dear doctor, said the other, is because it is impossible for you to conceive what the mildest of men may be driven to under strong temptation, especially by that terrible passion, jealousy. You, my friend, know my sad story, how by an act of youthful folly I offended my family, and was in consequence disinherited. It was not long before I realized that I had committed a great mistake. Yet what will not a young man with fiery passions do for love? And I tell you that I loved the woman I murdered. It was really because I loved her so passionately that I strangled her with these hands. Look you, foolishly and weakly, as you say, I allowed myself to be captivated by her charms, like many others, older and wiser than myself, have done. Yes, I loved that woman with a love far exceeding in intensity the ordinary passion of youth. I would have given my life readily to shield her from the slightest harm. I picked her out of the gutter, and resolved to make her mine. I was not ignorant of her past, but I waived that. My great love forgave everything. My one desire was to see her free herself from her former degrading surroundings and temptations. In short, I was inspired by the hope of raising her to my own level. Having once succeeded in my attempt to lift her socially and morally to a higher plane, I naturally looked forward to a little gratitude, but all these sanguine hopes were doomed to bitter disappointment. No sooner had my connection with her produced its natural consequence in the loss of my allowance from my family than she shewed herself in her true colors, an ingrate of the worst kind, a foul, vicious, overbearing woman, with a tongue of serpent, without one iota of tenderness, principle, or conscience. In short, she left my rooms day and night to wallow in the loathsome embraces of a hunchbacked, brutal cobbler, of great physical strength, who lived in the lowest purlieus of the city, on whom she squandered every penny she obtained from me. As you may easily imagine, the brutal wretch, having made her serve his passion, tired of her slavish devotion, and at length, with an unparalleled effrontery, brought her back to my rooms, and impudently thrust her into my arms, adding in a manner indescribably insulting. I have heard this before, Chevalier, interrupted the doctor, and was terribly grieved that such an outrage to my friend should have become the common talk of the town. But hang it, I did not think things were going to end in the tragic way they did. As a citizen, perhaps, I ought to denounce you and let the law take its course, but as I am your friend, I feel bound to shield you to the full extent of my power. You once saved my life at the risk of your own, and I vowed that one day I would repay the debt. You have done so already, doctor, by assisting me in my terrible position, said the Chevalier, and heaven only knows what I should have done without you. I shudder when I think of my position. Figure to yourself, if you can, the awfulness of my feelings when Zoe fell fainting in my arms, utterly overwhelmed by the mocking words of her betrayer, who absconded at once. I carried her inanimate form to my room, placed her on a sofa, and restored her to a state of consciousness by the usual methods. I was resolved to forgive her even the last infidelity, so great was my love, had I seen the faintest sign of shame and repentance. But no sooner had she recovered from her fainting fit, and let her eyes rest on me as I bent over her, than she thrust me aside with a curse and a flood of foul language, vowing that she did not repent what she had done, that she would never return to me, that she hated, loathed, and despised me more than ever. I cannot describe to you the fury that this awakened in me. Devils seemed to possess me, body and soul. I seized her by the throat with all my strength, crying aloud in a voice that seemed quite strange to me, "Die then in thy infamy." I was at that moment a mad man, yet even then I don't believe it was my intention to take her life, but to conquer her through fear, and subdue her to a humbler and more penitent state of mind. But the devils within me made my strength like that of a Hercules, and very soon the woman I had loved so faithfully lay at my feet a corpse. "This is becoming interesting," remarked the inspector, "and you possess a very good memory, my friend. Have you anything more to tell me?" "Oh, yes, Mr. Inspector," said the peasant. "I have good ears, and I listened to the end, never doubting that the Blessed Virgin had purposely designed. Go on with your tale, and leave the Blessed Virgin in peace." "All I require are the bare facts of the case," said the inspector impatiently. "Just as you please, sir," muttered Antoine, mortified at the callousness of the representative of the law to spiritual and religious matters. "Well, sir," he went on, whilst the Chevalier was relating how he murdered his mistress, his face twisted horribly, and quite frightened me. His eyes nearly started from his head. His brows were knitted, his teeth clenched, and large beads of sweat stood on his brow, for he had removed his Panama hat on account of the heat, whilst he thrust both his arms forward, and his fingers twitched as he clutched the air to show how he gripped his mistress' throat. But there, Mr. Inspector, it was awful, and I felt just as if I saw the murder committed before my eyes. After this, the excited peasant paused for a few minutes to collect his faculties, during which time the inspector made a few hurried notes. Antoine resumed the Chevalier's story. "Well, doctor, at first I was staggered and unable to realize the situation. I was overwhelmed with sorrow and remorse, and as I looked at her lifeless body, all my love for her returned. With tears streaming down my cheeks, I flung myself on her corpse and kissed her lips as if they had been those of the purest virgin. Does that appear impossible to you, doctor? And yet with this great love in your heart you killed her," said the doctor. "Yes, I wish to save her from all possibility of further defilement," said the Chevalier promptly. "It was of her soul I thought, at least I suppose so. I don't know what I thought really. As I said before, I was possessed by devils and acted unconsciously." Here the Chevalier wiped the perspiration which stood out in beads from his brow with his handkerchief. After a pause, he went on. "So soon as I recovered myself from my first passionate outburst, and the horror and danger of my position began to dawn upon me, I realized the absolute need of immediate action. It would not do for the police to discover the body in my room, with the black marks of my fingers on the beautiful throat. That would mean an ignominious death for me. Yet how was I to dispose of it? I could not carry it on my shoulders and throw it into the Seine. That was manifestly impossible. Besides, even if I succeeded in doing so without being seen, the body would certainly be fished up and carried to the morgue, where it would be identified, the finger marks on the throat seen, and I should be detected. Never was a situation more dangerous and urgent, and the more I considered it, the more desperate I became. After giving up all hope, a flash of light all at once visited my brain, and I remembered that I had one friend in the world, and that, fortunately, he was a doctor. Yes, I would pack up the corpse in a lot of soiled linen, put it in a laundry basket, and convey it myself in a cart in the dead of night to his house. Ah, you know the rest. Yes, St. Cyr, I know the rest to my cost, said the doctor. It has cost me more pain and anxiety than I can express in words, and I feel convinced all is not over yet. How so? Asked the Chevalier. Why, it is quite a year since it happened, and we two only are in the secret. You would not betray me, and I certainly would not betray myself. What then do you fear? There is truth in the old adage, murder will out. Crimes the most secret and most cunningly devised have been detected after many years and in the most unexpected way. I live in constant fear that in some mysterious manner something will happen to bring about a discovery, and that I may be implicated in the crime. My credit and reputation are at stake, and all may be lost. Why, my dear friend, whatever makes you take so gloomy a view of things? Said the Chevalier. What have you to fear? Has not the body been dissected, and everything but the skeleton destroyed? Is not the perfectly articulated frame now hanging up in your surgery? It was, but I have disposed of it, and to tell you the truth, I was only too glad to be rid of it, said the doctor. Why so? Asked the Chevalier. Well, I hardly like to tell you. You know well that I am a Voltairian Chevalier, but in spite of all my skepticism, there was something about that confounded skeleton so very strange and uncanny. What? You, doctor, can you talk in that superstitious way? Exclaimed the astonished Chevalier. You more than surprise me. Go on, however. Tell me all about it. Well, Chevalier, I suppose I must tell you everything, although a public place like this is not precisely the best to choose for so strange a confession. We might be overheard, and I would not for worlds anyone but yourself heard me relate my extraordinary experiences. It would be buzzed about by a lot of cacklers, and my solid reputation as a level-headed scientific man would be gone forever. People would say I was insane, and in the first place, I should lose all my patience. They'll just look round and see if anyone is too near. Hang it all! There's a confounded peasant who is sitting on the other side of the tree. Heaven knows how long he has been listening there. Between ourselves, I should like to make subject of him. Confound it all! Exclaimed the Chevalier, jumping up and turning deadly pale. Let us be off immediately. Good heavens! If he has heard everything, my life is no longer safe. I need hardly say, continued the peasant, how swiftly I took to my heels, and as I glanced back I saw the two gentlemen hurrying away in another direction. That's all I have to say, Mr. Inspector. You did not attempt to follow them, said the inspector. No, sir, there were 2 to 1, and I am always afraid of doctors. I came straight to you to tell all I had heard, said the peasant. Good, you did right. Now, what is your address? Inquired the official. I am staying at the café in the rue, the man replied. Well, I will let you know whether the information you have given me is of any use, said the inspector. Of course, if it leads to the capture of the murderer, you will be entitled to the promised reward. And if it should, began Antoine. Then the 2,000 francs will be yours, said the inspector. And my dream will have come true, said the peasant. Oh, bother you and your dream, exclaimed the head of the police, Good morning." "Good day, sir," replied the man as he left the police station. When he passed into the street, he rubbed his hands softly together, muttering, "Yes, yes, the Blessed Virgin will keep her word to me. She does not tell lies in order to disappoint a poor man." So soon as the peasant had left the room, the inspector, after rapidly scanning the leaves of his notebook and carefully replacing it in his breast pocket, said slowly, "Humph. I think I can find the right birds from that bumpkin's description. The younger man must be no other than the Chevalier Hippolyte Achille de Saint Cyr, who, as I know, the lover of the woman Zoe Coutet, and the elder is equally certain to be Dr. Francois-Émile de Courbellac. He'll have instant search made, or being warned by the knowledge that their conversation was overheard, they may slip through my fingers. Not a moment must be lost." We left the two friends, the Chevalier Achille de Saint Cyr and the doctor, Francois-Émile de Courbellac, in the act of flying from the Norman peasant who had so strangely surprised their terrible secret in the Bois de Boulogne. "I'll tell you what it is, doctor," said Saint Cyr when he had recovered sufficient breath to articulate clearly, "that apparently simple peasant has heard every syllable of our conversation. I could see it in the glimpse I caught of his face, and he is doubtless now on his way to the nearest police station to tell there all he has learnt, and claim the 2,000 francs reward." "I very much fear you are right," said the doctor. "I am no longer safe in Paris. I will pack up a few things and start for Havre in order to go by the next steamer to America," said Saint Cyr. "Well, I think that will be your best course," said de Courbellac. "And you, my friend, might go with me to Havre and see me off. I shall change my name when I take my passage, and shall, of course, write to you on my arrival at New York," said the Chevalier. After a pause, he added, "Here we are. How my head whirls." An hour later the same two men might have been seen hurrying in the direction of the railway station. Saint Cyr wore a long, loose overcoat with the collar turned up, a soft hat with wide brim pulled over his eyes, and a pair of blue spectacles. He carried a handbag to which was affixed a label bearing the name of Charles Devereux, passenger to Havre. His companion wore a tall hat, a black buttoned-up overcoat, and also had glasses. They arrived just in time for the train, and luckily secured a compartment to themselves. "Thank heaven," exclaimed Saint Cyr when the train was in motion, "that we are alone, and I fervently hope we may keep the carriage to ourselves to the end of the journey." He then threw off his overcoat, laid aside his soft hat, and exhibited a closely cropped head and cleanly shaven face. At the same time, he pushed his blue spectacles high up on his forehead. "Your disguise is very complete," remarked the doctor, "shorn of your luxuriant locks and long mustache and imperial, to say nothing of your blue spectacles and soft traveling hat. Why, His Satanic Majesty wouldn't recognize you." "Is well so far," said the Chevalier, "but I cannot help feeling very uneasy, and can only hope that I shall not meet anyone on board who knows me. It is always possible that some keen-eyed person may penetrate my disguise, good as you say it is. With ordinary prudence and self-possession, that is very unlikely," said de Courbellac. "If you will take my advice, carefully avoid being drawn into conversation with any of the passengers. Your best plan will be to appear absorbed in a book." "Yes, I agree with you, and will be very careful. Already I begin to feel easier in my mind, and can breathe more freely when you tell me my disguise is so good. I am now well enough to listen to the story of your weird experiences which that infernal clodhopper interrupted this morning, the cursed eavesdropper. Very well, my friend, since we are alone and cannot be interrupted or overheard, I must call your mind back to that fatal night when at a late hour, it was past midnight, you deposited your dread burden at my door. I had already lighted my candle previous to retiring to rest when I was startled by a loud ring at the bell. I cannot explain why it was that sound, not unusual to a doctor, made me tremble from head to foot. I hastened to the door, thinking it must be a summons to some patient, when, on opening, to my astonishment, I saw you disguised in rough clothes, with a covered cart in front of the house. Well, you know the rest. Your hurried explanation, almost incoherent, our rapid separation, for fear of being seen. After you had departed, I felt so agitated, so unhinged, that I could not even think of sleep. I lit a fire, and having despoiled the body of its dress, I burnt each article of attire so that all trace of it should be obliterated. Having accomplished this successfully, I thought of making a post-mortem examination of the body at once, instead of waiting till tomorrow. I accordingly seized my dissecting knife and began operations. I amputated the arms and legs, and to my horror the features of the face began to twist as if in agony. Yet I knew that the body was perfectly dead, because the blood was congealed in the veins and had ceased to flow. I could not comprehend this contradiction, and began to ask myself whether it was the effect of my unstrung nerves, or that I was under the spell of a delusion. I at first thought of opening a vein in my arm, imagining that I was suffering from a flow of blood to the head, which might account for the hallucination. But at that moment a great drowsiness came over me, and I had not the energy to take my candle and retire to bed. So I sank wearily into an easy chair and fell into a sound sleep. Then I had a most horrible dream, the first of a long succession of them, in fact. I thought that the dismembered trunk sat bolt upright on the dissecting table, that the amputated legs and arms began to quiver, like portions of an eel cut to pieces, and came wriggling up to the trunk, from which they had been severed so lately, and adjusted themselves to their accustomed places. The completed body then leapt to the floor, and seizing me by the wrist firmly, while its features were distorted by malignant fury, horrible to look on, and causing the marrow in my bones to freeze, it dragged me a few paces forward, and waved the other arm in the direction of the wall, on which I saw distinctly a vision of the guillotine. Oh, it was horrible! I felt myself drawn to the fatal spot by an irresistible power, and stood upon the scaffold, with a jeering, shouting mob at my feet. I was bound by the brutal executioner, and forced into a long, narrow box, whilst my neck was fitted into a hole and fastened down ready for the well-sharpened blade, which was suspended above me, to descend at the signal of one of the operators. Imagine, my friend, if you can, my terror and consternation at my awful position. I felt that my last hour had come. Each second seemed a century. Was I to die in this way? Would no one rescue me? Oh, horror! The signal was given, and down fell the fatal knife. One cold, sharp pang, and all was over. My head rolled into the basket placed to receive it, and I awoke. Thank God! I exclaimed, it is only a dream. A very terrible dream, certainly, said the Chevalier, but still, as you say, only a dream. Have you nothing more to tell me? When I awoke, proceeded the doctor, it was broad daylight, and I had a violent headache. Everything in the dissecting room was exactly as I had left it the previous night. There lay the dismembered carcass on the table. I had no appetite, so I made myself a cup of strong tea, which somewhat refreshed me, and I was soon at work. I will spare you the disgusting details, and will hasten to the end of my story. Suffice it to say that I collected the bones one by one, and carefully articulated them, until I had a complete skeleton of exceptional beauty, which I hung up by a brass ring that was screwed into the cranium upon a strong peg, in the wall of my dissecting room. Ah! Would to heaven that I had never had anything to do with it. Why, what happened, my friend? inquired St. Cyr. What I have to tell seems utterly incredible, continued de Corbelac. That very night, I had a repetition of the dream of the night before, and all the time that cursed skeleton was in my possession, I never had a healthy night's rest. Dreams, each one more dreadful than the last, persisted in haunting my slumbers until I felt that I was rapidly becoming insane. Fortunately, something occurred that gave me temporary relief, and that was? Asked St. Cyr. It was as follows, said the doctor. I was summoned to attend a patient with whom I was on rather intimate terms. He was a German residing in Berlin named Hoffmann, and was a maker of lay figures for the use of artists. He often visited Paris to perfect himself in his business, and had already acquired some reputation in it. Hoffmann was ambitious and anxious to accomplish something surpassing all that had hitherto been done in his line, and had arrived at the curious resolution of modeling one of his lay figures on a real skeleton. Could I, he asked as a doctor, assist him in gaining possession by purchase of what he required? My dear Hoffmann, I replied, you are lucky in having applied to me. I happen, by a strange chance, to have the very thing you want, and I will not ask you much for it. To be brief, we soon arranged terms, and the skeleton of Zoe passed from my hands to, I am afraid, the unfortunate Hoffmann, who a few days afterwards left Paris for Berlin. Well, that was fortunate, said the Chevalier, and so you obtained peace at last. At this moment the train entered a tunnel, and the conversation was cut short by the roar and rattle as the carriages appeared to be burrowing through the bowels of the earth. Once indeed the doctor attempted to take up the thread of talk by raising his voice, but he soon abandoned the attempt and waited until they emerged into the light and air. Have you heard anything of your friend Hoffmann since his return to Berlin? Inquired St. Cyr. Yes, replied de Corbelac. I have had a very remarkable letter quite recently, which I think I have in my pocketbook. Yes, here it is. Read it for yourself. He presented a lengthy epistle to his friend, who read as follows. Berlin, June 186. Dear Doctor, in accordance with my promise, I take up my pen to announce to you my safe arrival here. Excuse my long silence, but oh, if you only knew what I have gone through since our last meeting. If you knew, do I say, Doctor? Ah, but you must have known that the fearful skeleton you sold to me was haunted. You must have been aware of it from the first, for I feel convinced that it served you much in the same manner it has served me. You will not, therefore, be surprised when I tell you that since it has been in my possession, I have not had 1 hour of repose, not one. At night I am haunted by most horrible dreams, and more than that, my wife is afflicted in the same way, and even that is not all. From my first commencing the task of modeling an artist's lay figure on the bones of a real skeleton, which I at length achieved to my own thorough satisfaction, yes, even beyond my most sanguine expectations, for it is, I am sure, an unique production, yes, even from the first, I repeat, there was something strange and uncanny in those osseous remains of a once human body. The bones of the arms and legs would twitch and tremble when I handled them, and make strange movements as if they were endowed with life. At first, I was skeptical and put it down to fancy, the result of mere imagination. For a time, I concealed everything from my wife, even the fact that I had bought a skeleton. As you know, it is not wise to tell even one's wife everything. Women possess tongues and love to use them in gossip with their neighbors, and if these extraordinary experiences of mine got wind, the police might make inconvenient inquiries. At any rate, I thought it best to keep my own counsel. So I worked diligently at my task, and in spite of severe shocks to my nerves, completed it without a word to my wife. And if you were to see the figure, Doctor, I am much mistaken if you did not declare it was perfect. Hitherto it has been enthusiastically admired by everyone who has seen it. The ease and grace with which the figure falls into different attitudes of its own accord are nothing less than marvelous. It is indeed like nature itself. The outer covering of the figure is made of strong woven silk, and the limbs look soft and fleshy, while the pasteboard head, with blue glass eyes, has a wig attached of luxuriant, dark, glossy hair. I have also been very successful in giving an intensely lifelike expression to the countenance, which is the wonder of every beholder. I think I may affirm, without vanity, that never before was so thoroughly natural a production of the kind made. But enough of that. I must now relate what happened after the completion of my task. Elated with success, I called my wife to see my finished work. As she entered, the figure that I had carefully placed in an easy chair shifted its position of its own accord, for I was not near at the moment, into a most appallingly natural attitude, resting one elbow on the table with its head on its hand, the face upturned to that of my wife, with what seemed to us both an impudent and mocking expression. "I don't like the look of her, Heinrich," said my wife, who turned pale while gazing into the scornful-looking glass eyes. "There is something about the thing that makes me shudder." After a pause, she added, "This is no work of mere human ingenuity. You must have employed the aid of the dark arts to produce such a monster. If you took my advice, you would burn the accursed thing before." This speech was cut short by a swinging box on the ear, administered by the suddenly uplifted hand of the lay figure, which had risen upright, while an evil expression shone out of its eyes. My wife uttered a loud shriek, and staggered into the further corner of the room, gasping. So soon as she had recovered sufficiently to use her tongue, she said, "Heinrich, I will not live under the same roof with that thing. This is Satan's work, and you must have bartered your soul in order to accomplish it." At these words the face of the figure expressed great delight. It clapped its hands to its hips, and moved backward and forward as if convulsed with laughter, but did not utter a sound. "Enough, enough!" exclaimed my wife, with the utmost horror. "Remove it from my sight, Heinrich. I will never set eyes on it again." "Well, Frau," I said by way of comforting her, "I will carry it into the next room and lock the door. There, don't distress yourself." Here I seized the lay figure by the waist and under the knees in order to carry it off, when the thing opened its arms wide, and clasping me tightly round the neck, nestled its pasteboard face against my cheek. "The shameless hussy!" shrieked my wife in a frenzy of jealousy. "This before my face! Base creature, you shall suffer for this." "Peace, wife, it is only a doll," I ventured to assert. "Don't tell me," cried Martha, boiling with fury. "I don't mean to have dolls of that kind while I am mistress in the house." "Well, doctor, as I said, I was carrying the figure, the creature, the evil spirit, or whatever you like to call it, into the next room, and endeavored when there to place it on a sofa, but it was only with the greatest difficulty that I could extricate myself from its clutches. It would seize me again and again, holding me faster every time, until my wife, wondering at my long absence, burst into the room, and insisted in putting an end to what she called scandalous indecency. She even insisted on calling in the police, but I bluntly told her not to make a fool of herself, for what could they do more than ourselves? Besides, if the police were seen entering the house, it would give it a bad name and injure business. There was no occasion for letting our neighbors gossip about a mere doll, and if we did call them in, the thing would doubtless behave like a mere doll. We should be called mad, and everyone would ridicule us. Don't humor them and give a handle to scandal. In any case, it will not trouble you long. I will soon get rid of it, never fear. Some of my artist patrons will be only too glad to have such a masterpiece, and pay a good price for it too. And out of the money obtained I will buy you a new dress and a hat." This last argument was a success, and Martha said that she would consider the matter, but only on the condition that the creature should be kept under lock and key so long as it remained in the house. This I agreed to, but oh, what a time we had of it! No sooner had we gone upstairs to bed that night in the hope of passing a restful time after the excitement of the day, than we were awakened out of our first sleep by noises from below stairs, which sounded like the overturning of heavy furniture and the tramp of footsteps up and down. I proposed to go down to ascertain what was wrong, but Martha would not hear of it. She said I could do no good, and that she had seen enough of the shameless hussy's behavior to allow me to go near her. So we had to bear the terrible uproar, which lasted all night, in the best way we could, and both of us rose in the morning unrefreshed. "Well, my friend," said the doctor at this point in the story, "what do you think of Hoffman's experiences with the lay figure by this time? It is a long-winded epistle, and contains matter calculated to stagger belief. How I should dread coming in contact with such a being. Fancy a figure one moment cardboard, silk, and other material, and the next provocative flesh and blood. If I met such a creature, I should conclude that my death warrant was signed and sealed." As the Chevalier de Saint Cyr uttered these words, the letter dropped from his hands onto the floor of the carriage, and suddenly he turned deathly pale, and his eyes, dilated with horror and unspeakable awe, were fixed on the opposite corner of the compartment. The doctor, noticing the fixed look of his friend, turned his eyes to the same spot, and perceived that an elegantly dressed lady, who was closely veiled, had entered and was seated there. But how had she done so? It was an express train, and had not stopped once since it started. Neither had the door been opened. First they looked into each other's faces, then they gazed at the strange intruder, and again looked with measureless astonishment round the carriage. A whispered conversation between the friends followed, and at length de Corbelac picked up Hoffman's letter, which was lying at St. Cyr's feet. He rapidly read it, and soon came to a passage near the end, which he placed his finger upon in order to draw the Chevalier's attention to it. St. Cyr took the letter and read as follows: "How the creature managed to effect its escape from the shop of my neighbor, the milliner, to whom I had lent it, at his earnest request, to shew some of his new dresses on, is a mystery. The fact, however, remains that it is gone, and with it a magnificent crimson satin dress, trimmed with exquisite black lace and hand embroidery, also a dainty red hat, a black lace veil, gloves buttoned to the elbow, patent leather shoes, with Lewis heels humph. The description is exact. There sits the counterpart," said St. Cyr. "It must be she and no other." The two friends continued whispering together, casting furtive looks at times towards the lady in the corner. They debated as to whether they should address her or not, when she, as divining their thoughts, raised her veil, and gazing frankly at them, bowed as if in recognition. This was too much for the two friends, for whether it were merely a chance resemblance or the result of overheated imagination, the features presented to their gaze were undoubtedly those of Zoe Coutet. The Chevalier could not repress a shriek of horror, and then fainted. Dr. Corbelac himself, trembling from head to foot, for he had known Zoe perfectly well by sight, endeavored to arouse his friend, but before he could accomplish his purpose, he also lost consciousness. How long the two traveling companions remained insensible to all outward things is uncertain, but when they at length recovered, the train had stopped and the guard was calling out the name of the station. They had arrived at Havre. The door of the carriage was flung wide open, and the lady had disappeared. Was it all a dream, a mere hallucination? They questioned each other with eager eyes. Whatever was the cause of the extraordinary occurrence, there was no time to be lost then. The Chevalier St. Cyr snatched up his handbag, carefully adjusted his disguise, and the two, descending to the platform, presented their tickets, and it was not long before they were on board the steamer bound for New York. "Thank heaven, she is not here among the passengers," exclaimed St. Cyr fervently, "at least so far as I can see at present. I would not voyage across the Atlantic with such a being for all the wealth in the universe. But, doctor," he added, "what do you think of it all? Was it a dream, think you? But why should we both dream the same thing at the same time?" Excitement caused by the strange letter would not account for that. The doctor was a cool, cautious man, and hesitated to give his opinion, so he merely shrugged his shoulders and said, "What would you have, my dear fellow? It is only another mystery beyond our philosophy at present." It was now time for all friends to leave the boat, and the two were compelled to separate. "Don't fail to write me as soon as you reach New York, Devereux," shouted de Courbellac when he reached the landing stage. St. Cyr responded by a nod of the head and a wave of the hand. The steamer was soon plowing its way through the water, and the two friends waved their handkerchiefs until each lost sight of the other. "It is devilishly queer," muttered the doctor as he made his way to the railway station. "It could not have been a dream, as my friend, St. Cyr, suggested." No, I am certain of that, vivid as dreams are occasionally. Besides, did not we both see her, and were so scared that we lost consciousness? I never in the whole course of my life ever fainted before. There is something altogether supernatural about the affair, and more than that, I feel convinced that I have not seen the last of her, neither has St. Cyr. If it is true that the mechanical doll, under which is the skeleton of the murdered Zoe, is haunted and obsessed by her spirit, of which there seems hardly any room for doubt, is very certain she will not leave a stone unturned until the murderer is unearthed and brought to justice. I must not forget that I, too, am implicated. It is a terrible business. The doctor had reached the railway platform and was walking up and down waiting for the Paris train. At length it entered the station, and de Courbellac, much to his delight, entered an empty compartment, for he wished to be alone with his thoughts. The journey to Paris passed without further adventure, and the doctor was soon in his rooms on the 3rd floor, Rue Dash. He learned from his servant that a man had called during his absence who had made inquiries about him. "Indeed," exclaimed de Courbellac, "what kind of a man was he, Baptiste?" "Well, sir, I don't know much about that kind of man, but he looked to me like a detective," the servant replied. "And what did you say to him?" inquired the doctor. "Nothing, sir, except to tell him you were away, that I didn't know when you would return, and that you might be absent for some days, so far as I knew." "Is well," said the doctor. "Let him call again." This conversation occurred in the passage, and when he had said the last words, de Courbellac entered his consulting room, dropped into an easy chair, and supporting his head on one hand, covered his eyes with the other. "It is the beginning of the end," he muttered. "My presentiment was correct, however lightly St. Cyr may have treated the matter. Yes, it is very serious." At this moment someone knocked at the room door. "Come in," said the doctor. "If you please, sir, is the man I told you of who is here again," said Baptiste on entering. "All right, show him in." When the door closed, de Courbellac muttered, "It will be just as well to know the truth at once." A respectably dressed man entered. His face was pale and cleanly shaven, his eyes were keen, and one could see at a glance that he possessed great physical strength. He bowed respectfully to the doctor, and stood hat in hand. The doctor pointed to a chair and asked his visitor to be seated. We must return to Hoffman, who, like Frankenstein, had constructed a monster fated to be the torment of his existence. In vain did the unfortunate man try to pacify the suspicions of his wife, and exhort her to be patient until he had succeeded in finding a purchaser for the extraordinary outcome of his genius. The Teutonic housewife, blind to all excellencies save those of a strictly domestic and pot-boiling character, only saw in the exquisitely finished work of art of her husband's hands an obstruction to peace and order in the household, something that appeared to thoroughly engross his mind and wean his affections from herself. In fact, a dangerous rival of whom she was jealous in spite of the apparent absurdity of the passion under the circumstances. Frau Hoffmann even became indifferent to the promise held out to her of a new dress, and had to be purchased out of the price paid for the obnoxious doll, and insisted that her husband should, at once, demolish the figure with the poker before it had the power of working further mischief. "Nay, wife," replied Hoffman deprecatingly, because he was, in spite of all, too proud of his work to desire to destroy it before anyone had admired it, "we will try and sell it." "Who would be fool enough to buy it, knowing what a foul, accursed thing it is?" replied Frau Hoffmann. "Nevertheless, Frau, I have strong hopes of selling the figure for a very long price. When my artist customers have once seen it, they will vie with each other in offers to obtain possession," said Hoffman. "More idiots they. Sell it to them, by all means if you can." "I care not a jot so long as it is out of this house," said the Frau. "Stay, my dear, I have an idea," exclaimed Hoffman. "Well, what is it?" she inquired. "Why, we will call on the Professor Strohmeyer," replied Hoffman. "He is an accomplished man and a powerful magnetizer, and in addition, his wife is a lucid clairvoyant. If he were to see this creation of mine, he would be able to inform us whether it is really obsessed or not." "If," exclaimed the Frau contemptuously, "it appears to me that that fact has been abundantly proved without anyone else's opinion." "Yes, quite so. But I was also going to suggest that the professor might be able to exorcise the evil spirit," said Hoffman. "Of course, I cannot object to that," said the Frau more mildly. "Let him come by all means. Why, what a coincidence! Here is the man himself. Look, Frau, he is crossing the street. I will run out and call him in." With these words Hoffman hurried from his shop, through the window of which he had seen the professor, and in 2 or 3 minutes returned with him. "Good morning, Frau Hoffman," said the professor on entering. "This is a wild story your husband tells me. It has quite roused my curiosity, I assure you, and I feel very anxious to make the acquaintance of the extraordinary being." "That you are very welcome to do at once, Herr Professor," said the Frau. "My husband has the key of the room. It is locked in." "This way, Professor, please," said Hoffman, who preceded Strohmeyer and unlocked the door of a room in which was the lay figure. "Come in and examine my work for yourself." Professor Strohmeyer entered the apartment, followed by his host, who carefully closed the door after him. The lay figure was reclining on the sofa in a graceful attitude, and as the professor approached, she shifted her position, and her feet touched the floor. Then she rose with languid grace, came forward a few paces, bowed courteously, and offered her hand. The professor recoiled, trembled, and turned pale. I wasn't prepared for this exactly," he stammered with a sickly attempt to smile. Then, doubtless reflecting that as a man of science he must be proof against all emotional feeling, he quickly mastered himself, and turning to Hoffman, remarked, "Friend Hoffman, this new experience is extremely interesting and well worthy careful investigation. I already begin to share your belief. We will hold a séance here this evening, if agreeable to Frau Hoffman, and I will bring my wife, who, as you know, is a clairvoyant, and also a young man who is an excellent trance medium." There will be 5 of us, and I will undertake the direction of the circle. Is that arrangement in accordance with your wishes, mein Fräulein? Demanded Strohmeyer, addressing the lay figure. The automaton bowed gravely 2 or 3 times, and once more extended her hand to the professor, who now, more accustomed to its ways, took it within his own. Nay, more, he kissed it. The hand was immediately withdrawn, and the head of the lay figure was turned quickly away, in quite a coquettish manner. "I am glad my wife is not here," said the professor, making for the door. Hoffmann laughed to himself. "Well, Herr Professor," said Frau Hoffmann, when Strohmeyer re-entered the shop, "so you have made the lattice acquaintance at last. What do you think of her?" "She is very beautiful and rather fascinating," replied Strohmeyer. "But as to her other qualifications, I shall be better able to give an opinion at the close of the séance we propose to have this evening, with your permission. The model shall have a seat at the table, and we will investigate the subject thoroughly. It promises to be very interesting. We will be here at 8 o'clock sharp. Auf Wiedersehen, Frau Hoffmann." With these words Professor Strohmeyer opened the shop door and walked briskly home, eager to relate the morning's adventures to his wife, who, like himself, was deeply interested in the occult. Frau Hoffmann, on the contrary, had a wholesome horror of dark circles, or, in fact, of anything connected with the spirit world and its manifestations. She was not prepared to say whether she believed in them or not. She had heard much on the subject, but never any good, and thought such matters had better be left alone. She was also a little nettled that the professor should have arranged everything so easily without first consulting her. On the other hand, it was not often that Frau Hoffmann had an opportunity of mixing with people above her in social position. On that account her scruples gave way, and when 8 o'clock came, she welcomed her distinguished guests cordially. "Allow me to introduce my wife, Frau Hoffmann," said the professor, "and also this young gentleman, Herr August Pimperling, our much-prized trance medium." The young man referred to was slight and effeminate-looking, with pale, leaden complexion, lank hair of undecided color, weak eyes, and a shambling gait. The professor was a short, stout man, strong and athletic, with red hair mixed with gray, arranged behind his ears. He wore a pair of strongly magnifying, gold-rimmed spectacles, the sides of which were deeply embedded in the folds of fat at the temples. His features were homely, his head large, but his forehead was broad and of fine intellectual development. To this may be added a huge mustache that covered the whole of the lower part of his face, and gave him somewhat the appearance of a walrus. The wife of Strohmeyer was a diminutive lady of highly nervous temperament, with pale blue eyes, timid manner, who started at every sound, and appeared almost terrified at the sound of her own voice, which was low and indistinct. "Now then, Hoffmann," said the professor, "the only person required to complete the circle is the Fräulein. Let her forth, if you please." Hoffmann entered the adjoining room, in obedience to the professor's desire, and returned immediately with a beautiful lay figure leaning on his arm. Frau Hoffmann hastened to apologize for exhibiting the Fräulein in her hardly presentable condition, adding that had she had longer notice of their coming, she might have dressed it more becomingly. "No apologies, pray, Frau Hoffmann," replied Strohmeyer. "We are not so squeamish as you appear to imagine." He rose at these words, and taking the trance medium, Pimperling, by the hand, he addressed the lay figure in these words: "Mein Fräulein, allow me to present to you my young friend, Herr August Pimperling, the celebrated trance medium." Pimperling blushed deeply, and felt and looked excessively foolish, as the Fräulein bowed gracefully in his direction, and looked in his face with a very meaning glance. "Ha! Ha! Ha!" laughed the professor, Did you ever see anything like that, wife?" "I really never did, my dear," faltered Frau Strohmeyer, much agitated. "Nor I," added her Pimperling timidly. The professor then drew a chair up to the table, upon which he politely requested the Fräulein to be seated. "You, friend Hoffman, will please seat yourself next to your wife. Herr Pimperling will take the chair next her, and my wife next to him. I will sit next to my wife with the Fräulein at my side." The directions of Strohmeyer being punctually obeyed, he next ordered the lights to be extinguished. Then they all placed the tips of their fingers on the table, the little finger of each person touching that of his neighbor. "There's too much light even now," said Strohmeyer. "See, there is a streak of light visible under the door. August, oblige me by stopping up that opening with a newspaper or something. Yes, that drugget will do. Thanks. Now sit and be silent." There was not a sound to be heard from the company for some 5 or 10 minutes. The outside noises, such as the rumbling of distant carriages and carts, the barking of an occasionally passing dog, the footsteps of pedestrians on the pavement, were painfully audible, and had the effect of something weird and uncanny about them to the overstrung nerves of the company. Gradually a kind of silvery mist rose and increased in density. It formed itself into long lines of cloud-like vapor, which would join together, then again drift apart, and at last formed a thick pillar of cloud, which rose to the ceiling. Within it were visible, floating about, myriads of tiny phosphorescent sparks, resembling those to be seen at night round the prow of a vessel at sea, as she plows her way through the inky billows. As the brilliancy of the light from the sparks increased, the faces of those present became distinctly visible. The professor was the first to break the silence. "That vivid light is a sign that much power is present here tonight. There is no harm, however, in a little trifling conversation. It is better sometimes than a too long silence. Most spiritualists join in song during a séance. The magnetic chain is preserved intact by keeping different minds in harmony, just as sailors do when hauling a rope on board a ship at sea. It makes them all pull together. There is, however, already so much power present here tonight that I hardly think it necessary." After a pause, Strohmeyer said, "See, August has become entranced. He will be told by the presiding spirit whether we are placed right." Presently, Herr Pimperling, who had fallen back in his chair, where he remained unconscious, with his head on his breast, began to struggle as if in a death agony. Then, recovering himself somewhat, though still in a state of trance, he said, "I felt that I was being strangled, because the spirit speaking through me met her death in that manner. She says that if paper and pencil are placed before the Fräulein, she will write an account of her passage from earth to spirit life." The required articles were placed before the lay figure by Professor Strohmeyer, and the rapid scratching of a pencil on paper was distinctly audible to everyone present. A dead silence prevailed in the room, the strange, mysterious sound of the writing being the only sound to be heard. Meanwhile the spirits were not idle. Several lights of the size and appearance of fireflies were visible hovering over the heads of the company, and several declared they felt the touch of spirit hands. Sundry small objects, such as paper knives, a blotting pad, which Hoffman well knew to be in the adjoining shop, and which consequently must have passed through the wall or closed door, were flung upon the table. But what caused most consternation was the sudden levitation of Herr August Pimperling, chair and all, he being still in the trance condition, who was made to pass over the heads of the company, and deposited safely in the opposite corner of the room. Frau Hoffmann grew very nervous and uncomfortable when Frau Strohmeyer described the appearance of certain departed spirits, which she averred she saw clairvoyantly, standing round the hostess, and most of which the latter recognized by the description, from having known them well in the earth life. At length the rapid scratching on the paper ceased, and the pencil was heard to drop on the table. At the same moment, her pimperling, who was still entranced, announced that the séance was at an end, and that the presiding spirit desired them to light up. The professor turned up the gas, and simultaneously her pimperling awoke out of his trance. Frau Hoffmann began to breathe freely again, and inwardly vowed never to be present at another séance. Strohmeyer eagerly seized the paper that lay in front of the Fräulein at his side. It was closely, elegantly, and quite legibly written, with his dotted and TS crossed most punctiliously. He read aloud as follows: "My soul is doomed to wander in thick darkness in expiation for my sinful earth life. I was born in France. My parents, needy fisher folk, rejoiced at my birth, thinking I should cheer their hearth. I was their only child, and as I grew to maturer years, all said that I was fair. High-born people would call to see me, pet and caress me, and I soon fell. From that time I sank lower and lower, till I reached the lowest depths. My parents being poor, I sought to earn my daily bread by posing nude artists, and those at home share my gains. I grew ambitious, and when I saw how fallen women enjoyed the giddy whirl of dissipation and luxury, knowing that I too was fair, I thought that I might captivate some rich, doting fool, through whose wealth I might enrich my parents and myself. An opportunity soon occurred. A titled gentleman made love to me, and indeed he loved me madly, but I did not care for him. But dazzled by his position and prospects, I became his mistress. He would have made me his wife, had not the law presented too many obstacles. But I did not desire to marry him. Thinking he was rich, I was quite willing to be his mistress. At length his fortune underwent a change. He quarreled with his relations through his refusal to marry a woman of property and position, and his supply of money stopped. As I had never loved him for himself, though I had led him to believe so, I now bitterly reproached him for letting me enjoy luxury for a time, only to make me feel destitution more keenly. He bore my reproaches with patience, vowing that he loved me still. I hated him for his mild forbearance, which I looked upon as pitiful weakness. What did I know of love or gratitude? Had he turned upon me in manly anger, beaten me, spurned me, I should have respected him, but such meekness as is, I thought, unworthy of a man. He was too much above me, too noble, too generous, for me to understand. Nay, more than this, to show him how I loathed and despised him, I listened to the wooing of a brutal wretch, whom, were I mortal, I should blush to name. Coarse, hunchbacked, ignorant, in fact the extreme opposite of the man who loved me, he yet possessed a fascination I could not resist, for he had the fatal power to drag me down, and at last left me foul and degraded. I felt no remorse, no shame, but clung to the wretch with all the tenderness and passion of which my guilty heart were capable. At length the awakening came, the spell broke. My tempter's lust being sated, and seeing that in due course I should become a mother, he flung me once more upon the man who loved me, and with a mocking laugh left me with him, whilst I fell fainting in his arms, which, wonderful and incredible as it sounds, opened to receive me. I should have been humble and craved pardon, but my proud and wounded soul revolted, and insultingly defied him. Yes, I heaped taunt on taunt, insult on insult, till at last, goaded to desperate madness, he seized me by my throat with iron grip, and held me so fast that life ended, and my dark soul fled all unprepared to endure its just doom. Thus was the thread of my young life severed, and vowing vengeance to the man who had said he loved me, my departing soul, Here some disturbing elements seemed to have intervened, for the pencil was heard to suddenly drop, and the sentence remained unfinished. "I wonder what caused her to break off so suddenly, without even signing her name," remarked the professor. "She whispers in my ears," said Pimperling, "and says her name is Zoe." Frau Hoffmann now bestirred herself and laid a cloth on the table that had so lately served as a means of communication with the spirit world, upon which she placed refreshment to recuperate the waning forces of her mediumistic guests. A dish of sauerkraut, some slices of sausage, a raw ham, Swiss cheese, black bread, and several bottles of lager beer, and a herring salad was the fare to which the company did ample honor, and which sent them home, an hour later, in a cheerful and exhilarated frame of mind. One important fact not hitherto mentioned must be made known to the reader, viz., that since the breaking up of the séance as related in the preceding chapter, nay, even before, in fact from the moment the pencil dropped from the agile fingers of the Fräulein, or, as we must henceforth speak of her, Zoe, the automaton, appeared to be deprived of all signs of life. She no longer assumed the airs and graces of an affected lady, or threw herself into unseemly attitudes to the great scandal of Frau Hoffmann, but sank to the level of an ordinary commonplace doll, in spite of her beauty and exquisite proportions. "Well," said Frau Hoffmann, after the departure of the company, "I never thought the séance would have such a satisfactory termination." "What do you think, Heinrich? Was it owing to the professor's magnetic fluid, think you?" "Possibly," replied Hoffmann. "Yet he made no attempt to exorcise the evil spirit. God grant it is gone forever, so that we shall henceforth cease to be annoyed by it. Perhaps the poor thing is saved after all, and now finds itself better off than we are. But I have my doubts, for even from her own account she was no better than she should be," said Frau Hoffmann. "As to that, wife, the little venial sins of this life may not be so unpardonable in the sight of an all-merciful being as they appear to us in our narrow-minded, mundane sphere. Let us not judge, lest we ourselves be judged." "Come, come," said Frau Hoffmann hastily, who loved not to be preached at, especially by her husband, or to hear the peccadilloes of humanity condoned, but on the contrary was one of those who are ever ready to cast the first stone. "Don't talk rubbish, but catch hold of the thing, carry it into the next room, and fix it on the stand. I suppose it will not be necessary to lock the door, since it appears perfectly harmless. Yet here the creator of the strange being seized the figure, which no longer attempted to caress him, as it had previously done, to the horror and disgust of Frau Hoffmann, but fell as limp and lifeless in his arms as his wife could have wished. Hoffmann fastened the figure to the stand, closed and carefully locked the door, and then retired to rest. That night, at least, the couple passed in peace. On the following morning no change was observable in the appearance of the lay figure, and Frau Hoffmann was greatly relieved, thinking that the evil spirit had departed forever. Hoffmann, seeing that matters were henceforth likely to assume a more peaceful form at home, resolved to lose no more time in exhibiting his masterpiece to his neighbors and friends, and sallied forth with the intention of finding them. He had hardly closed his shop door behind him when he encountered a neighbor named Krauser, who kept a dressmaker's and milliner's shop only a few doors off. "Whither away so fast, Hans?" demanded Hoffmann. "I have an appointment at 10 o'clock, in the Unter den Linden," replied Krauser. "No matter, that can wait," said Hoffmann. "Come in for a minute. I won't detain you longer. I want you to see my latest work, Mainmeister stuck. I think you will say it is unique." "Be quick, then, for I shouldn't like to be late," returned the milliner. "Oh, never fear." "Walk in," said Hoffmann, opening his shop door and ushering his friend in. When they were in front of the lay figure, Hoffman drew himself to his full height, and a smile of self-satisfaction lit up his face. "There now. What do you think of that, Krauser?" The milliner was silent for a time, absorbed in admiration. At last, he said slowly, "You are right to be proud of it, my friend. What an exquisite production! Why, it is life itself. I never saw anything like it in the whole course of my existence. It positively appears to breathe and live." At these words Hoffman turned pale. Was the figure going to resume its tricks, to be too lifelike to be pleasant? No, his friend's pardonable ecstasy must not be taken too literally. "How I should like to possess it!" exclaimed Krauser. "Why, it is just the thing for my shop. I have just received some exquisite hats and dresses from Paris, and to what a pitch of perfection would not this figure set them off? Now, what is your price for the figure, friend Heinrich?" "Ah, my dear fellow, I should want a big price for it, even from you," replied Hoffman. "I could not possibly take less than 500 thalers. "That is indeed a long price," said Krauser. "Couldn't you say something less to an old friend?" "No, not a penny less." "Why, I could get that price for it any day. You know, besides, that I only work for artists, and there is not one who would not gladly pay the amount I ask down on the nail, rather than lose such a figure," said Hoffman. "Am not I also an artist, my friend?" demanded the man milliner, somewhat piqued at being excluded from so honorable a category. "Well, Krauser, you might be called an artist, in a certain line to a certain extent," admitted Hoffman grudgingly. "But it strikes me that a far inferior article than this might serve your purpose just as well. And after all, even if you were ready to pay my price, I could not sell the figure to you, because my artist patrons would never forgive me for disposing of such an unique piece of work to anyone outside the profession." After a few seconds' thought, Hoffman added, "I'll tell you what I will do, if you like. I'll lend you the figure for a week to show your dresses and millinery on." "Many thanks. Even that will certainly be of great use to me," said Krauser. "When can I have it?" "Why, now, at once," said Hoffman. "Look here. I'll cover it over with a cloth. Erase one big enough, and we'll carry it between us to your shop." No sooner said than done. The lay figure was enveloped in an old tattered cloth, and the two men carried it together to its new quarters. No sooner had the transference of Zoe from the shop of its creator to the milliner's been completed than Krauser instructed his shop walker to have the figure dressed, from head to foot, in the latest and most beautiful articles from Paris, beginning with stockings and lace-like underclothing, and finishing with an exquisitely designed and most becoming red hat. The dress was of crimson satin trimmed with black lace and hand embroidery. She wore long kid gloves buttoned to the elbow. The boots were of the finest Parisian style, with Louis heels. A parasol of black lace, trimmed with red to match the hat, was in her hand. Thus elegantly, arid, fashionably attired, Zoe was placed in Krauser's window. The folds of the dress were cunningly arranged by the hand of the man milliner himself, and it must be admitted a more provocative and seductive imitation of a real woman had never been seen by the passers-by before. Hoffman found great difficulty in tearing himself away, so much was he in love with his work. One fine afternoon a week after the events of the last chapter, Krauser, the man milliner, burst abruptly into Hoffman's shop in a state of the greatest excitement. His face was pale and haggard, his eyes dilated, his manner wild. "Potz Himmel, Donnerwetter! Was geht's los?" exclaimed the astonished Hoffman, removing the horn mouthpiece of his long china-bowled pipe and emitting a cloud of smoke from his open jaws. "Alas, my friend," began Krauser in a trembling voice, "I don't know how to break the news to you, because the very worst that could happen has happened." Go on, exclaimed Hoffman, in his turn nearly as agitated as his friend. Well, the figure you so kindly lent me to shoe off my Parisian dresses, and which, according to promise, I meant to return today, has suddenly and mysteriously vanished. I don't see how it could have been stolen in broad daylight with my people there. Think of it. There is the stand, but the figure, your masterpiece, is gone. Ack! Gott! Exclaimed Hoffman, slapping his forehead with a gesture of despair and anguish, and nearly dropping his pipe on the floor. My shop walker had just gone to lunch, and only 2 or 3 of my people were about. I had been called away for a short time, and when I returned and looked for the figure, it was gone, said Krauser. If it was stolen, the thing must have been most carefully planned by the thief. He must have had a cart ready at the door, and watched and used his opportunity very cleverly. But, friend Hoffman, if I were to tell you what my own real opinion is, in spite of its apparent impossibility and absurdity, I would say, what would you say? Speak out, man, said Hoffman impatiently. Well, I always thought there was something diabolical about the thing. It was too lifelike, too graceful and seductive looking to be natural, and I believe it walked off the stand and out of the shop door when my men's backs were turned for a moment. Krauser made this confession of faith in low tones and with trembling lips. Hoffman turned pale and trembled, recalling to his mind all his own strange experiences with the model. But he was too cunning to admit anything to his friend. All he said was, "Krauser, this is abominable. You must at once put the affair into the hands of the police, and you had also better announce the theft in the local paper. The matter must not rest. All that can be done must be done, until the thief is caught and punished." I will follow your advice, Hoffman. The marvelous figure must be recovered. Why, it ought to be in a public museum. Well, do all you can immediately. Do not lose a moment, said Hoffman. Krauser rushed from the shop, and when Hoffman was alone, he said sadly, "Asich, Zoe, Zoe, I shall never see thee again, of that I feel convinced." "And a good job, too," broke in Frau Hoffman, who entered the shop at that moment, and overheard her husband's words. In fact, she had listened to the whole conversation between him and Krauser. "Yes, a very good thing," she continued. "I never could abide the hussy. And depend upon it, Heinrich, the evil spirit has once more gained possession of the doll, and they have escaped together. I tremble to think of the havoc it will create wherever it goes, but at the same time, I thank God it is no longer here." "Well, Frau, perhaps you are right." "After all," said Hoffman sadly. "Right. Why, of course, I am right," said Frau Hoffman. "Then only think of the artfulness of the minx. She feigned good behavior for a time in order to ward off suspicion, and waited till she was rigged out in fashionable attire before she would throw herself on the world. Oh, it is shameful." Here Frau Hoffman shook her head and held up her hands in horror. "Shameful!" exclaimed Hoffman, for wishing to appear to the world properly and decently dressed. "I can't see that. Why, it rather shewed she possessed a sense of modesty. Peace, man, peace. How dare you defend that scandalous creation of yours?" "You ought to be ashamed of yourself," said Frau Hoffman, indignantly, as she hurriedly left the shop to return to her domestic duties. In spite of the exertions of the police, and the excitement caused in the city by the announcement in the papers of the strange disappearance of the figure, no discovery was made, although an elaborate description of the doll, and a full catalogue of every article of her dress were published. The police, as usual, when questioned, were very reticent in their replies. In fact, they knew nothing, and veiled their ignorance with mystery. The thief, if it were a thief, had evidently left Berlin, and was doubtless beyond the reach of the law, so that the matter was in danger of being forgotten. ACH. said the sentimental Hoffman one day with a sigh between the puffs of his pipe to his wife, whose nimble fingers worked laboriously at the inevitable stocking. "I feel her loss as if she were my own child, Zoe, Zoe." "Clutch," was the rude and laconic reply of Frau Hoffmann, who, not having been blessed with any children of her own, was remarkably sensitive on the subject. About a month after the abrupt termination of the conversation between Hoffmann and his wife, two students from the Berlin University were seated at a small table unto Den Linden, a favorite resort for all classes. Before them were two empty tankards which a moment before had been filled with Bock beer, and they were each now chewing the stump of a bad cigar. Both of them were very ordinary types of young men, with long hair and spectacles, carelessly dressed and not over clean. After a short silence, one of them, named Otto Schmidt, said, "Have you seen anything lately of our friend Karl Wessel?" "Not I," replied his friend, Max Zimmermann. "I have not caught sight of him for an age. I can't make out what has come over him of late. He who was once quite a Flottebursch is now a changed man, silent and grave." "True," replied Schmidt. "Yet in spite of that he was a hard reader, and we must admit the fellow has brains." "Yes, if he only chose to exert himself, he could come off with high honors," said Zimmermann. "But why does he appear to try to avoid us? Whenever I catch a glimpse of him, he is always alone and apparently in a great hurry, and seems to have no time to stop and speak to his friends." "Do you think he has anything serious on his mind?" demanded Otto Schmidt. "It looks rather like it," replied Zimmermann, "and I often wonder what it can be." "Very likely he has got into trouble with his governor, who perhaps refuses to supply him with money," suggested Schmidt. "It may be so, but I should like to know the truth," said Zimmermann. After a pause he exclaimed, "How strange! Why, he is actually coming this way. Look at him. He is like a man lost in a dream. I will speak and recall him to earth." "Do so," said Schmidt. "You are more intimate with him than I am. I will retire and leave you. He will speak more freely if I am away." Schmidt moved from the table just as Karl Wessel approached it. Zimmermann, who had remained seated, addressed his friend, "Why, Karl, where on earth have you been hiding yourself of late?" "I haven't seen you since, why, let me think." Karl Wessel seated himself heavily with a sigh, like a man fatigued after a long walk. His face was pale, and he looked jaded and worn. His hair was unkempt, and had grown longer since his friend had last seen him. His beard was scanty and uncared for. His eyes were blue with a sentimental expression in them, his smile weak and meaningless. "My poor friend," said Zimmermann, laying his hand affectionately on Wessel's shoulder, "you look dreadfully pulled down. What have you been doing? Studying too hard, eh? No. Then what is it that ails you? Have you got into some scrape? Tell me the truth, Karl. Is it money, or is it some love affair? Can I do anything to help you?" "Thanks, my old friend, for your kind offer," responded Wessel. "It is not a question of money. Neither is it in your power to help me in any way. Nevertheless, Karl, tell me frankly what is the nature of your trouble. Remember that it always does a man good to open his heart to a friend. You will feel easier for it afterwards," said Zimmermann. "But that can't be right," she said. "I always loved you, so that's why I stole this." And she shot him. "But that can't be right," she said. "I always loved you, so that's why I stole this." And she shot him. Karl Wessel was touched by his friend's genuine sympathy, which was what he really needed, although he was too proud to acknowledge it. He could not resist the warm pressure of his friend's hand, or repel the sympathetic glance from his eyes, and overcome by his emotion, Karl Wessel burst into tears. "Is it a woman, Karl? Tell me the truth," demanded Zimmermann, after he had allowed time for his friend's passionate outburst of emotion to subside. If that is not the case, I cannot understand what could move a strong, self-controlled man like yourself to tears. Am I right in my opinion?" For an answer, Carl Wessel gave a feeble assenting nod, and again the tears ran down his cheeks. "It is as I thought," said Zimmerman. "Ah, what misery and woe can be traced to woman! But courage, my friend. Now you have begun. Tell me exactly how the matter stands. Confide fully in me. No half-confidence. All you tell me shall be considered sacred between us. Have you been foolish and committed some indiscretion? Such things do, and will happen to young men like ourselves." "Nothing that you hint at has occurred, I assure you," said Wessel. "No. All the better. The trouble will not be so difficult to arrange," said Zimmerman. "But go on, Carl, tell me everything, and I will give you the best advice I can when I know all the circumstances of the case." A slow shake of the head was Wessel's only answer to the persuasions of his friend. "I cannot speak. It is impossible. What I bear within me, I must bear alone until the bitter end. No living soul can help me. No consolation, however kind and well-meant, can ever—" Here Carl Wessel's utterance was broken by sobs. "Come, come, Carl, be a man and bear up," said Zimmerman. "Do not be afraid to open your heart to a true friend, for what is the good of friendship unless—" "I don't know how to begin," said Wessel. "What I have to tell is so strange and apparently incredible that you will either discredit it or think my mind unhinged. To tell you the truth, I sometimes think I am mad. The truth is, Carl, that you are terribly run down, and we both know how the body affects the mind, and vice versa. If you take my advice, you will consult a doctor at once," said Zimmerman. "A doctor? Pooh!" said Wessel contemptuously. "My case is not one for doctors. I suffer in my mind, and what can they do there? There are doctors who devote themselves entirely to mental cases," suggested Zimmerman. "Yes, and they would, without hesitation, lock me up in an asylum with a lot of gibbering idiots," interrupted Wessel. "No, thank you, my friend." "Nay, Carl, I do not wish to insinuate—" "No, of course you don't. But all the same," said Wessel, when Zimmerman interrupted him by saying, "But I thought you were going to relate to me the cause of your trouble." "Ah, well, I suppose I must begin my story," said Wessel. "But mind, you pledge yourself solemnly to the greatest secrecy about everything I confide to you. Place the fullest confidence in me, my dear friend. I will be as secret as the grave," said Zimmerman. "Good," said Wessel. "Then I must tell you that some weeks ago I saw for the first time one of the most beautiful women I ever set eyes on. Strange to say, it was not far from where we are now. In fact, the table at which she was sitting is just opposite this one. She was gracefully leaning on her elbow, her face supported by her hand. As I passed her, she looked up and our eyes met. It was only a momentary glance, a flash, but I felt magnetized. I felt rooted to the spot, and as soon as I gained enough self-possession, I turned over in my mind what excuse I could find for addressing her, when, as if she divined my thoughts, she rose to her feet and left the table, walking away at such a rapid pace that I was unable to keep up with her. I walked as fast as possible and soon began running, but the faster I ran, the faster she moved before me with a kind of smooth, gliding, almost flying motion. Her feet did not appear to touch the ground. I was, however, determined not to lose sight of her, so I strained every nerve in order to reach her, until I was absolutely compelled to rest for a few moments to recover my breath and wipe the perspiration from my brow. At that moment she also stopped, and turning her head in my direction, gave me such a provocative glance that I felt compelled to follow her. I again gave chase, and again she glided along the ground until I was so utterly worn out that nothing was left for me but to give in. I sat upon the first seat I could find and gave myself up to my reflections. My charmer was out of sight, and I began to wonder what her object could be in luring me on, as she evidently had done, by her seductive glance, and then suddenly disappearing. Well, I lost sight of her for that day, and sauntered back in the direction of home. I had not before realized the distance I had run and my extreme exhaustion. Do what I could, I found it was quite impossible to banish the face of the woman from my mind. It haunted me. At night she appeared in my dreams, and all day long she monopolized my thoughts. The following day, I wandered forth again to this place in the hope of catching a glimpse of her. At length I caught sight of a lady sitting alone at some distance. It was she. I knew her at once by her dress. How was she dressed? Inquired Zimmerman, who had been deeply interested by his friend's story. She wore a crimson satin dress covered with black lace and hand embroidery, exquisitely trimmed, a hat to match, a parasol like the hat in color and style, and gloves buttoned to the elbow. I had noticed the day before that she had tiny feet, and that her boots fitted them like gloves, said Wessel. Zimmerman at these words gave a start, which was observed by Wessel, who inquired, "Why did you start?" "My dear Carl, are you quite sure your description of the woman's dress is correct?" inquired Zimmerman with excitement. "Can you remember every particular accurately?" "Remember every particular," exclaimed Wessel. "I am perfectly positive that my description is correct in every detail. Why do you ask? Blah, 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 and whoever stole this story didn't even bother to check this. There's only one dress like that in Berlin, so far as I know," said Zimmerman slowly. "And do you know, Carl, to whom it belongs?" "No," said Wessel. "You appear not to have read the papers lately," said Zimmerman. "I never read the papers," said Wessel. "Consequently, you are ignorant of what happens in the town under your very nose," retorted Zimmerman. "Possibly, but to what do you allude?" asked Wessel. "You have not heard that Krauser, the milliner, who lives in Strasse, had a lay figure on which he displayed his dresses and hats, stolen out of his shop in the broad daylight. This is the point which will interest you. The stolen figure was dressed from head to foot precisely as you described the woman you met, who enticed you and then disappeared." Wessel stared at his friend for some time in silence. At last he said, "Well, and what do you infer from this coincidence?" "I should think it very likely that a person wearing attire exactly corresponding to the stolen figure was the thief herself," said Zimmerman. "Don't you think that is rather like jumping to conclusions?" said Wessel. "Might not there be in all Berlin more than one costume of the kind in question?" "Well, it would be rather difficult to find two exactly alike in every detail. Dress, hat, parasol, and boots," replied Zimmerman. "Well, even supposing your conjecture to be correct, how do you account for her extraordinary agility? Do you know that in my attempts to overtake her, she lured me into a horse pond up to the neck, while she skimmed over it like a swallow, and watched me from the further side floundering about like a Newfoundland dog. And when I landed, dripping with water and slime, she was convulsed with laughter." Zimmerman with great difficulty repressed his own inclination to laugh, but only said, "A sad plight, indeed, and I fear that I could not have helped laughing myself had I been there." "I don't wonder." Here his further speech was interrupted by an immoderate fit of laughter which he could no longer repress. "It is no laughing matter," said Wessel, rather hurt at his friend's mirth and want of sympathy. A moment after he exclaimed in extreme excitement, "Good heavens! There she is again, and seated at the very same table where I first saw her." "Where? Where?" demanded Zimmerman excitedly. "I can see no one, man or woman." "What? You can see no one at the opposite table?" exclaimed the bewildered Wessel. Why, there she is within 4 yards of us, seated at the nearest table. Well, Carl, my eyes are fixed on an empty chair at the opposite table, and yet I can see no one. My dear fellow, you are evidently laboring under a delusion, because there is really no one there. The chair is empty. One of us must be insane, then, I know not which, said Wessel. See, she moves. She is rising from her chair. This time I must and will speak to her. Excuse me, my friend, but I would not for worlds miss this chance. Till we meet again. With these words, Carl Wessel rushed away in pursuit of what? A miscreated being visible at the time to no one but himself. Alas, my poor, deluded friend! Ejaculated Max Zimmermann, his head has gone, indeed. For some time past I have been doubtful about his sanity. Now, after what I have seen with my own eyes, I am perfectly convinced that he is mad. The reader will remember that we left Dr. François-Émile de Corbelac conversing in his study with a detective shortly after his return from Havre, where he had seen his friend, the Chevalier Hippolyte Achille de Saint-Cyr, depart on board a steamer bound for New York. The doctor had hardly had time to collect his thoughts when the detective had been announced. They had a long talk together about a mysterious murder perpetrated a year ago, which had up to that time baffled all the efforts of the police to find out the guilty person or persons. Evidence had lately been discovered, the detective said, which cast grave suspicion on the Chevalier de Saint-Cyr, and it was evidently the first duty of the detective to obtain all possible information about that gentleman. All I can tell you about the Chevalier, said de Corbelac in reply, is that he is a man of great respectability and the highest connections, and also a patient of mine. The Chevalier's health is delicate, and as his medical adviser, I ordered him a thorough change of scene and climate in order to restore his health. If he is not in Paris now, it will be because he has taken my advice and is traveling. I could not tell you his address, because I do not myself know it. After making this statement, Dr. de Corbelac fumbled in his breast pocket for his cigarette case, took one himself, and then offered it to the detective, who accepted with a bow. In removing the cigarette case, however, the doctor had inadvertently allowed a letter to fall on the floor, which fluttered to the police officer's feet, unnoticed by the former. The man, with the quick instinct of his class, ever alive to the smallest possibility of finding a clue, placed his foot on the paper, and afterwards dropped his handkerchief, which he adroitly picked up together with the paper, placing both in the inner pocket of his coat. Soon after this, he rose and took his departure, saying, "Then, Dr. de Corbelac, you have nothing farther to communicate to me. You will, I trust, excuse me for troubling you as I have done. Good morning, sir." Dr. Corbelac bowed the man out, who proceeded at once to the police station with the purloined letter, which he read through, much to his bewilderment, and afterwards consigned to the hands of his chief. The reader will have probably guessed that this was the letter Hoffman had sent to de Corbelac, and which had caused the Chevalier de Saint-Cyr so much astonishment in the train when on his way to Havre. Dr. Corbelac did not miss the letter until the following day, when, having a few minutes to spare, it occurred to him that he would occupy the time in answering Hoffman's lengthy epistle. He seated himself at his writing table, with paper before him, and then naturally thought, before beginning, that he would reperuse the letter with a view of more fully mastering its strange contents. He felt first in one pocket, then in another, and afterwards even in the coat-tail pockets, but as the reader is aware, all search was fruitless. The letter was not to be found. Perhaps he thought he might have left it in the pocket of his overcoat. It was hanging in the hall, and the doctor at once proceeded to search it very carefully. "One cannot find it," he muttered. "I have tried every pocket. I must have dropped it somewhere, but where? That is the question." Stay. I have it. It must have been left in the railway carriage, dropped in the confusion that followed our fright at the mysterious apparition when both of us fainted. Yes, that accounts for it. There is no other possible explanation. We had hardly recovered our consciousness when the train stopped at Havre, and we hurried out onto the platform in order to be in time for the steamer. It is a great nuisance to have lost the letter. I wanted it so particularly just now. Whoever has picked it up will be considerably astonished and edified. Confound it, how vexatious! There are passages in it that I would not have read by anyone in the world. They are most compromising. The letter is addressed to me, too, and if it were made public, my reputation for level-headed common sense would be gone. I will make inquiries of the railway officials at once. Instead of answering Hoffman's letter, as he had at first intended to do, Dr. de Corbelac started for the railway station to make inquiries concerning his loss, of course, without success. It is very strange, he soliloquized some days later, after every effort to find the letter had failed, that has not been found. Evidently someone has picked it up, and is perhaps keeping it as a curiosity, as written by some lunatic, or he may imagine it a hoax. Well, no, hardly that. Who on earth would trouble to write such a rigmarole for the mere pleasure of deceiving people? Well, whoever has picked it up, I trust he or she will say nothing, and at all events, not implicate me. After all, it is better to have left it in a railway carriage than that it should have fallen into the hands of that detective fellow who called here the other day. That would have given us both away nicely. Thank goodness there's no fear of that. And the doctor rubbed his hands together in fancied security. The effect of Hoffman's extraordinary letter, so cleverly stolen by the detective, on the inspector of police was what might have been expected. The jeers and sneers with which that official treated anything connected with the supernatural was well known to his friends and subordinates. He scouted with scorn the idea of anything in nature being outside the powers of the Parisian police. The writer of the preposterous letter was either a willful impostor or a deluded, hopeless monomaniac. One thing, however, interested him intensely because it appeared to be founded on fact, viz., the removal of the body of Zoe Coutet, the late mistress of Chevalier de Saint-Cyr, by that gentleman himself disguised as a carter, in the dead of night, from his own house to that of the Doctor de Corbelac, who, it appeared, after dissecting the corpse, subsequently collected the bones and carefully articulated them into a perfect skeleton, which he afterwards sold to the mad manufacturer of lay figures, who took it with him to Berlin. Much of this story was corroborated by the evidence of Antoine Pierrot, the Norman peasant, who alleged that he had overheard a conversation between the Chevalier de Saint-Cyr and Dr. de Corbelac when they were both seated together under a tree in the Bois de Boulogne. More than that, the description the man gave of the two friends exactly resembled their personal appearance. "Humph!" grunted the chief of police, as he tugged savagely at his huge mustache. "Up to the present, all we know points out the Chevalier de Saint-Cyr as the murderer of Zoe Coutet, but unfortunately we at present have no clue to his whereabouts." Some months passed, and Dr. de Corbelac had heard nothing of his friend, the Chevalier, although he constantly called at the post office for letters. It is strange, thought the doctor, that I have not had a line to announce his safe arrival in New York, and yet he promised to write immediately. I hope nothing unlucky has occurred. While Dr. Corbelac was communing with himself on his way home after an unsuccessful application for a letter at the post office, the inspector of police was again discussing the case of Zoe Coutet with the detective, Jacques Belleville. I am of opinion the former said that Dr. de Corbelac knows more about the address of his friend, the Chevalier de Saint-Cyr, than he is willing to admit. The Chevalier is supposed to have gone abroad, and the doctor undoubtedly knows where he is, and is in communication with him. I feel so certain of it that I will go to the Postmaster General and request him to order all letters addressed to Dr. de Courbellac bearing a foreign postmark to be handed to me. That, I think, is the only possible way of discovering the Chevalier's address. True, sir, answered Belleville, but he may have changed his name and altered his personal appearance, and it may be difficult to trace him. I know him well by sight, but you do not, said the chief. Could you manage to get hold of his photograph? Dr. Courbellac may have one. I remember noticing an album in his study the day I found the letter, said Belleville, thoughtfully. But how to get possession of it? It won't drop out of the album, unfortunately. Besides, I could not call there again. That would certainly arouse suspicion. No, I must think it out and find another way. Dr. Courbellac was in the habit of setting one day a week apart for receiving impecunious people into his consulting room and giving advice gratis. Dear me, he muttered one morning, as he seated himself at his desk, it is Wednesday again, and I shall soon be inundated by all the tatterdemalions in Paris. Here they come, he added as he heard a knock at the door. Come in, he shouted, and immediately a troop of poverty-stricken patients entered the room. Whelmed me. Dupenloop, and how is the rheumatism, eh? Better? Said the doctor. Thanks very much, doctor, it is, perhaps, a trifle better, said the woman. Good, and your husband's knee? Inquired Courbellac. That, too, is a little easier. But, doctor, he has used up all the ointment you gave him, replied the woman. Good, said the doctor, I will give you a prescription for some more. Let him continue the same treatment, and he will soon be well. To the reader, this is posted so that you'll know that someone has stolen this story from another source. May God reward you, doctor, said the woman as she folded up the paper and let herself out of the door. Now then, who is next? Inquired the doctor. If you please, sir, said a middle-aged working man who had his arm in a sling, I have met with an accident whilst, let me see it, said de Courbellac, interrupting his patient. Ah, I see. Well, I will give you a lotion. Here you are, my man. Many thanks, doctor, said the man. And you, young fellow, what is the matter with you, eh? Inquired the doctor of a pale, hollow-eyed youth. Would you be good enough to let me speak to you privately, doctor? Inquired the young man. What? Again, and so soon, said de Courbellac. Ah, youth and folly. The old story. Well, wait till I have attended to the others. Now the next. An elderly man, with one foot bound up, hobbled forward with the aid of a stick. Out is it? Inquired Dr. Courbellac before the man had had time to open his mouth. Now listen to me, my good man. Unless you give up wine and spirits and live less generously, I can do nothing for you. Follow my advice, and you will regain your health. Good day. The gouty patient bowed to the doctor and left the room. Now, my good woman, said de Courbellac, addressing a peasant woman who carried a big basket on one arm and a baby on the other. What can I do for you? Up to this moment the woman had kept herself modestly in the background while the other patients had been attended to, but her eyes during that time had been looking keenly into every corner of the room as if in eager search of something. Suddenly she fixed her eyes on a square, thick book with a gilt clasp and thick cardboard leaves, on the outside cover of which the word album appeared. She gave one rapid, furtive glance at the doctor, who was then busy writing a prescription, and seized the opportunity of popping the book into her capacious basket. She had just succeeded in doing this when the doctor addressed her. She was a somewhat burly woman, and had a handkerchief tied under her chin. Her face was much sunburnt, and she squinted terribly. Well, my beauty, said the doctor, Ironically, what is your trouble, or is the little one suffering from convulsions? Yes, doctor, that is what is wrong, said the woman, speaking in the broadest patois. And if you knew, sir, the trouble and anxiety she causes me and my husband, robbing us of our sleep for fear, that will do, my good woman, said de Courbellac, cutting her short. Just pop her into a hot bath, whenever the trouble begins. That's all I can do for you. 1,000 thanks, doctor, and may the blessings of the saints rest on you. With these words the woman let herself out of the consulting room, and rushing rapidly downstairs, she passed through the hall door into the street, and with masculine strides hurried to the police station. Strange to say, the squint had disappeared, and the countenance assumed a very pleased expression. On reaching the police office, the woman entered the private room of the chief, who addressed the following question to her. Well, Jacques, did you succeed in gaining possession of the photograph? Yes, sir, replied Jacques Belleville, for it was he who had successfully entered the doctor's consulting room, cleverly disguised as a peasant woman. That dear, benevolent Dior de Courbellac failed to penetrate my disguise, and here is the book doubtless containing the photograph of the Chevalier. While you look for it, I will change my clothes and restore the borrowed brat to its mother. Go, then, and return quickly, said the inspector. I have more to say to you. During the absence of the detective, the chief of police opened the basket, and taking from it the album, proceeded to leisurely examine each portrait, until at last he exclaimed, Ah! This is what we want, an admirable likeness of the Chevalier Hippolyte Achille de Saint-Cyr. With these words, he carefully extracted the photograph from the book, just as Jacques Belleville re-entered the room. Here it is, Jacques. And not only the portrait, but the Chevalier's writing on the back. To my best friend, Dr. François-Émile de Courbellac, from his friend Hippolyte Achille de Saint-Cyr. This will materially assist us in finding our man, disguise himself as he may. Now we only want his address, and with the assistance of the post office authorities, we ought to have that soon. Then, success will crown our efforts. So saying, the chief of police placed the photograph in an inner pocket of his coat and locked up the album in his desk. Dr. Courbellac did not miss his stolen album for some days. He might not have realized his loss even then, for he did not bestow much attention on trifles, being too greatly absorbed in his profession, but for a trifling circumstance. It happened that he opened the window of his consulting room previous to going out to visit a patient, and on his return found that the wind had scattered sundry important papers on the floor. He then remembered that he had placed the album on them to prevent this occurring. Dr. Courbellac naturally looked round for the book and could not find it. Who could have moved it from the papers, and where was it? He felt sure that his servants, knowing how he hated to have his papers disarranged, had not touched it. He had neither wife nor family to accuse of entering his private room, and the servants were too well drilled to offend in that way. But who had removed it? What motive could there have been? The doctor searched again, and then asked himself whether in a fit of absent-mindedness, to which he knew himself to be subject, he had carried the book to another room. He not only searched every drawer, cupboard, and possible hiding place in the consulting room, but looked with the same care through every part of his flat. No, it was clear that the book was not to be found. At last he made up his mind to question the servants, who could tell him nothing. "It is certainly very mysterious," he muttered when alone. "I know it was there as late as last Wednesday morning before I saw my poor patients. It is impossible to suspect them. People of that class do not steal photographs, whatever else they might take fancy to. The more I think, the more puzzled I feel. I only wish I could put my hand on the thief." At this moment a patient was announced, and entered the consulting room, and for the moment the matter passed from his mind. One morning, some days after the loss of the album, as Dr. de Corbelac was entering the district post office in quest of a letter from his friend, the Chevalier, he encountered, almost face to face, the inspector of police, with whom the doctor was slightly acquainted, who usually saluted him, but on this occasion appeared so absorbed in inspecting the address of a letter, which the doctor saw had a foreign postmark, that he did not appear to notice him. The chief of police thrust the letter hurriedly into his pocket and walked rapidly away. This apparent cut might have been accidental, so the doctor thought nothing more about it at the time, and walked into the office to ask if there were any letters for him. The head official usually treated the doctor courteously when he addressed him, but on this occasion he answered curtly and coldly, peered at the doctor out of the corners of his half-closed eyes, and slightly shrugged his shoulders. Like most clever doctors, de Corbelac was a keen observer and noticed a half-conscious look of guilt in the man's face. On returning to his room, he felt disappointed and uneasy, and before long began putting two and two together. Was there anything to account for the coldness, first on the part of the inspector of police, and then on that of the post office official? Were they both working together against him? He thought. Had the post office authorities dared to intercept a letter addressed to him by his friend, the Chevalier de Street Seer? Such things were often done in France. The chief of police has, I know, made up his mind that the Chevalier murdered the girl Zoe Coutet from the information given by that infernal peasant. Did not he send the detective to me to inquire whether I knew Street Seer's present address? And what is more, would not this combination of the two men account for the mysterious loss of the album? Why, of course, they wanted a portrait of the Chevalier to enable them to identify him. Yes, yes. I see it all plainly now. One of the poor patients was a spy, most likely that very detective, who had doubtless on his first visit noticed the album. It must have been the big woman with the basket and a baby. I see it all. He must have dropped the album in the basket while I was writing. Ah, I remember he waited till the last, in fact, until I called him. If they have Street Seer's letter, they also have his address. Poor fellow! I fear to think of the consequences. A few hours later, the chief of police and Jacques Belleville were seated together, and the former had a letter in front of him, which he was eagerly reading, while he pulled at his big mustache, and his brows were contracted in a frown, which denoted great annoyance, irritation, and confusion of mind. The detective was too well trained to make any premature observation, but watched his chief's countenance with great interest. After puzzling over the letter for some time, the inspector brought his fist down on the table with a bang, and exclaimed, "Hang it all! I can make nothing out of this cursed scrawl." "Isn't it legible?" inquired Belleville. "Legible? Yes, I can read the contents easily enough. It is the absurdity of what it contains that baffles me. Why, it is as mysterious as the Berlin letter you purloined in the doctor's consulting room. In fact, is quite on the same lines. I never read such idiotic trash in all my life. I see, however, that the Chevalier has been sharp enough to keep up his incognito, and signs his letter Charles Devereux. But it won't do this time, my fine fellow." After a pause of thought, the chief turned to the detective. "Now we will compare the writing of this letter with that on the back of the photograph." At these words, the inspector of police took the photograph from a secret pocket in the breast of his coat, and the two men compared the writing on letter and portrait. They were identical. "Ah, Monsieur Charles Devereux, your little game is spoiled. You are bowled out." "And erase the address, Jacques, number 269 Fifth Avenue, New York," said the chief of police. "Now, Belleville, read this letter carefully, and see what you can make of it." The detective took the letter and read it with great attention, and without uttering a word. When he had finished it, the chief demanded, "Well, are you enlightened? Do you grasp its meaning?" "Well, sir, I must admit that it is a queer affair from beginning to end, which greatly puzzles me, and I think would anybody. Luckily, however, we have a few solid facts to stand on. First, that the self-termed Charles Devereux is really the Chevalier Hippolyte Achille de Street Seer, that his address is Fifth Avenue, New York, and that he is the murderer of Zoe Coutet," said the astute detective. "True, Jacques, those are the facts which we have to deal with. The rest is mere moonshine. No time must be lost, and you must start for New York tomorrow, taking with you a warrant for his arrest. The following is the letter addressed by the Chevalier de Street Seer to his friend Dr. de Corbelac, which we left in the possession of the chief of police, to whom it had been given by the post office authorities, 269 Fifth Avenue, New York. July 186. My dear Doctor, you will have wondered at not having heard from me long before this, but I have passed through much since I last saw you, and my life has been altogether different from that easy-going one to which I had accustomed myself on the boulevards of dear old Paris. In truth, adventures have crowded so thick and fast upon me that I am really at a loss where to begin. I will, therefore, consult my diary, in which I have noted every event, however trivial, as it occurred. To begin, soon after I lost sight of you waving your handkerchief on the landing stage, I was seized with such an attack of seasickness that I was forced to rush downstairs to my cabin, where I remained for 4 days in the most miserable condition it is possible to imagine. Oh, doctor, if you had only known your poor friend's experience of his first sea voyage, and could have felt for the time what he felt. But words fail to convey to you the 10th part of the agonies I suffered. Suffice it to say that if anyone had picked me up and thrown me into the sea, I should have looked upon him as a friend and benefactor. For 4 days and 4 nights I endured this suffering, during which time not one particle of food passed my lips, although I was importuned to take something by the steward. The mere idea of eating inspired me with loathing. On the 5th day, however, I woke up with a marvelous appetite. I was actually ravenous. Perhaps the terrible internal revolution did my system good, after all. How I should have enjoyed some of our exquisite Parisian dishes then, and the admirably arranged succession of wines. Alas, they are not to be had here. But why recall those pleasures of the past? They are gone, and the ocean separates me from them. Well, my friend, enough of this. Suffice it to say that I awoke on the 5th day possessed by a hunger that I thought nothing could satisfy. I devoured the somewhat homely but substantial fare set before me with a relish that the most delicate fare in Paris had never aroused. When I had eaten like a peasant, I went on deck, and never shall I forget the impression produced on my mind by the grand picture before my eyes. What dashing, foam-crested waves, mountains high! Ah, words are powerless, utterly powerless. Figure me to yourself, surrounded on every side by great, tossing billows of the deepest indigo blue. In fact, they appeared almost black, edged with creamy foam, which burst, when 2 waves dashed together, into a myriad of watery particles, which, blown by the whistling wind, all over the vessel, rendered the deck so slippery that it was very difficult for the passengers to keep their footing. You know that our Atlantic steamers are of a fairly good size, but, oh, how contemptibly small and fragile they appeared when tossed about like toy boats by the stupendous billows and enveloped by the all-surrounding ocean. If you imagine an ordinary cork floating about in the center of some enormous lake, with some of the smaller infusoria for passengers, you will be able to form an idea of how little we appeared in our circumscribed steamer, whilst it battled against the gigantic forces of nature. But enough of this. I must proceed with my story. On the 6th day of our voyage, I was rudely awakened out of my first sleep by the cry of fire. Who can describe the thrill of terror that cry arouses on board ship at night? Trembling with consternation, I managed to fasten on a pair of pantaloons and rushed onto the deck, bare-footed, bare-headed, and in abject fear for my life. There the passengers, men and women, many less dressed than myself, were tumbling over each other in wild, terrified excitement, each intent on self-preservation, and utterly regardless of everyone else. The flames were raging below, and the thick smoke was blinding and choking everyone on deck. Some passengers, mad with fear of being burnt to death, threw themselves into the sea, while the well-drilled crew busied themselves in lowering the boats. Some of the people made a rush for the life buoys. Others, almost paralyzed with fear, stood shivering and trembling, or threw themselves on their knees and tried to remember some prayers. Even now, as I sit quietly writing in my room in New York, I can hear the tones of the captain speaking trumpet roaring loud above the screams of the women, and the deep oaths of the sailors as they, with difficulty, force their way through the crowd of passengers in order to discharge their duties. Luckily, it was a fine night, and the violence of the waves had greatly subsided, so that those who were able to swim could do so. The moon emerged from a black cloud, and the whole horror of our situation was revealed by its silvery light. After all the women and children had entered the boats, I was fortunate enough to find room in one, but had hardly seated myself when I saw in the full moonlight the figure of a woman struggling with the waves. In an instant I forgot my own danger and discomfort, and without hesitation jumped from the boat and struck out vigorously towards her. But unfortunately, so soon as I reached her, she threw both her arms round my neck as if her intention were to drag me down with herself to a watery grave. To this hour, my friend, I don't know how it was I escaped drowning. By a mere chance, in fact, the waves carried the boat in my direction, and I reached it at almost my last gasp, with my fair charge in an equally pitiable condition. Meanwhile the fire, which had been smoldering for some days, raged furiously, and we who had found places in the boat, wretched and forlorn as we were, with starvation staring us in the face, could not turn our eyes from the ship which had borne us thus far on our voyage, as it flamed and burned away, casting every now and then blazing fragments which fell hissing into the sea and on ourselves. I was so absorbed in watching the magnificent spectacle, seen for the first time, of a ship on fire at sea, and this accounts for the little interest I took in the woman I had rescued from the waves. But on turning my attention to her, I began to doubt whether I had really saved her, as I realized the fact that her form gave no indication of life, but on the contrary was limp and lank, and felt like that of a drowned person. Had my courage and resolution been useless? I asked myself. The more I looked at the body, the more convinced I felt that the soul had fled. Good heavens! I exclaimed, she is dead. I removed the heavy clammy hair from her face and looked at her countenance. She was beautiful. Her eyes were deep blue, but fixed like those of a corpse. Alas, I said, she is beyond hope. In spite of this conviction, I began to chafe her hands as if in spite of myself. Oh, horror! When I thought to touch a soft, fleshly palm with my own, I came in contact with a spongy substance that, at my pressure, exuded water. Utterly bewildered and horrified, I touched her cheek. Merciful heavens! It was pasteboard instead of flesh and blood. The eyes, too, were glass, the hair a mere wig. I had not saved a woman, but a jointed doll, a lay figure such as artists use. I thought for a moment, and then an icy shudder passed through me from head to foot when I realized that it must be the same figure we had encountered in the railway carriage during our journey to Havre, which had the same features as the woman whose name shall never again be uttered by my lips. Do you remember? Rather, can either of us ever forget those terrible moments that caused two strong men to faint like young girls? And how incredible, almost preposterous, it all seemed. I never had any tendency towards the mysterious. And as to yourself, Doctor, if ever I encountered a hard-headed man of science who devoted himself to the study and analysis of facts and figures, and who was congenitally out of sympathy with the visionary and obscure, it is yourself. One might as well accuse the well-drilled matter-of-fact chief of police we know of superstitious tendencies as Dr. François-Émile de Courbellac. Perhaps I am imprudent in mentioning that important personage in a letter. Suppose it should miscarry, and even fall into his hands? I never thought of that possibility. At the same time, I cannot help wishing that that diabolical lay figure would play off some of her pranks upon him instead of on me. But I must stick to the point and be less prolix, or I shall certainly weary you. Well, then, to return to my story. I began to wonder whether I was suffering from a hallucination or not, and also if the other people in the boat could see the creature as I did. Apparently not, for they neither looked at her nor made any remark to lead me to think they did. One or two of my companions occasionally addressed me, but no one noticed the figure by my side, and I could only arrive at the conclusion that the creature had the power of making itself visible or invisible at will. The thought entered my mind that I might drop it overboard again unobserved, and so free myself from it forever. No sooner had this idea enter my mind than I felt the thing clutch me closely, as if aware of its danger, and as some of the passengers looked at me at the same moment, I thought it better to be passive, as I could not be quite certain whether they saw the figure or not. After a weary, cold, and miserable night had passed, at the dawn of day, we sighted a ship at some distance, and our spirits revived. We hoisted signals of distress, and the vessel, which proved to be bound for New York, bore down upon us. It was the Albatross from Liverpool, with a Captain Johnson in command, and we were all soon on her deck. Our wants were carefully supplied, including a much-needed supply of clothing. We soon sat down to a plentiful breakfast and thanked our stars for our good fortune. I noticed one thing, however. Although the captain and officers were courteous and attentive to the ladies of our party, not one of them addressed a word or a look to the strange being who constantly clung to my arm wherever I went. No one seemed to see her, although several of them conversed with me for a considerable time. They appeared to look through her into space, and spoke to me in a way they could not have done had they perceived that I had a lady on my arm. I felt perfectly convinced now that the horrible creature was invisible to every one but myself. Some of those on board, passengers or crew, would pass me so closely as to jog the arm on which the figure was leaning, and appeared to pass through without apparently touching her. I thanked heaven that no one did perceive her, for I greatly dreaded that someone on board, gifted with second sight, might see her clairvoyantly. At length what I most dreaded actually happened. A little girl, who was seated on her mother's lap, exclaimed as we passed, "Look, look, mother, what a funny lady that is, leaning on that gentleman's arm." "What lady, dear?" inquired the mother. "I don't see a lady." "That lady with a crimson satin dress, trimmed with black lace, her hair uncombed and loose, and long gloves reaching to her elbow." "Don't you see her?" said the child. "I see no one, my dear, such as you describe, and there is no one on the ship dressed as you say." "There is a gentleman, certainly," said the mother. "Oh, yes, mother, there is indeed. I mean the one walking with that tall gentleman." "Well, I see the gentleman, but there is no one with him," said the lady. See, mother, he is coining nearer, and I can distinctly see her. She is looking at me. Her eyes are blue, and she is so pretty. But she does stare so hard at me. And oh, mother dear, I feel so frightened of her. I don't like her, she looks wicked. Look here, Lucy, I must give you a powder. You can't be well. What have you been eating? Nothing, mother, since breakfast, replied the child, looking pale and scared. Don't tell me. You must be very ill, or you would not fancy you see things nobody else can. I will speak to the doctor about you. With these words the lady rose, and leading the little girl by the hand sought the ship's doctor. What Dr. Brown's diagnosis was I am unable to say, but the fact remains that the child sickened and died a few days later. The body was thrown into the sea before we reached our destination. I heard afterwards that her last words were, "Take away the wicked lady in the red dress. She wants me." At length the harbor of New York hove in sight, and we prepared to land. Before leaving I heartily thanked the captain, and soon had my feet upon terra firma. Now, my dear friend, you will be wanting to know what I have done since I set foot on the soil of this great republic. Of course, I endured many petty annoyances, caused to a great extent by my inability to make myself understood through my comparative ignorance of the language. Then, in addition, the hurry-scurry of these Yankees as they elbow their way through the streets without apology, their utter disregard of the feelings and convenience of others, the rudeness and superciliousness of their officials, and their nasal pronunciation, which is characteristic of all classes, make New York a very trying place for anyone possessed with even a small quantity of breeding and nerves. More especially is that the case with one who had only recently lived in that center of refinement and politeness, Paris. Having nothing to declare at the custom-house, I made straight for a modest hotel near the depot, and arranged with the proprietor for a bed, and after proceeding to my room, I descended and took my place at the table d'hôte. Seated directly opposite me, I recognized one of the passengers on board the Albatross, an American of a very marked type, with all the characteristics of his race fully developed. He at once addressed me, inquiring what my impressions of New York were. I said that this was my first visit to the city, and that I had not had time yet to form any opinion. He next inquired about my family and name, whether I was married, what business brought me there, and lastly, if I had come to boo my show. I naturally felt quite touched by all this interest shown in the private affairs of a stranger. In Europe, and more especially in England, this desire for information would be termed gross impertinence, but on this side of the Atlantic people view such curiosity in a different light and call it by a different name. They only mean to show their benevolent interest in all your affairs and their willingness to help you with their advice and experience. In short, is their way of welcoming you, and often a prelude to offers of hospitality. My companion now began to talk about himself as a recognition of my communications. He told me his age, how he had started life, how he had worked and speculated and succeeded in making his pile. After that he stated the particulars of his first marriage, the death of his wife, his travels in Europe subsequent to his bereavement, his second marriage, and the number of his children. I could not be uncommunicative with so confiding a man, and informed him that I had come to New York to earn my bread, and did not know a single soul in the country, that I was ready and willing to give lessons in French, drawing, and music. He guessed he'd be able to boom my show for me, and said that he would mention my name to some of the best people in New York, and reckoned that the dollars would soon be rolling in. By this time we had finished our meal and strolled out together to look at the shops in the Broadway. Having mentioned that I should like to call upon a good tailor and hatter in order to get some clothes and other articles necessary to make myself presentable. He took me to one of the best shops in the district, and afterwards to a hatter's and hosier's. We parted soon after on the friendliest terms, and he gave me his card. Having no card in my possession at the moment, he wrote my name on a slip of paper and promised to call on me the next day. I now resume my pen, after a fortnight has passed, having been too busy to be able to do so before. I am thankful to say, however, that I am now in a position to earn my own living, owing to the kind offices of Silas Whitler, whose acquaintance I made on the day of my arrival here, and who has acted like a true friend. I never expected to meet such cordial and disinterested kindness in a stranger, and is only just to say that all the Americans I have yet met with resemble him. Through the energy and influence of my friend, I have been introduced into one of the best circles of American society as an accomplished Frenchman of good family who has left his country for the express purpose of studying America and its people, and who purposes on his return to France to write a book on the subject for the benefit of his countrymen. I have been kindly received by the President, who has been pleased to invite me to several of his entertainments. The American reporters flock to my hotel to gather any possible information or opinions for the use of their respective papers. I greatly dislike this kind of publicity. In fact, I shrink from it with loathing, and look on this national propensity to pry into the private affairs of people as the height of vulgarity. The more retired and unconspicuous one tries to be, the more these inquisitors try to push one to the front. My one desire is to be left in peace. At the same time, I feel that I cannot be rude to them when I consider the general kindness shown to me, a stranger, on all hands, so I submit to my fate with the best grace I can, and give the reporters all the help in my power. I enclose an excerpt from a New York Star which will give you some idea of the sort of gossip which pleases the American public. We have amongst us a foreigner of distinction lately landed upon these shores, who, after braving the dangers of the deep, was rescued from the flames of a burning French vessel in mid-ocean by the English steamer Albatross. Mons. Charles Devereux belongs to one of the oldest French families. His manner and address are courteous and graceful. He is tall, young, and of extremely prepossessing appearance. A series of family reverses have rendered it necessary for this cultured and delicately nurtured gentleman to earn his own living in a manner best suited to his tastes and capabilities. He is consequently desirous to obtain a post as private tutor or secretary, or to be employed in some literary capacity. At present his knowledge of English is imperfect, but he has announced his intention, when he has conquered its difficulties, to deliver a series of lectures here on French literature and politics. Since the appearance of the above in the New York Star, I have been greatly noticed, and as for the women, I feel myself unworthy of the great attention they have bestowed on me. But that is their way of showing hospitality. Very shortly after my arrival, my friend, Silas Whitler, introduced me to a very wealthy man, in fact, a millionaire, named Montague Van Sittert, who offered me the use of his house in Fifth Avenue, the fashionable quarter in New York, until I should be able to find suitable quarters for myself. He has a family of 1 daughter and 2 sons, and he wishes me to instruct them in French, and also in drawing and music. He pays me handsomely, and the young people are very pleasant. Mrs. Van Sittert is a little loud and purse-proud, but has been very kind to me. Mr. Van Sittert is a cool, gentlemanly man, who treats me with great kindness and consideration. So you see, my friend, that I have nothing to complain of. Of course, there are many other things I should like to tell you about, but which I must leave for some future time, seeing that I have spun this letter out to an inordinate length. But I know you are anxious above everything to know what became of the creature, the diabolically animated lay figure. Ah, she has left me. She disappeared as suddenly and mysteriously as she appeared. God grant that she has gone forever. My health and spirits are excellent, and I have ceased to brood over the past. It has gone like a hideous nightmare, and I feel a different man. To Dr. Émile de Corbelac, Paris. We left the detective, Jacques Belleville, on the eve of his departure for New York. On the following day he had taken the train for Havre, and from thence had embarked on a steamer to New York. The weather was delightful, the passengers pleasant, and Belleville never had a better time in his life. He made acquaintances on board, talked gaily and pleasantly, and the passengers voted him a very good fellow, and had not the least idea of his character or vocation. At the time we are writing of, traveling across the Atlantic was not so rapid as today, and the voyage took about 3 or 4 weeks. On arriving at his destination, Jacques Belleville, after taking farewell of the captain and his fellow travelers, immediately made his way to the headquarters of the New York police and acquainted one of the chief officials of the true object of his mission. After some inquiries about the soi-disant Charles Devereux, he was soon acquainted with the truth, to the effect that the gentleman he was interested in had only recently arrived there, and that very soon after his arrival he had been received as the guest of Mr. Montague Vansittart, a highly respectable gentleman and millionaire who had a house in the Fifth Avenue, that he was now employed as private tutor to his host's family, and finally that the Vansittart family had only yesterday embarked for a long European tour, taking with them the new tutor. The unlucky detective, deeply discouraged at the news that his prey had escaped him, immediately cabled to Paris acquainting his chief with the facts of the case and asking for further instructions. In reply, Belleville received a cable from the police office instructing him to return to Paris at once, after requesting the head of the New York police to inform him instantly of the return of the Vansittart family to America. There was nothing left for the detective to do but obey orders. He therefore left by the first steamer for Havre, and from there made his way to Paris. On presenting himself to his chief, he was received by him at once. "Glad to see you safe back, Belleville," said the inspector, looking up from his papers. "This appears to be rather a difficult business. Fortune favors the Chevalier. It was very unlucky that he should start for Europe a few days before your arrival in America. Of course, you impressed upon the police officials in New York the importance of informing us immediately of the return home of the family and our man?" "Certainly, sir. I was very careful about that, but I don't think, from what I could learn, the return will be soon, for they intend to visit every capital in Europe. The party consists of Mr. Vansittart, the only daughter, a beautiful girl of about 20, named Euphrosyne, and the 2 sons, Caesar and Pompey, Mrs. Vansittart, and the man we take so much interest in, the Chevalier de St. Cyr, who now calls himself Charles Devereux. Of course, they will visit Paris. No American family would dare to return to their friends without seeing Paris," said the chief of police. "You must be on the lookout for them and our man, Jacques. He must not slip through our fingers again. You must study the hotel lists of visitors every day, especially the leading establishments." "Of course, sir, I shall do that. But do you think so very wide-awake a man as the Chevalier will risk the danger of visiting Paris?" objected the cunning detective. "Perhaps just at first he will be shy, but we can count on the hunger of a real Parisian to see our incomparable city. If he doesn't succumb to it, I don't know a real Frenchman's disposition. No, Jacques, he will in time run the risk, trusting to his disguise," said the inspector with conviction. "If the Vansittart family stop at every capital in Europe, it will be some time before they arrive here." "Sir," said Belleville. "Not necessarily, Jacques," said the chief. These Americans are a nation of globetrotters. Some of them race all over Europe, staying a night, perhaps at each principal town, just to be able to boast they have been there, and on their return, with the help of guidebooks, hold forth to their friends on all they have seen of art and architecture, just as if they had been in Europe for years. As you say, sir, that is true of some Americans, but I don't think that would apply to a family of the position of the Van Sitterts. You see, sir, they are not pressed for time or money, and I don't think they would make such short work of their European tour. They would certainly spend considerable time in Rome, Florence, Naples, Venice, without mentioning Egypt and Paris. Well, Jacques, perhaps you are right, said the chief of police, but it does not follow that the Chevalier, or Devereux as he calls himself, would remain with the family during all the tour. He might break with them, or get dismissed for making love to his patron's pretty daughter, interrupted Jacques. Phew! That might happen. A well-bred, insinuating, good-looking Frenchman is just the kind of man to please a pretty, inexperienced American girl. I never thought of that. You said she was young and good-looking? Said the chief of police. She is a beautiful, high-spirited girl, said Jacques, and with a man of the Chevalier's amorous temperament. Exactly, interrupted the chief of police. And then there is the money which makes even ugly women beautiful in the eyes of needy adventurers like the Chevalier. You said her father is a millionaire? Yes, sir, what is termed a multimillionaire, replied Jacques, who, we must say, knew his business. Then, Jacques, you may depend upon it, the Chevalier will make the best of his chances. In fact, he would be a fool if he didn't, considering his splendid opportunities. Traveling with her day by day, with no anxiety about money matters, and treated like one of the family. Why, if the man isn't a perfect idiot, it is as good as done. Yes, everything is in his favor, lucky dog. He has everything except money, and that is no object to a Van Sittert, said Jacques. Yes, very likely not, but we will put a spoke in his wheel by arresting him one fine day as the murderer of his mistress, Zoe Coutet, said the inspector quietly. Ha! I should not like to be in the young lady's shoes when that happens, poor thing, said Jacques Belleville. Our present chapter opens in the ancient land of Egypt, that home of the pharaohs, whose mighty deeds are handed down in hieroglyphics graven upon the stupendous monuments that look down on us, and speak of a past but glorious civilization. Hail to thee, land of magic and mystery, cradle of science, once the wonder of the world. It was December, the sky was deep blue, the sand glaring, the temperature mild, and hundreds of travelers of all nations, but especially English and ubiquitous American, were genially picnicking at the base of the pyramids. Shefford's Hotel at Cairo was crammed. The courtyard of this important building, which had something Parisian in its appearance, with its wrought iron balustrades and balconies, its stone steps and pavement of black and white squares, with date palms growing in large pots in the corners. A motley assemblage of both sexes in various costumes of many styles were seated, in groups at small tables, in wicker chairs, attended by native waiters wearing the fez, who served them with coffee, sherbet, and other light refreshment, while visitors on donkeys or mules were constantly arriving or departing, and noisy Egyptians, touting their wares, rent the air with their shrill cries. In a quiet corner of the balcony, overlooking the courtyard, and removed as far as possible from the noisy crowd below, sat a young couple who seemed greatly engrossed and satisfied with each other's society. The lady looked no more than 18 and was extremely beautiful. Her hair was golden, surrounding her brow and neck with light curls. Her eyes were deep blue and very sparkling, her mouth charming, lips full and slightly prominent, while her complexion was exquisitely delicate. There was an unmistakable American look of self-confidence, self-will, and vivacity expressed in the countenance. The gentleman looked about 10 years older than his fair companion. He was tall, slight, fair, and decidedly distinguished-looking. He was evidently not an American. In fact, he had the appearance of a Frenchman of good birth. "It seems to me, Mr. Devereux," said the lady, in a clear, silvery voice, but with an unmistakable, and in this case, pleasant, American accent, "that it was only the other day you were giving me drawing lessons in our house in Fifth Avenue. And here we are at Cairo, in the land of the Pharaohs, surrounded by the ancient pyramids. It seems like a dream, does it not?" "You have reason, mademoiselle. You always have," said the man, with a French accent. "Ah, but what a dream! Beautiful Oriental. I feel as if I had taken hashish, or as if I were living in the time of Haroun al-Raschid. It resembles very much a story from 1001 Nights. Delightful!" exclaimed the lady, who was Euphrosyne Van Sittert, ecstatically. "Yes, I have read the Arabian Nights and love them. They are so different from the tales of our stupid modern life." After a pause, she exclaimed, "Just look at those stately Arab women drawing water at the well. How dignified and deliberate they are. Fancy American women doing the same thing. Why, they would scold and splash each other. Might not that one who is carrying her pitcher so gracefully on her head be Rebecca herself? Oh, but the story of Rebecca is not in the Arabian Nights, is it, Mr. Devereux? Why, of course not. How stupid of me. Then look at that white bearded bearer from India carrying that sickly, puny white baby. I suppose they are on their way to England. What a terrible noise those dreadful donkey boys make. See, 4 of them have seized an Englishman, and are pulling him 4 different ways. Ha! The Englishman kicks out vigorously behind. See, he has floored 2 of them, but 4 more take their places, and now they have succeeded, the 6 of them, in placing the poor man on a donkey and are driving him off. Oh, what fun, Mr. Devereux!" Here the American girl laughed with all her heart, and even the melancholy Frenchman imitated her feebly. "Well, really, I never thought traveling was so awfully jolly," said Euphrosyne, when her burst of merriment permitted her to speak. "There's always something funny to be seen to make us laugh, wherever we go. I love laughter, don't you, Mr. Devereux? Ah, mademoiselle, you have the good fortune of being very young, beautiful, and rich. All the world is at your feet," said Devereux, "and laughter is natural and becoming at your age. I, too, could once laugh like you, but the weight of years, disappointment, and the troubles and cares of life." "Ah, what nonsense you talk, Mr. Devereux," said the lady. "Why, you are trying to make yourself out to be a veritable Methuselah, when in truth you are not very much older than myself. Ah, mademoiselle, age is not reckoned by years only. What has occurred to me in the past fixes the age. I have passed through much suffering, and that experience makes me sad and old beyond my years," said the supposed Devereux, in a low, melancholy tone. "Come, cheer up, Mr. Devereux. Pray don't be a wet blanket," said Euphrosyne, in a lively, animated way. "You're always looking at the dark side of things instead of preferring, as I invariably do, the bright side. You know very well, sir, that you are not old, so don't be absurd and pretend to be. Over and above that, it is bad manners to appear sad in my company. You, a Frenchman, must be quite aware of that." And the beautiful girl flashed a look at him, which made all the blood in his body dance and bubble like champagne. "Ah, pardon, mademoiselle, I have been very wrong. I ought to have known better. Is not like the usual politeness of my countrymen to parade my sorrows in the presence of youth and beauty like yours." "Come, come, no compliments, Sir Flatterer," said Miss Van Sittert, pretending to be annoyed at the tribute to her charms. "You know, we American girls don't appreciate them. however well they may go down in France. Nay, Mademoiselle Euphrosyne, it is not flattery to speak less than the truth. If I call you beautiful, is only because enough, sir, said the lady. Here are my people, all ready to start. I wonder they have left us alone together so long, she added with an arch look at Devereux, which proved to him that she was not offended by his praise. Ah, Mademoiselle will have her little joke at her poor tutor, he said in a low tone, looking very gratified. Your father has been very kind to pick the poor foreigner out of the street, and take him into his house, and give him the care of his children. Charles Devereux is not ungrateful. He knows his place in the house of Monsieur Van Sittert, and will not presume. Of course, Mr. Devereux, we all know your sentiments towards my father, who is generosity itself. I am quite sure he likes and respects you. He would not behave as he has done if he did not place implicit confidence in you, and deem you fit company for his family. That is true and very gratifying. Your father, mademoiselle, is a gentleman and knows how to treat another gentleman in adversity when he meets him. Mr. Van Sittert is like yourself, full of generosity. This long conversation, which had occurred through the delay of the family, the head of which had stopped to talk to their dragoman, was interrupted by the shrill voice of Mrs. Van Sittert calling, Euphrosyne, where are you? We are all waiting to start. The donkeys are ready. Where is Mr. Devereux? Here I am, madam, said Devereux, advancing. Behold, I am ready. Miss Van Sittert, and he descended to the courtyard, which was crowded with Anglo-Indians and Americans wearing pith helmets, puggarees, goggles, and blue gauze veils. Portly British females were eating sandwiches, choleric paterfamilias, whose rubicund faces revealed no falling off from their English habit of imbibing base pale ale or Guinness stout, banged and cuffed the unfortunate Arab donkey boys and others of various shades of color, from the thoroughbred Nubian, whose Negro features shone like polished black lead, to the Coptic drivers, who all loudly clamored for patronage and backsheesh. When our party started, they were accompanied by about a dozen others of both sexes. The dragoman who attended the Van Sitterts had taken the precaution to hire 2 donkeys for each person. The animals fell over and over again, but in the case of the long-legged chevalier, whose feet nearly touched the ground, he blessed the chance which caused Miss Van Sittert to lose her balance now and then, as it enabled him to tenderly raise that charming girl and reinstate her on the back of the animal. To avoid any serious accident, stirrups had to be dispensed with. The comfortable-looking Mrs. Van Sittert fell several times, but fortunately, her bones being some distance from the surface, she escaped real injury. The party passed the suburbs of the town of Old Cairo, where a ferry boat awaited them, on which they crossed the Nile, winding about for some miles in order to do so, amid the bawling and never-ceasing cries of the Arabs, and some of the travelers prayed fervently that these yelling dark-skinned fellows would take lessons in silence from the Turks. During all the time the pyramids were distinctly outlined against the clear sky. Many pictures of Eastern life passed before their eyes. A pasha's horses and slaves awaited his pleasure. Husbandmen were approaching the city with heavily loaded donkeys, which stopped and sucked loudly at a fountain. Red-capped troops, with white uniforms and glittering bayonets, passed on their way to drill. There were also, giving rich color to the picture, the ferry boat, a red-sailed river vessel, starting up the stream. The grain market and huts were visible on the other side. Bunches of purple dates were hanging from the branches. Gray herons and cranes were flying over the shallow glassy lakes the receding river had left behind. Dromedaries were stepping along, with their riders lazily lolling on their humps. Low brown sail boats were lying in the canals. The party had to cross an old marble bridge, and soon after they were floundering through the mud. It was a glorious day, and they all laughed, joked, and disputed about sixpence, while the solemn pyramids looked down upon the farce. When they arrived and looked at the tremendous number of steep steps leading to the top of a pyramid, with scores of savage, gesticulating, yelling Arabs around them, mad for bakshish, they did not feel altogether elated. When they looked up, after a time, they saw what appeared to be little reptiles crawling near the top of the gigantic structures, but when some of them came bouncing down the steps, they proved to be tourists. Many had no desire to ascend, but the Arabs, at least 6 to each traveler, were behind with immense propelling power, which, indeed, was irresistible, and go they must. Needs must when 6 stalwart Arabs drive. These dusky ruffians were a terrible infliction, and recalled the ancient plagues of Egypt. 2 miles before a traveler reaches the pyramids, they seize a victim and never cease howling like demons in agony. When their prey has reached the steps, these dusky villains rush him half fainting to the top. The only resource is to kick out behind for all one is worth. Even Arabs have shins, for which merciful dispensation Providence one should be duly grateful. Many of the steps are 4 feet high, and when you do reach the top, the reward is inadequate. All you see is a little more river, sand, and rice fields. As for poetical dreams of the great past these mighty monuments represent, how can one think of that when infernal Arabs are breaking the drums of one's ears? And now a quick break from the story. It should be clear that whoever published this tale did not take the time or effort to do it correctly and to check all the text. The Chevalier did all in his power to rescue Miss Van Sittert from the burly bullies around her, and she naturally clung to him gratefully and almost lovingly, so that, so far as they were concerned, the visit to the pyramids stood out as a white-letter day in both their lives. Now then, you boys, stop knocking those niggers about, and mount your donkeys at once, said Mr. Van Sittert to his sons, Caesar and Pompey. Come, my dear, he added to his wife, don't be nervous, and you'll be all right. Mr. Devereux, you must take care of my daughter. We had better join the others. Montague Van Sittert assisted his wife to mount her donkey with the aid of their dragoman, and after a fair amount of beating and prodding the party advanced amidst the yells and execrations, which is needless to translate, of the Arab drivers. The tutor and his fair pupil instinctively separated themselves as much as possible from Mr. and Mrs. Van Sittert, while Caesar and Pompey advanced well in front, assisting with their kicks and cries the efforts of the drivers to increase the rate of progress. The Chevalier and Miss Van Sittert had forgotten the pyramids and all their strange surroundings, and had it not been for the occasional stumbling of the lattice donkey and the yells of the drivers, they would have been quite oblivious of everything but themselves. In fact, they both resented the overzeal of the Arabs and the practical arguments they used to hasten the pace of the animals. In spite of the interruptions to their tete-a-tete, Euphrosyne quite enjoyed the strange experience, and with American brightness entered into the spirit of the thing. Devereux's spirits were far from being so exuberant as those of his companion. In the first place, his seat was not too comfortable, and his long legs, almost trailing on the ground, provoked the mischievous laughter of Euphrosyne, which wounded the uneasy vanity of the Frenchman. How infinitely he would have preferred some quiet, shady corner, no matter where, so that he could be alone with his charming pupil, and carry on without interruption a pleasant conversation, while looking into the depths of her blue eyes, and enjoying her fascinating smile. Alas, this was now denied them. Traveling with her family, perfect privacy was impossible. Then there was his dependent position, the debt of gratitude he owed his patron, the watchful eyes of Mrs. Van Sittert, who with a mother's cautious instinct saw the possibility of danger to her daughter. What honorable man could return evil for good by treacherously laying siege to the heart of his benefactor's only daughter? Was it likely that a millionaire like Montague Van Sittart, living in wealth and luxury in the best society of New York, would bestow the hand of his cherished daughter upon a penniless adventurer from France, and 100 times worse, on a man with an accusation of murder hanging over his head, a man, in fact, who was a fugitive from justice? The thought was too preposterous for a moment's consideration. The utter impossibility of such a romantic attachment arising between them, the depth and width of the social gulf which divided them, had caused the millionaire to shut his eyes to the very obvious danger of allowing so mutually attractive a couple to be constantly together amidst the romantic and historically interesting scenes which are so well calculated to stimulate and foster the tender passions of youth. No wonder the Chevalier felt deeply depressed. He knew perfectly well the utter hopelessness of his love for Euphrosyne, yet her rare and delicate beauty impressed him more deeply every day, until he was fairly in the toils, and the feeling became so delicious that he had no wish or power to shake it off. He was only capable of drifting delightfully, yet helplessly down the stream, heedless of the danger that in his secret heart he knew was inevitable. The long-continued silence was broken by Miss Van Sittart, who said with a pretty pout, after watching her companion's hanging head and melancholy expression of countenance, "What can be the matter with you, Mr. Devereux? Are you going to sleep?" The Chevalier started from his reverie at the sound of her voice. "Ah, pardon, mademoiselle, I was lost in a dream, though not actually asleep." "Your life seems to be one long dream," replied the lady. "You have reason, mademoiselle. Yes, it is, I very much fear, a dream from which some day there must be a rude awakening." "How so? What do you mean, Mr. Devereux?" said Miss Van Sittart, with that air of unconscious innocence and candor which is instinctively assumed by the most inexperienced woman under such circumstances. The Frenchman assumed a tragic air, and then sighed. He was a better match for Euphrosyne than an Englishman would have been. "Ah, Miss Euphrosyne, happiness does not last forever, and I deeply feel, yes, to the bottom of my heart, that at present I am much too happy." "Oh, indeed, sir, then allow me to say that you have a very queer way of showing it, but perhaps it is the French style," retorted the American girl, satirically. "Why, Mr. Devereux, is quite 10 minutes since you opened your lips." "Ah, mademoiselle, I fear you find me bad company, yes? Pardon me, and I will endeavor to improve." With these words the Chevalier assumed a brighter manner. "They are a long way behind those two," remarked Mrs. Van Sittart to her husband. "Of course I mean Euphrosyne and Mr. Devereux. They appear to enjoy each other's society immensely. I can only hope there is nothing between them that we could object to. It would be very awkward if any silly attachment sprung up between them. Of course, the idea of giving our only daughter in marriage to a penniless adventurer like Mr. Devereux is too absurd. I believe Mr. Devereux to be too honorable a man to take a mean advantage of the confidence I place in him," said Van Sittart. "Tut, tut, you know very little about human nature, especially in Frenchmen, and even if you were all you foolishly believe, would that prevent the child from having her head turned by all his sugary compliments and French airs and graces? Our Euphrosyne is too flighty to please me, and she has just arrived at that troublesome age when a girl with a will of her own is likely to act very foolishly. I tell you, Monty, I have had my eye on her for some time past, and it is she who is leading him on, and let me tell you that that is usually the case. The man is oftener hunted than hunter, you bet." "Rubbish, my dear," replied Van Sittart. "Our girl is like other American girls of her position. That is to say, she is free, easy, full of spirit and fond of amusement and excitement, but all the same, she has her head screwed on well for all that. In short, she can take care of herself. Don't be too dead certain about that, Monty. You don't and can't understand girls as I do. Euphrosyne is most thoughtless and romantic, and if something is not done to stop the progress of her inclination for Mr. Devereux, there is a possibility of their running away together some day. Yes, Monty, you may take my word for it, and remember you are more responsible than myself, for you introduced him into the family without consulting me. How you do run on, my dear, said Van Sittert in his self-possessed way. I have never observed anything between them to attract attention. Why, of course not. You never do, snapped Mrs. Van Sittert. Fortunately, I have. Do they not always manage very cleverly to pair off together? Do they not disappear on a gondola at Venice on a beautiful moonlight night? And you foolish man, is Euphrosyne a girl to be trusted with an insinuating and good-looking Frenchman like Devereux, under such romantic conditions? Why, Monty, I hardly know whether I would trust myself, under such circumstances, with such a man. Mrs. Van Sittert had the saving grace of humor to mitigate her sharp tongue, and laughed heartily, her husband joining her. Well, my dear, what of it? It was only chance, said Van Sittert. What of it, indeed? Why, Monty, I am really beginning to lose patience with you. You are really too aggravating. I suppose you don't remember their behavior when we visited the catacombs at Rome. How they separated themselves from us and were nearly lost. The same thing occurred at Naples and Palermo, in fact, wherever we have been, Euphrosyne, and that flattering Frenchman always succeeded in giving us the slip. Of course, according to you, it is chance in every case. Chance. Absurd. My dear, you are too vehement, and make too much of trifles, said Van Sittert. However, set your mind at rest. I will keep my eyes open, and if I should observe anything to raise my suspicions, I shall know perfectly well what to do. Caesar and Pompey had been the first to scale the massive, steep, irregular steps that led to the summit of the Great Pyramid of Cheops, inspired by the intention of inscribing their names and transatlantic addresses on the apex of this hoary monument of antiquity for the instruction of succeeding generations. Mrs. Van Sittert, whose portly form had been rudely shaken during her ride, and who, in addition, was hot and hungry, preferred sitting still and drinking soda water and eating sandwiches with her attentive husband beside her, to moving. Miss Van Sittert and Devereux were standing near talking to their dragoman, and were evidently greatly amused by something he was telling them, for they were both laughing heartily. Well, you two loiterers, began Van Sittert, with the nearest approach to sternness his habitual good nature permitted. I suppose the French lesson this morning has been unusually long, and so absorbing that it has eclipsed your interest in the monuments of ancient Egypt. This most unusual piece of sarcasm on the part of Mr. Van Sittert made the two young people addressed color to the roots of their hair. Devereux was most uncomfortable, and after coughing, opened his mouth as if about to speak, but could not find words adapted to the occasion. As usual, female readiness and tact were equal to the occasion. "Silly papa," she said, "we were listening to a funny story the dragoman was telling us. That was why we were so far behind. You must hear it. Perhaps Mr. Devereux will tell it you in French. It would serve as a lesson to you and Mamma." "Thank you, my dear," said Mrs. Van Sittert coldly. "I should prefer to hear the tale in English. My French is rather rusty. You see, I have not the advantage of always having Mr. Devereux at my side, as you have." The Frenchman looked first up at the sky, then down at his white canvas shoes, and bit his lip. "Let me be schizoid, then," exclaimed Euphrosyne gaily, ignoring her mother's innuendo, and trying to hide her own confusion by giving a new turn to her parents' thoughts. She seated herself on a block of stone near her parents, while Devereux took up a modest position in the background, and began her story as follows. I will relate the story as nearly as possible in the words of our dragoman, who heard it from the man who is conducting the party of Germans over there. A certain sheik, well known at Cairo for the wealth and the luxury he feels called upon to keep up, was anxious to ascertain in what estimation he was held independent of his riches. He therefore disguised himself as a fellah and presented himself at the baths, which are frequented by rich and poor alike, because the Mohammedan faith makes the use of them compulsory. On his entrance, the shampooers, seeing as they thought a needy individual from whom they could hope for little or nothing, treated him with scant civility, giving him his bath, indeed, but without those outward signs of respect and attention that people blessed with this world's goods are accustomed and deem their natural right. They shampooed him carelessly, rubbing him roughly, and sending him away, as if they were glad to be rid of him. The apparently poor man redressed himself in his greasy rags and prepared to depart. He thanked the attendants and took out his purse and gave each of them a piece of gold. The effect of this unexpected generosity was electric. The formerly rude attendants now cringed and fawned in the most fulsome manner, craving pardon for their mistake, pleading that they were misled by his disguise, yet blaming themselves at the same time for not being able to distinguish the signs of a great man, which, now that their eyes were opened, it was quite impossible to mistake. Begging for a continuance of his favor, they escorted him to the door, proffering him other attentions which are only given to the rich, which, however, the sheik declined, and trudged home on foot. "Ha! Ha!" laughed Mr. Van Sittert, when his daughter had reached this part of her story that smacks of Eastern life. "One could almost fancy one was living in the days of—" "Stay," exclaimed the new Schizoid, interrupting him. "I have not yet finished. Listen to the sequel." Some days after his rough experience, the sheik paid another visit to the baths, but on this occasion, however, he discarded his humble dress, and appeared mounted on a milk-white, thoroughbred Arabian steed, clad in rich and costly apparel, glittering with jewels, whilst before him ran his barefooted sais or groom, who on arriving announced to the attendants the coming of his master. They all instantly rushed forward, and recognizing him, in spite of the gorgeousness of his dress, to be identical with the miserably clad fellah they had treated so rudely, now bowed and cringed before him, assisted him to dismount, and welcomed him with abject prostrations and gross flattery. The treatment the sheik now enjoyed at the hands of the shampooers was very different to that bestowed on him during his former visit. No Eastern potentate was or could be better treated. His attendants, mindful of the recent generosity of the sheik and looking forward to an even better reward, vied with each other in performing all those little offices and attentions they deemed due to so illustrious a person. Therefore, in addition to the ordinary regulation bath that even the meanest of the faithful can lay claim to, our sheik underwent an extra amount of delicate shampooing. His joints were duly cracked and tenderly made supple, his finger and toe-nails pared, his beard artistically trimmed, his robes exquisitely perfumed. And when he was luxuriously reposing on a couch, which appeared to be stuffed with rose leaves, a cup of delicious coffee was brought to him by a black slave who presented it on bended knee, while another handed him a nargileh filled with the choicest tobacco. While the sheik was duly enjoying these luxuries, a musical box of European manufacture, doubtless from Birmingham, played softly voluptuous music. When, after an interval of 2 hours, the great man condescended to rise, he was accompanied to the door by his worshipping attendants, whose oriental imaginations had conjured up visions of comparative wealth in recompense for their valuable services. But what was their astonishment and disappointment when the sheik, taking out his purse, drew from it the smallest copper coins issued from Egyptian mint, and giving one to each of them, spoke as follows: "I am now paying you for my last bath. On that occasion I paid you for this." Without another word, the sheik walked slowly to his horse, mounted it, and rode away. "Bravo, Schizoid," said Mr. Van Sittert, "a very excellent tale, and almost worthy of being included in the 1001 Nights. Is it not, my dear?" he inquired of his less enthusiastic wife. Mrs. Van Sittert smiled coldly, but uttered no comment. Her mind was still too much occupied with thoughts about the flirtation between her daughter and Devereux. "What a long time the boys are away," she remarked, after a lengthened pause in the conversation, during which she had been languidly fanning herself. "Will they never come down from that horrid pyramid? I am so nervous lest some harm should come to them from those dreadful Arabs. Would you mind going to see if they are safe, Mr. Devereux? It will be such a relief to know they are all right." "The wish of madam is law," said Devereux, and lo! I depart, armed with this stick to defend or attack. With these words, the Frenchman began scaling the high steps of the ancient structure, hoping that he had reinstated himself in the good graces of Mrs. Van Sittert, while Euphrosyne prepared to follow him. "Cannot I go, too, mamma? I should so love to go to the top, if only to be able to say to our friends in New York that I had done so." "Euphrosyne," said her mother severely, "I desire that you remain here. I wish to speak to you." "Why, mother, whatever is the matter?" replied Miss Van Sittert, with well-feigned surprise, although she shrewdly guessed the subject of her mother's proposed talk. "Listen to me seriously, Euphrosyne, and don't be pert." Mrs. Van Sittert then began a long homily on the danger and impropriety of flirtation in general, which threatened to be interminable, and was only interrupted by the sudden appearance of Caesar and Pompey, accompanied by Devereux, all three of whom were loudly enthusiastic in proclaiming the feat they had performed. The sun was fast sinking behind the range of deep purple-color mountains that skirt the horizon of the great Libyan desert, lighting up with fire as it descended the sharp angles of the pyramids and the grim outline of the colossal head of the Sphinx, ere our travelers remounted their donkeys to set out on their return journey. "What a glorious spectacle!" exclaimed Mrs. Van Sittert, startled out of her usual self-satisfaction and apathy into something like enthusiasm by the sublimity of the scene. Directly the sun had sunk beneath the low bank of streaky clouds which glowed with purple, crimson, and gold, a troop of Bedouin Arabs on camels suddenly halted. The men dismounted and, spreading carpets on the sand, knelt in various postures of prayer, calling out the usual invocation to the deity: "Allahu Akbar, God is great. There is no other God, and Muhammad is his prophet," etc. "How touching! How beautiful!" exclaimed Mrs. Van Sittert. "Now, I reckon that's immense," chimed in Mr. Van Sittert. "Guess we don't see much of that kind of thing in New York," chimed in Caesar, addressing Pompey. "Meb we free and enlightened Americans ain't much time for it," said Pompey. "Yes," he added, "it might interfere too much with the pursuit of the almighty dollar." The Sphinx's head and the two great pyramids now loomed black against a sky of emerald green. "Oh, Mr. Devereux, do look at that marvelous color. Is not the effect grand and gorgeous?" demanded Miss Van Sittert, unconsciously pressing against him, her beautiful face lighted up with genuine enthusiasm. "Ah, it is superb, it is magnificent," exclaimed Devereux, who was also capable of feeling transported by such a sight. After a pause, he added softly, "We must not be seen too much together if we don't desire to displease your parents." Euphrosyne, with a blush, drew her donkey away from Devereux. A short twilight followed the disappearance of the last lingering rays of the setting sun, when almost immediately a galaxy of stars blazed out in the firmament, while conspicuous amongst minor constellations stood revealed the Southern Cross. It was a night such as lovers delight in, a night to stir the coldest heart. The planets shone forth with unusual effulgence, even strong enough to cast a shadow, yet it was sufficiently dark to blur the outlines of our travelers, so that at a very few paces distant each remained nearly invisible to the other. This condition of things was most acceptable to Euphrosyne and Devereux, shielding them as it did from a too searching scrutiny from eyes sharpened by suspicion. And the dollar of this was not Devereux, and Miss Van Sittert now rode on in front instead of lagging behind, and were as free to say all those delightfully silly things as they had been in the morning. It behoved them, however, to be circumspect and not take too great advantage of their opportunities. At least that was the prudent idea of the Chevalier, who now and again separated himself from his too attractive companion in order to make some inconsequent remark to Mr. and Mrs. Van Sittert, and after that would enter into a brief conversation with Caesar and Pompey. When these duties were performed, for the sake of appearances, he would hasten back to Euphrosyne, and favored by the shadows, they would talk softly with their heads very close together. The donkeys now went at a brisk pace, apparently feeling refreshed by the cooler air and the approach of rest, so that the blows and yells of their Coptic drivers were not required. A long silence had followed a lively conversation between Devereux and Miss Van Sittert, which the latter was anxious to break, feeling instinctively the danger of prolonged reverie. "What a lovely, romantic day we have had, Mr. Devereux. Don't you think so?" she demanded. "Extremely romantic and delightful, mademoiselle," said the Frenchman, almost wrenching himself from the dream he was indulging in. "Ah," he sighed, "the presence of Mademoiselle Euphrosyne is a sweet magic able to change the dreariest life into exquisite romance." "How poetical you are, Mr. Devereux," answered Miss Van Sittert a little sarcastically. "I really begin to think you must be a poet." "Why not?" "I confess that, like most Frenchmen of my class, I have made verses in my youth," replied Devereux, "is the tribute we offer to beauty." "Then I was not mistaken in my supposition. I always thought there was a poetical vein in you," said the lady. After a short silence, she added, "Oh, Mr. Devereux, do please write some French verses describing the delightful day we have spent together. I should so like you to read them to me." Delighted with the enthusiasm with which his beautiful companion made this flattering request, Devereux answered tenderly, "Certainly, mademoiselle, I will do what you ask to the very best of my small ability. Yes, I will begin tonight." "Oh, that is kind of you, Mr. Devereux." "Ah, mademoiselle, what would not I do to please you? But never forget that your parents must not see or know of them, because they might think, well, sir, what would they think?" asked the lady with that candid look of perfect innocence which the youngest of the fair sex can assume at a moment's notice. "Well, mademoiselle, it is no matter, but I very well know in my heart what I mean," said Devereux mysteriously. With these words he stretched forth his hand and stroked the mane of Euphrosyne's donkey. Then, as he withdrew his hand, he caught a glimpse of the expression of his companion's face, in spite of the semi-darkness. There was a look on it that he had never seen before, a look that no man with the slightest experience of women could by any possibility mistake. Her beautiful blue eyes were fixed on him with an expression of melting tenderness, which said as plainly as clearly articulated words, "Don't you see that I love you? How could you have been so blind as not to have seen it long ago? Be brave and speak. Women despise cowards." All this and more the Frenchman clearly read in the deep azure eyes fixed upon him. After all, he was only a man, and of an amorous temperament, already fascinated by her charm and beauty, but he had never fully realized till now the depth and intensity of his love. What could he do under such circumstances? His head whirled wildly, his blood rushed through his veins, all his steadfast resolution to remain true to his patron, all sense of duty and honor, were carried away like smoke before the blast of his all-devouring passion. His burning glances encountered hers, and somehow his hand touched hers by some magnetic attraction, in spite of the darkness. Devereux pressed the little hand, and, oh, rapture, the pressure was fully returned, and an electric shock passed simultaneously through the nerves of both. No doubt could exist in the future about the nature of the feeling which united them. The two were as irretrievably in love as any hero and heroine of romance could possibly be. Further disguise was useless, and the first words uttered by the American girl were, "Oh dear, what have I done?" "Forgive me, Mr. Devereux, I really didn't mean that oh dear, what will Papa say when you tell him what has happened? And you must tell him. And it was all my fault, too. Mademoiselle, be careful. If your father knew, he would me dismiss at once. He will call me an ingrate, an adventurer, a hunter of fortune, I know not what. No, no, I beg, let us be silent, at least for the present. And later, perhaps he may, Mr. Devereux, you must not be so sanguine," interrupted Euphrosyne. "My father is kindness itself, and would do nearly everything I asked him, because I am his only daughter and his favorite. Yet there are limits to his concessions. But what we have to fear most is my mother. I am quite certain she would disapprove of a match between us, and she has great influence over my father, which she would use to the fullest extent. Yes, unfortunately, there are great difficulties to be overcome. And Mademoiselle Euphrosyne, I will overcome them all," said Devereux heroically, and after a short pause, added in a very subdued tone, "That is, in time. Until then our motto should be prudence, my beloved one." "Agreed," said Miss Van Sittert, "and here we are at the hotel. How short the time has appeared. To me also, mademoiselle. Ah, too short." With these words accompanied by a deep sigh, Devereux tenderly assisted his beloved to dismount, and the whole party entered the hotel, and were all soon enjoying their evening meal. The next morning, Mrs. Van Sittert declared herself thoroughly tired and worn out by her exertions and the joltings of the donkey she had ridden, and determined to rest at the hotel for the whole day. Mrs. Van Sittert's resolve to remain at rest meant that her husband must do the same in order to keep her company in a strange hotel. The others, however, need not on that account be confined indoors, and accordingly the young people, accompanied by their dragoman, set off together to see the wonderful Mosque of Werdini, a magnificent structure. But the boys, Caesar and Pompey, whose appreciation of Oriental architecture was undeveloped, soon separated themselves from their sister and Devereux, both of whom the reader may imagine were not inconsolable at being left to themselves, the dusky dragoman counting for nothing. For the sake of appearances, however, Miss Van Sittert called her brothers back, being perfectly aware that her request would be denied. After their departure, she felt herself free from observation and remark, and looked at her lover with a bright smile of triumph. The four had separated, and each party of two went on their way perfectly contented. "I don't know what Papa will say to us for letting the boys go their own way," said Miss Van Sittert. "He particularly enjoined us to keep together." "Yes, your parents will be annoyed and suspicious, and I shall get into disgrace once more," said the Chevalier. "Well, after all, we can keep our own counsel, and as the boys have disobeyed Papa's order, I don't think they will give themselves away. There is only the dragoman, and there's little difficulty in squaring him." She turned to their dusky guide and said, "See here, Ollie, you are to say nothing about my brothers going away against my wish and their father's orders, because it will get them into trouble. You understand?" The dragoman gave a quick glance of intelligence, accompanied by a tolerant smile, as he glanced meaningly from the fair speaker to her good-looking companion, as if he perfectly understood and fully appreciated the situation. He only said, "The Effendi's word is law, and her servant's lips are sealed and silent as the tomb of the prophet. May his memory be forever blessed. No word shall escape the tongue of Muhammad, all on the faith of a true believer." He struck his chest with the palm of his hand as he said the last word. "That is all right," replied Miss Van Sittert, "and now, Muhammad," she added, "what were you telling me yesterday about a great magician when we were interrupted?" The face of the dragoman lit up with pleasure at this allusion to his country's magic, the Oriental mind being always prone to mystery, and he said, "In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, I, Muhammad Ali, will surely take the Effendi to see the great man and the wonders that he works by the aid of the genii and familiar spirits. Lo, the sun shall not set behind the distant mountains of the Kaf before the protectors of the poor shall stand before the glorious countenance of the Sheikh Abd el-Qadir el-Maghreb-e. Is he celebrated?" the lovers demanded in a breath. "Throughout the world there is no man greater," answered the dragoman with conviction. "Then forward, Muhammad O," said Devereux, "and let us see a sample of his power." "To hear is to obey, Effendi," answered their guide. "He lives alone in a small house outside the gates of the city, and I will conduct you thither." With these words the dragoman walked on, leaving Miss Van Sittert and the Chevalier to follow, chatting and laughing happily and unrestrainedly together. It never struck either of them for a moment that it was necessary to restrain themselves in the presence of their guide, as they would have done before a man of European or American race, although they knew perfectly well that he understood French and English very well. The reason for this freedom on their part was that they looked upon all Orientals as hardly human, and as far removed from their own favored race as animals of different species are separated one from another. The grave Arab might as well have been a camel or a dromedary, so far as they were concerned. Chatting and laughing, the happy lovers followed in the footsteps of their guide through many narrow, high-walled, ill-smelling streets, until at length they issued through the gates of the city. And soon after, Muhammad O suddenly came to standstill, and pointing with his index finger in the direction of a hut about a quarter of a mile ahead, exclaimed, "Abd el-Qadir el-Maghreb-e." They were soon at the place indicated, and found the magician himself basking in the sun before his own door, in profound meditation. The dragoman addressed a few words to him in Arabic, and he immediately arose and salaamed to his visitors. He was a tall, handsome man in the prime of life, fair for an Arab, with a long, reddish-brown beard falling to his chest. His manner was courteous and dignified, although he was dressed shabbily, and his dwelling was humble and devoid of luxury. He wore a large green turban which indicated that he descended in a direct line from the Prophet. He motioned to his visitors to enter his hut and to be seated. He then began the conversation by explaining in Arabic that in the East there were two kinds of magic, the first called ruhani or spiritual magic, by which great wonders are performed through the agency of angels and genii, as well as by the mysterious virtues of certain names of God and other supernatural means. The other kind is termed ischemia, which is natural and deceptive magic, by which the credulous are deluded by certain drugs and perfumes which affect the imagination in a manner somewhat similar to opium. The first kind, Eru Hkana, which is universally considered by the Egyptians to be true magic, is divided into two kinds, the Owi and Sufli. The latter is also called Ramani, and the former Shaitani. He added that the wonders he performed were accomplished by the higher kind of magic, although the dragoman whispered into the ears of the visitors that to others he said the reverse. "I do not care what kind of magic he exhibits if it is genuine," said Devereux. "Let him answer my questions honestly, for I am not a man to be gulled by ambiguous words or any kind of imposition. Rest assured, Effendi, that the sheik will not disappoint or deceive you, for he is assisted by two great genii, his familiar spirits, named Turshun and Turiushin, who tell him everything. Through them he is enabled to read the future and the past, and also what is going on at the present time at the other end of the world," affirmed the dragoman. "Good. Then we need not delay," said Devereux. "Let him begin at once." "Bismillah," replied the guide. "I will tell the sheik the words of the Effendi." Then, turning to the magician, he talked to him for some moments in Arabic, and the sage declared, with a gesture, that he was ready. "Tell the Effendi," said the sheik in Arabic to the dragoman, "that in order to ensure the best results in Egyptian magic, the first necessary thing is a true magician, that is to say, a born seer, and next in importance for clear seeing is a pure virgin, and after that a pregnant woman. If neither is available, a boy who has not reached a state of puberty will answer the purpose. Behold, there are boys playing before my dwelling place. Let the Effendi choose one of them for our experiment, so that he may be perfectly satisfied that there is no collusion or deception of any kind." The speech of the sage, Abd el-Kader el-Maghribi, was faithfully translated by the dragoman, whereupon Devereux gave him orders to capture a certain youth whom he pointed out from several others, and who was apparently aged 12 or 13 years. "What do you want me for?" cried the youth as he struggled with the dragoman. "Thou shalt see," replied the man, tightening his grasp on the boy's arm. "Come with me, and be not afraid, the Effendi will reward thee." At the mention of reward, the boy ceased to struggle and allowed himself to be led by the dragoman into the hut. "Boy, what is thine age?" demanded the seer. "I am 13, he replied. "Then I fear thou art too old," said the magician. "Nevertheless, stretch forth thine band." The boy did as he was ordered, and the sage, seizing a reed pen, dipped it in ink, and proceeded to draw a diagram on the palm of the youth's hand, in the corners of which were certain hieroglyphics which the visitors were informed were Arabic numerals. In the center of the diagram, that is, in the hollow of the boy's hand, the magician poured a little pool of ink, on which he enjoined the youth to keep his eyes constantly fixed, and to describe to him what he saw reflected therein. "I see my own face," the boy answered. "Look again, and tell me whether your vision becomes obscured by a cloud," said the sage. After a lengthened pause, the youth said, "No, I can see nothing but a reflection of my own face." "Ah, it is as I expected. Thou art too old to be of use in our experiment." With these words the magician placed a small coin in the boy's hand and dismissed him. He then, turning to the dragoman, said in Arabic, "Tell the Effendi to choose another boy, a younger one, the other was too old." Just at that moment, a dusky young ruffian of about 8 or 9 years of age ran past the door, pursued by other boys with whom he was playing. "That is the boy for me," said the Frenchman, rushing out and seizing him tightly by the arm. The child looked up terrified and was about to cry, when the dragoman spoke to him kindly and promised to give him money if he did what was required. He submitted and walked into the hut, and stood before the wizard, who made him sit, and dipping his pen in the ink as before, poured a little pool into his hand, after tracing the same diagram on the palm that he had previously drawn. "Now be a good boy," said the magician caressingly. "Fix your eyes on the ink without looking away for a moment, and tell me what you see there." The boy said that he only saw his own face. "Be patient and look again, and on no account remove your eyes from the ink before I tell you to do so," said the wizard. "A cloud has come before my eyes, and they begin to water." "I can see nothing," said the boy. "Never mind your eyes watering. That will soon pass away. Keep your eyes fixed on the ink, and you will soon see something," said the magician, who now cut up some paper into narrow slips and wrote upon each slip an invocation in Arabic. After that he placed a chafing dish between himself and the boy, and proceeded to burn some incense. He then put one of the slips of paper on which he had inscribed a verse from the 50th chapter of the Quran inside the fore part of the boy's taki, yet for the purpose, he explained, of opening the boy's spiritual eyes. When this was done, the wizard asked the child what he saw in the ink. The boy became visibly agitated and said that he saw a broom sweeping the ground without anyone holding it. "Tell me when the broom ceases sweeping," said the sage. "It is finished," said the boy. Then the wizard ordered him to command that the Sultan's tent should be pitched, and immediately the boy declared he saw in the ink figures of men commencing the erection of a tent. The boy then saw the image of the Sultan himself, who appeared riding on a bay horse and wearing on his head a high red cap. "Order some of the people to bring a bull," said the sheik. The boy gave the order and said, "I see a red bull, for men are dragging it along and 3 of them are beating it. Tell them to kill it, cut it up, and put the meat in saucepans to cook," said the sage. This also was commanded and executed. "Tell the soldiers who are there to eat it," said the wizard. Again the boy obeyed, and said, "The men are eating it." After a pause he added, "Now they have finished and are washing their hands." When the visions of the boy had reached this point, Devereux remarked to the dragoman that however interesting these descriptions might be to Egyptians, they were hardly calculated to convince a skeptic, and in addition, were not what he came there for. Would the Effendi perchance wish for a vision of some distant friend, or to discourse with some dead relations? Let the Effendi command, and Muhammad Ali is his most abject slave. "Yes, yes," burst in Miss Van Sittert. "That is the kind of thing we want. Whom shall we desire to see?" "I have it," exclaimed the Chevalier. "I will ask him to describe an old friend of mine in Paris, Dr. Émile de Courbellac, whom the boy has never seen nor heard of. If he can give me a satisfactory portrait of him, I will credit the power of his magic. If he fails, I shall believe it is all imposture." "Do you hear, Mohammed?" said Miss Van Sittert. "The gentleman wishes to call up the vision of a friend of his who is now in Paris. The sheik will, I suppose, require to know his name." Here a few words passed between the magician and the dragoman. The latter said, "The sheik says that the Effendi must call up in his mind very vividly the name and the appearance of his friend." "His name is Francois Émile de Courbellac," said Devereux in clear, decisive tones. It was with the utmost difficulty that the magician and the boy repeated the infidel name, but after they had made 20 attempts, they succeeded tolerably. The wizard evidently thought this experiment one of great difficulty, for he found it necessary to feed the chafing dish with more live embers, and to put in coriander seeds and frankincense, to which he also added a little benzoin. After that he threw in some strips of paper inscribed with hieroglyphics, and then muttered to himself the words of the invocation, which, translated from the Arabic, ran thus: "Tershun, Turiushun, come down, come down. Be present. Whither are gone the prince and his troops? Where are Elamer the prince and his troops? Be present, ye servants of these names. And this is the removal. And we have removed from thee thy veil, and thy sight today is piercing. Correct, correct. The invocation over, the boy seer declared that he saw a vision in the ink, and thus described it: I see an European of middle age. He is dressed in black and wears glasses. He has a full beard. His hair is partly white and partly black. He is bald on the top of his head. Is that description correct, Effendi? Asked the dragoman, after he had translated the boy's words. So far it is correct, said Devereux, but after all, it may be only guesswork. I want something more convincing to satisfy me. The chevalier's words were repeated in Arabic to the sheik, who said he would question the boy further, at the same time adding more coriander and frankincense to the flame in the chafing dish, while he muttered a verse of the Quran. When this was done, he turned to the boy and asked, What do you see now? The boy answered as follows: I see the same European. He is differently dressed now, and wears a long, loose robe tied round the waist by a cord. He is alone, seated at a long table reading. It is night, and a lamp is burning. There is a bright fire in the grate. He starts suddenly, rises, and walks to open the door. A man enters carrying a large, heavy bundle on his shoulders. I cannot see the face of the visitor. It is hidden by the large brim of his hat. He lays the bundle down with a sigh of relief, utters a few words, and departs. The man who was reading is left alone. He unfastens the bundle, and the body of a woman is revealed. She had been murdered. When these words had been translated by the dragoman, the chevalier started violently, turned deadly white, and shook in every limb. This extraordinary excitement was noticed by the keen eyes of Miss Van Sittert, who asked him to inform her the cause of his emotion. It is nothing, a mere passing shiver, he replied. After a pause, he added, with a ghastly attempt to laugh, This is really becoming interesting, quite melodramatic. I would know more. Tell the boy to continue, he said, turning to the dragoman. On a word from Muhammad Ali, the boy resumed his story. The man carefully lifts the body and places it on a long table. The face of the corpse is black and swollen, and the eyes appear to be starting from a head. She had been strangled. The boy's teeth were chattering, and his face was livid. Devereux felt the searching blue eyes of Miss Van Sittert fixed on his own ghastly countenance, as if looking into the depths of his soul. With a desperate effort, he nerved himself to say to the exhausted, trembling boy, Go on. The boy moistened his dry lips and said, The man is undressing the body. It is now naked. The man takes up all the different articles of attire with the tongs and casts them one by one into the fire until all are burnt. It is very interesting, is it not? Said Devereux, with a smile resembling a convulsion. Nevertheless, you appear extremely agitated, Mr. Devereux, said Miss Van Sittert, her clear blue eyes fixed searchingly on his countenance. Well, mademoiselle, you must admit it is a very horrid description, is it not? And anything horrible always makes me feel what you call sick. It is past now, and I am anxious to hear more. Tell the boy to proceed, Muhammad. The boy, who was very pale and trembled a good deal, continued his story. The man seizes a knife and cuts off the arms and legs of the body. All at once, he appears quite exhausted and throws himself into a large chair with arms and sleeps. The vision is gone. I see nothing more. The magician, seeing that the boy was very weary, dismissed him with a few small coins, and when he had gone, demanded of Devereux if he was satisfied with the exhibition of his magical power. Tell the sheik, said the Frenchman, that I was extremely interested in all I have seen and heard, and willing to believe that the vision was a true one, because it is the custom of doctors in Europe to dissect bodies for the purpose of perfecting themselves in their profession. More than that, they are not always particular how and whence they obtain subjects for dissection. It often happens that the body of a murdered person is smuggled into a doctor's room at night, and no questions asked. The sheik smiled tolerantly when the speech of the Frenchman was translated to him, as if what was done by infidel dogs mattered little to him. He, however, addressed Devereux with much politeness as follows: "This, then, O defender of the poor, is the end of my exhibition, seeing that the seer's vision was exhausted." "Oh, but I am not half satisfied yet," said Miss Van Sittert eagerly. "I am most anxious to know what the man did with the remains of the woman whose limbs he amputated." Then, turning to the dragoman, she said, "Ask the sheik if he thinks he could perform his magic through me. I should like so much to know whether I possess the power of clear seeing." When this request was conveyed to the magician by Mohammed, the former replied, "In the name of God the Compassionate, the Merciful, the cushat dove is welcome to the nest of the eagle of the desert, and surely the powers on high will not be deaf to the prayers and desires of its cooing, which soar heavenwards even as the perfume of a desert flower is wafted to aerial regions by the blast of the simoon." This lofty poetical speech, we are sorry to admit, only elicited the word rats from the American girl when it reached her through the medium of the dragoman. Devereux indulged in a subdued, would-be satirical laugh when he handed the lady to the seat recently occupied by the boy. The sage Abd el-Kader el-Rabi began to trace the same magical diagram on the soft and pretty palm of Miss Van Sittert that he had drawn twice before, and having poured into it the little pool of ink, he begged her to gaze steadily into the tiny mirror without a moment's intermission. He also added more live embers to the chafing dish, to which he added coriander seed, frankincense, and a little benzoin. Then he began his invocation to his familiar spirits Tut Shun and Turius Laun, as already described, not omitting to throw slips of paper, inscribed, as before, into the chafing dish. As these shriveled up in the live embers, the sheik turned to Miss Van Sittert and inquired what she saw reflected in the pool of ink. "Only my own face so far, but now the mirror is clouded over. And see, there is a broom sweeping the floor by itself, as the boy told us. I begin to feel frightened. Now it has gone. Stay, what is this I see? There are two figures who are talking together, a man and a woman. They look very angry. They are quarreling. See, the man seizes the woman by the throat. Ah, he is strangling her. She is dead as she drops from his hand on the floor. And the man? Surely I have seen his face before. It is, oh my God!" With a piercing shriek the seeress fell from the seat on to the floor in a swoon. In a moment Devereux was kneeling by her side, and without hesitation unfastened her bodice, while the magician and the dragoman vied with each other in administering restoratives. "Enough of this devilry for one day, at least," muttered Devereux, when the lady showed signs of returning consciousness and gazed in a bewildered way at those around her. "Take me away from this accursed place," she exclaimed so soon as she could articulate. "I will see no more. Is all the work of the devil. Maham, take this gold and remunerate the wizard for his diabolical entertainment, and let me return home. I am feeling very unwell." "Courage, my dear friend," whispered Devereux, placing his arm round her waist to assist her to rise. "And let me remind you that we must not return to the hotel without your brothers." "Ah, I had forgotten. We must wait for them and return together," said Miss Van Sittert. They took a frigid leave of the wizard, and walked for some distance to a rising ground that commanded an extensive view of the Nile. A date palm grew there, and the two seated themselves in the scanty shade it afforded. Soon, in spite of all the excitement they had passed through, they began to feel very hungry, which feeling recalled to their minds that they had come provided with sandwiches. Muhammad Ali had also brought with him a few dates, and he was able to procure water from a neighboring well. Devereux made a bold attempt to appear gay and light-hearted in spite of the gloomy impression left by the terrible revelations of his past made manifest through the magic of the Egyptian, and playfully offered the grave Moslem a ham sandwich, which he opened before his eyes, hoping that his answer would amuse Miss Van Sittert. By the beard of the Prophet, these lips have never been contaminated by touching the flesh of swine, the accursed food of the infidel, the enemies of Islam. May the name of Muhammad be forever blessed, said the dragoman. A sarcastic, mocking laugh and shrug of the shoulders was the only answer of Devereux to the vigorous protest of the dragoman, who retired a few yards away to enjoy his frugal meal, free from the contaminating presence of unbelievers. The lovers, now practically alone, finished their lunch in silence, for a cloud fell over their spirits as both reflected on the gruesome visions called up in the ink by the magic of Abd el-Karamug Rabi. Their relations were strained, and Miss Van Sittert glanced askance at her companion. This silence lasted a quarter of an hour, and then Devereux, who could bear it no longer, said, "My dear friend, what is the matter with you? Are you still brooding over the silly tricks of that ridiculous mountebank?" Miss Van Sittert turned suddenly towards him with a severe and penetrating look in her clear, blue eyes. And after a pause, which was very painful to Devereux, said Mr. Devereux, "It is foolish of you to attempt to cast ridicule on what I believe a very awful power. I know too well what I saw with my own eyes in the mirror of ink within the palm of my hand, and the truth of the vision was fully confirmed by what the boy saw. Yes, I clearly saw your face. You were the man strangling the woman. No, I could not be mistaken. Can you look me in the face and tell me that I was deceived, that the horrible vision was a lie, conjured up by diabolical agency for the purpose of working mischief? Tell me, if you dare, as if you were in the presence of the Almighty, that your soul is free from the indelible stain of murder. You are silent, you hang your head, you dare not meet my eye. Your looks condemn you. Ah, you cannot say that your soul is guiltless of murder." During this appeal of Miss Van Sittert the countenance of the Chevalier was convulsed, his face livid, his eyes fixed on the ground, and his white, trembling lips were unable to utter a word. He made 2 or 3 attempts to speak without success. In fact, such was his condition, that he appeared ready to faint, and instinctively searching for something by which to support himself, he at last sank back against the trunk of the tree. Miss Van Sittert determined to know all, and thinking this the most opportune moment, went on, "Now, take care not to tell me anything but the unadulterated truth. Did you or did you not murder that woman? You are still silent, but you cannot deny it, and that is enough." Miss Van Sittert was greatly agitated, but her face expressed fixed and unalterable determination, as she said slowly and quietly, "Mr. Devereux, all is over between us. Stop. Do not dare to speak to me again. How could you presume to try to win the love of a girl in my position when you knew you bore such a foul stain on your past?" "Mademoiselle Van Sittert," said Devereux as soon as he found strength to speak, "it is not quite so bad as you think, although it is true that the unfortunate woman did meet her death at my hands. Yes, I must admit the awful fact, but on my soul I did not intend to kill her. Ah, If you could only realize how she goaded me on to madness. You cannot conceive how she provoked me. How could you? I loved her once, yes, until the hour of her death, and treated her with a degree of patience and lenity that very few men would have been capable of, although she openly betrayed me, and even boasted to me of her passion for a low villain whom she preferred. This wretch brutally abandoned her, and she returned to me, literally thrown at me by the man himself who had tired of her. Even then I was infatuated enough to have forgiven her had she expressed any contrition or good feelings. But no, she had no heart. She was evil to the core of her nature, and actually despised and abused me for my patience and forgiveness. She poured on my head the lowest and vilest abuse, until at last I was driven to madness, and in an ecstasy of rage seized her by the throat. Here the unfortunate man paused to moisten his dry lips, and after a short silence continued, alas! Before I knew it, she sank upon the floor dead. I had no intention of killing her, for I still loved her. Imagine my surprise and horror when I realized the awful fact that life was extinct. For a time, I was like a man possessed by devils. What must I do? It was nearly midnight, and fortunately no one was near. After thinking for a long time, I made up my mind to cover the body with some sheets, hire a cart, and drive it to my friend de Corbelac's flat. You know the rest. The vision of the boy, then, was correct? Inquired Miss Van Sittert. It was correct down to the minutest particular, said Devereux. Still, even admitting that your account of the matter is true, it was a cowardly and cruel act to murder a defenseless woman. Now, had it been a man, Mademoiselle appears to forget that I was goaded on to madness by her previous outrages and her horrible insults at the time. As I said before, I had no intention to kill her, and when I found I had done so, my despair and grief were infinite, said Devereux. Was your crime discovered? Are the police on your track? Did you come to America to escape them? Inquired Miss Van Sittert. Yes, mademoiselle, that was unfortunately the reason of my leaving Paris. It was necessary for me to change my name and escape in disguise. What then is your real name, Mr. Devereux? Mademoiselle shall know all. I was born the Chevalier Hippolyte Achille de Saint-Cyr. What? Exclaimed Miss Van Sittert. Are you a descendant of the great Saint Cyr who fought in the Crusades under St. Louis? I am, mademoiselle, replied the Chevalier. So you were born a French nobleman, and now, mademoiselle, I am a fugitive and vagabond on the face of the earth, with a price on my head. I cannot help being exceedingly sorry for you in your unfortunate position, Chevalier, said Miss Van Sittert, now much softened. Never call me by my title again, I pray you. That is all past, broke in Devereux. Well then, Mr. Devereux, said Miss Van Sittert, however willing I might be to modify my bad opinion of your violent action, knowing as I do that you are not naturally cruel, cowardly, and revengeful, you must clearly see the utter impossibility of our ever being more to each other. I could not possibly marry a man with the charge of murder hanging suspended over his head, and over and above that, my father would never consent. I could not with any show of reason expect him to do so, said Devereux humbly. I fully admit that I ought to have known that one in my dependent position could not aspire to the hand of Miss Van Sittert. My great love for you swept away for the moment all thought of the obstacles dividing us. Is your love for me then so great? Inquired Miss Van Sittert, raising her blue eyes to his with an expression of tenderness. Mademoiselle, it is impossible in words to tell you how great it is. As great as the love you felt for the woman you strangled? Inquired Miss Van Sittert maliciously. Pray, mademoiselle, spare me. I beg you never to again make any allusion to that unfortunate woman. I have confided to you what I have never confided to any other mortal living. Not even to Dr. de Corbelac," said Miss Van Sittert. "I had forgotten him, but he is the only other person who knows the story," said Devereux. "Tell me," said Miss Van Sittert after a pause of some length, during which both were absorbed in thought, "more about the lady." "Of course, she was a lady." "No, no, she was the lowest of the low," said Devereux with agitation. "And yet you loved her," said the lady, whose expressive countenance showed much surprise and disgust. "That does not give me a very exalted idea of your taste." "Ah, mademoiselle, I was young and very foolish, and naturally took the shadow for the substance, like the dog in the fable. I was attracted by the beautiful exterior, the bloom of youth and health, and soon found to my cost that like the Dead Sea fruit she was outwardly fair and luscious-looking, but beneath the skin only dust and ashes." "You were then soon disgusted with your goddess?" demanded Miss Van Sittert. "Not so soon as most men would have been, for I was mad enough to love her." "Oh, how I loved her!" said Devereux. "I tried to blind myself to her faults, and did my best to see only what was fair in her. Alas! Her body alone was beautiful, her soul was black and foul as hell." "Do you still think of her?" inquired Miss Van Sittert. "Never with love, only with fear and foreboding," said Devereux. "What can you mean, Mr. Devereux?" said Miss Van Sittert, still urged on by a woman's insatiable curiosity. "There is nothing to be feared from a dead woman." "Mademoiselle is wrong," said Devereux earnestly. "On the contrary, there is everything to be feared. Ah, I have not told you all. It is a strange and terrible story, and perhaps some day, but no, why should I? You know too much already. Mon Dieu! Mon Dieu!" he exclaimed, slapping his forehead. "I see her before me now, in my mind's eye. Yes, there she is, as I last saw her, in the very same dress. She beckons me. She threatens me." "Mr. Devereux, you are raving," broke in Miss Van Sittert, greatly alarmed. "You allow your imagination to overpower your reason. Pray calm yourself. See, my brothers are approaching us. They have just landed. We must be circumspect. True, mademoiselle, you are right. We will advance to meet them." When the party of four returned to the hotel, they found Mr. and Mrs. Van Sittert engaged in examining some curios which had been brought to them on a tray by the Coptic vendor, who said that he had found them in one of the neighboring pyramids, although, so far as the knowledge of the Americans extended, they might have been manufactured in Birmingham, which enterprising city does a splendid business in exporting such things in order to satisfy the demand of ignorant tourists eager to carry back to their commonplace home some ancient relic of the time-honored land of the Pharaohs. Not the slightest doubt entered the heads of either Mr. or Mrs. Van Sittert of the genuineness of these so-called antiques, and scorning to entertain any base suspicions, Mr. Van Sittert invested largely in these mementos of the past, paying such a sum in good American dollars as filled the Coptic vendor with surprise and delight. He had never done such a profitable deal in his life before. Absorbed in the contemplation of their acquisitions, which Mr. Van Sittert designed to place in his museum in Fifth Avenue, with other objects equally rare and valuable, no questions were asked about how the four young people had spent the day, and therefore all attempts at disguise or prevarication were unnecessary. When they were all seated at dinner, the table was so crowded by other guests, with whom our party had made acquaintance, one that the general conversation prevented any reference to the special doings of the four younger members of the company during their absence. After dinner, Mr. Van Sittert entered into conversation with an intelligent German professor who spoke English admirably, and was one of a party of his countrymen traveling together with the object of studying ancient Egyptian monuments and remains. Mrs. Van Sittert was chatting with the professor's wife, a typical German Frau, homely and motherly, while Caesar and Pompey were deep in an American card game. Every other member of the party being occupied in their own way, it was only natural that Miss Van Sittert and Devereux should take the opportunity of retiring from the crowd to seek the solitude of a quiet corner in the cooler veranda of the courtyard. They settled in the coziest nook available, the veranda being nearly empty. Miss Van Sittert was the first to speak. "Of course, I believe that all you have said is strictly true. You, I feel convinced, would be the last man in the world likely to be guilty of deliberate murder, and if anyone had accused you to me of committing such a crime, I should not have believed it. Is your generosity, mademoiselle, that makes you trust me so implicitly," said Devereux. "Still, the ugly fact remains that you have a charge of murder hanging over you, and until that is removed, you must not speak or think of love," said Miss Van Sittert. "That would be impossible, quite impossible. The ocean may roll between us, but my love for you will go down to the grave with me," said Devereux. "Oh no, you will soon forget me, as you did the other person. What was her name? Did you say Zoe?" said Miss Van Sittert, trying to hide her real feeling by a light tone. "Mademoiselle, I must again entreat you never to mention that name," said Devereux with some asperity. "Yet you loved her," persisted Miss Van Sittert. "I must admit that I thought I did. That is all," said Devereux. "With you it is so different. You have a mind, a conscience, a soul. That terrible woman had only a body. You yourself admit it was a beautiful body, and that you destroyed it," said Miss Van Sittert reproachfully. "I am unable to bear your taunts." "They are too cruel," said the Chevalier, exasperated. "Have I not fully admitted that I did wrong, and that I acted under the influence of madness? Perhaps you would strangle me some day, if we were married, and your excuse would doubtless be madness," retorted Miss Van Sittert, who, like a true woman, could not help yielding to her jealousy of the dead Zoe. "How cruel you are to torture me in this ways, mademoiselle, knowing as you do how deeply I love you," said the emotional Chevalier with tears in his eyes. "But do you really love me more than the creature you murdered?" inquired Miss Van Sittert. "Ah, mademoiselle, infinitely more," asserted Devereux passionately. "Can there be any comparison between a boyish madness for a vicious creature and the mature passion of a full-grown man for such an adorable being as Euphrosyne Van Sittert? Yet this so-called boyish love did not occur so very long ago," said the lady. "Why, it is hardly 2 years. 2 years of earth's time may be very long for a man who has suffered as I have done. No, no, it is not the mere duration of time that counts, mademoiselle. What one suffers and experiences is everything." There was a pause of silence for some time, which Miss Van Sittert was the first to break. "Don't you think, Mr. Devereux, that considering all the circumstances, it would be wiser for you to try to forget me?" "How could I? Ah, if you only knew, if you could realize the depth of my love for you, you would see how impossible it would be for me ever to forget you. It strikes me that the mad passion that you call love could never lead to good," said Miss Van Sittert. "Don't you see that our union is impossible under the circumstances? And if so, why not decide to break it off at once?" At this moment, the sound of someone striking a match was audible behind the two, and was followed by the perfume of a Havana cigar. And then a tall figure emerged from a dark shadow into the moonlight. "Yes, my daughter is quite right, Mr. Devereux," said Mr. Van Sittert with great slowness. it would not be at all desirable that any intimacy should continue between Miss Van Sittert and a man who is under a cloud. For that is what I gathered from a conversation between you to which I have unwittingly been a listener for a few minutes. The astonishment and pain felt by Miss Van Sittert and the Chevalier rendered them both speechless. After smoking his cigar for some time, and studying them in silence, Mr. Van Sittert went on, very slowly and deliberately, carefully keeping his cigar alight. I am surprised and disappointed, Mr. Devereux, to find that in spite of the implicit confidence I placed in you, that you should so far forget your position as to make advances to the daughter of your benefactor, which advances you must have been fully aware cannot be favorably entertained by the latter's parents. The Chevalier and Miss Van Sittert, during this speech of Mr. Van Sittert, had risen to their feet, and both regarded the speaker with consternation. At length the Chevalier collected himself sufficiently to be able to say, "Sir, I am exceedingly sorry that you should have overheard part of a very painful conversation between your daughter and myself, and allow me to admit that I consider you have just cause of complaint. Appearances are very much against me, but permit me to protest, Mr. Van Sittert, that I had not the slightest intention of acting dishonorably towards you. My present difficult and dependent position, which I was forced by necessity to assume, is, I think, the only barrier which even you must acknowledge need divide our two families. Although unfortunate circumstances have compelled me to assume another name, I am descended from one of the noblest French houses, with which the proudest name in Europe would not disdain to ally itself. I have been educated to think it base to marry into a family of low birth. At the same time, I have always looked with abhorrence on what we term in France a mariage de convenance, and it was from my refusal to enter into such an union that my pecuniary troubles and difficulties with my family arose. Had such not been the case, I think, Mr. Van Sittert, that you would not have considered me unworthy in birth and education of being your son-in-law. Mr. Devereux, is a matter of perfect indifference to me whether you are a descendant of the old French nobility or not. We Americans, true Americans, think little of foreign titles. Our system belongs to the New World and not the Old. A man is with us what he by ability and grit makes himself, and his descent has nothing to do with it. Nevertheless, I have always considered you to be a gentleman, and I hope that I have always acted towards you in a way to prove that I entertain that opinion. Indeed, sir, said Devereux, you have, I fully admit, to a greater degree than I could have expected. And the only thing I can do in acknowledgment of your kindness and consideration is to take leave of your family, and trust that time and study will enable me to forget my presumption in aspiring to the hand of your daughter. Believe me, I shall always gratefully remember the favor you bestowed upon me in my direst need. Tomorrow, early, I shall leave Cairo, and afterwards make up my mind what I had best decide upon in the future. Under the circumstances, Mr. Devereux, I think you have arrived at a wise determination. I therefore accept your resignation, and regret exceedingly that it is necessary, but as matters stand, it is the best course for the interest of all concerned. My desire is that you should leave us on friendly terms, and in addition, that what has occurred should remain a profound secret between ourselves. A low bow was Devereux's only answer. In fact, he could not trust himself to speak. I shall see you again before you start, Mr. Devereux, said Mr. Van Sittert. Till then, good night. 2 months have passed away since our last chapter. The Van Sittert family had left Egypt, and after making some stay in Spain, are now comfortably established in the Grand Hotel, Paris. It had been the lifelong dream of Mrs. Van Sittert to visit this great city of fashion, art, and pleasure. It is only fair to admit, however, that the latter's interest in pictures, statues, and architecture was very limited. But the Parisian taste in dress and fashion was what attracted her, and if she could only for once be in advance of her dear friends in Fifth Avenue, she would be happy. Mrs. Van Sittert's mental caliber did not embrace much more than this feminine ambition. On the whole, the party was in high spirits, although there was one exception, Miss Van Sittert, on whom the allurements of the gay city produced very little effect. Euphrosyne Van Sittert, since the departure of Devereux, had undergone a complete change both in appearance and manner, and it would have been difficult for anyone who had known the lively, witty, piquant, and bewitching American girl of only 3 months ago to recognize her in the listless, pale, dull-eyed, and bored young lady on whom the brightness and pleasures of Paris were quite lost. Such a decline of good looks, coupled to so great a display of indifference and apathy, could not fail to attract the notice of her parents, and especially that of her father, who was deeply devoted to her. Mr. Van Sittert shrewdly guessed the cause of the melancholy change, and discussed it with his wife. Both arrived at the conclusion that the best course to adopt for the present was to ignore the matter. There are feelings of so delicate and sacred a kind that the warmest sympathy, however tender and well-meant, even of parents, will not fail to jar upon the sensibilities instead of healing them. At least this was the idea of Montague Van Sittert, between whom and his Euphrosyne there was greater sympathy than usually exists between father and daughter. Yet he instinctively felt that, close as the tie uniting them was, the subject was too delicate to be broached, and he used all his powers of persuasion to impress the same opinion on his wife, who differed from him on the subject. "Nonsense, Monty," snapped Mrs. Van Sittert. "How absurdly you talk. If a girl's own mother can't speak and offer the advice and consolation that her only daughter may stand in need of, who in the world can do so? Sensibility, indeed! Sentimental fiddlestick! Such rubbish ought to be shaken out of her, and am the one to do it." "Angelina," rejoined her husband quietly and firmly, "that is not the tone and manner to adopt in dealing with the feelings of a girl so delicately organized and highly strung as our daughter. You do not appear to me to understand Euphrosyne." "What? Not understand my own daughter?" exclaimed the lady. "Well, that is a little too steep. Trust a woman to deal with a woman, and pray don't preach to me. Is you silly men who don't and can't understand women, how should you?" Mr. Van Sittert preserved his calm, and said evenly and quietly, "My dear, the policy you desire to pursue in this difficult case is only calculated to widen the breach already existing between you and your daughter. It will show greater wisdom to say nothing on the subject to Euphrosyne. Your interference cannot do any good, because you are quite incapable of giving that tender heart sympathy that is requisite in such a case. It is not in you. If either of us had to offer sympathy and consolation, it would be from myself she would prefer to receive it. Euphrosyne requires, but the much-tried wife could bear no more, and exclaimed angrily, she requires a good shaking. That would be the best thing in the world for her. What do you men know about us? Wife, I tell you that your dear child's heart is nearly breaking. I know what she feels, although she tries to bear up before us as much as she can. The tender passion in youth is not to be dealt with in your sledge-hammer style. She should be treated as a patient suffering from a severe illness, with sympathy and love. Well, Monty, what I would do with such patients would be to put them in straight one acket and feed them on bread and water. That treatment would bring them to their senses pretty quick." There is no knowing how long Mrs. Van Sittert might have continued her diatribe, had not the door opened, and the interesting object of their discourse, Euphrosyne, entered. As she had descended the stairs, she heard the raised voice of her mother, through the door, which happened to be ajar, following the sympathetic words of her father, which had touched her deeply. She rapidly entered the room, and passing her mother went straight to her father and flung her arms around his neck, while she burst into a flood of tears, but could only articulate the words, "Dear Papa." The tears stood in her father's eyes as he fondly placed one arm round his daughter's waist, while he smoothed her curls with the other hand and kissed her on the forehead. Not a word was spoken, and after Euphrosyne had wiped her eyes, she returned to her own room. Mrs. Van Sittert felt deeply nettled at the distinct preference shown by her daughter to her father, and muttered, "Humph! A strange girl." Mr. Van Sittert was too wise and experienced a man to heed this exhibition of feeling, and shortly after, at the summons of the gong, they all assembled at the table d'hote. Caesar and Pompey exchanged glances as they both noticed distinct traces of recent tears in their sister's eyes, but were silent. About an hour after, Caesar said, addressing his father, "Say, Dad, you never told us why Devereux left so suddenly. He wasn't at all a bad chap. In fact, we thought him a jolly good sort." "Anybody could see he was a gentleman," chimed in Pompey. "Besides, his English was no end of fun. Some of his mistakes were killing." Mr. Van Sittert evaded a direct reply, and turned the conversation into another channel, for which Euphrosyne, who was present, was very grateful, for she could not bear to hear any references made to the man she loved so deeply. Before his departure to Cairo, Devereux contrived to hand Euphrosyne a short letter containing a few words to the effect that if it happened Mademoiselle desired to communicate with him, a letter addressed to M. Charles Devereux, Poste Restante, Brooklyn, would in time reach him. This short message, the only specimen of her lover's handwriting she possessed, Euphrosyne treasured religiously in an inner pocket of her purse, which never left her. When alone in her room, she would lock herself in, extract the slip of paper containing the rapidly penciled words, smooth it carefully out, and cover it with kisses. She had realized the great fact of a tender-hearted woman's life. She loved. Like other American girls, she had always been on free and easy terms with the sterner sex, who one and all voted her a good companion, and she had, at times, not been averse to a little mild flirtation. But hitherto the men who had surrounded her were chiefly of the money-hunting type, cute, sharp, and businesslike, whose souls hardly ever soared above the almighty dollar. Men who, as a rule, were completely wanting in sentiment, and judged everything, including love, from a mere utilitarian standard. With all her sharpness and brightness, Euphrosyne was at heart romantic, and aspired to marry a man whom she could idealize into a hero. The dull, commonplace of ordinary life was distasteful to her. She could find nothing to admire in the conversation of sordid money-grabbers, whose lives were spent in a continuous whirl of hurry, who bolted their food to save time, thereby ruining their digestions and tempers, and shortening their lives in the insane race for wealth. They might amuse her for a time, but that was all. As to linking herself for life to a man of that type, the very idea was abhorrent, and she would never allow herself to be coaxed or persuaded into such a distasteful alliance by either of her parents, however great the attraction from a pecuniary point of view might be. Euphrosyne, from the time she was able to think seriously of such matters, had made up her mind never to marry without love, and no worldly sophistries of her mother could ever induce her to alter that determination. To be just to Mr. Van Sittert, he was passive in the matter, understanding and sympathizing with his daughter's opinions. Like most women, she had a secret hope that one day the right man would cross her path, and to him only she would give her hand. And now she knew perfectly well that Charles Devereux, or more properly speaking, the Chevalier Hippolyte Achille de Saint-Cyr, was the man to whom she could give her whole heart. He was comparatively young, good-looking, and above all, distinguished in appearance, amiable, intelligent, well-educated, and last but not least, in the opinion of the Republican-American girl, descended from a great historical French family whose name lived in history. In addition to all this, there was something decidedly romantic in the fact of a foreign nobleman in disguise, who had been disinherited by his family, falling into pecuniary difficulties, and at last compelled to come to America to find a living. More than that, the terrible death of the woman he had, under tremendous provocation, strangled, which was the first cause of his flight under a false name to America, now that she saw the matter in its true aspect, added to the depth and intensity of her love. How truthful he had been, never denying his crime, or rather his terrible misfortune. No, thank heaven, she thought, he was too noble, too honest to have recourse to a lie. Was not that what one might expect from one born of noble blood? He had taken flight in order to shield an exalted, historical name from a stain, the name of the family that had treated him so cruelly. Yes, he was noble, he was magnanimous. How strange his life had been, how many dangers he had encountered and bravely surmounted. Yes, he was a hero, her hero, one with whom she could live in love and sympathy all the days of her life. As Miss Van Sittert pondered thus, in the privacy of her own room, over the noble qualities of her lover, her romantic hero, exaggerating them in her vivid imagination until he assumed the proportions of a demigod, she determined to write him a long letter which he would find when he arrived at Brooklyn. In spite of this good intention, she had arrived at Paris before its fulfillment. At length, taking advantage of a rainy day and being alone in her room, after locking the door, Euphrosyne wrote the following letter: Grand Hotel, Paris, May 18. Dear Mons, Devereux, I feel that I can no longer postpone writing a few lines to you to say how much we all miss you, and how we regret your sudden departure from Cairo. You were always so true a friend to us. My brothers frequently speak very kindly of you. My father, whenever he mentions your name, which is not often, has nothing but good to say. My mother, as you know, is less enthusiastic, and I must confess that she never refers to you. As for myself, I can only say that you have never been absent from my thoughts night or day, since you parted from us so abruptly. When I realized the fact that you had passed out of my life, I could not restrain my tears. Not a day has gone by since your departure that I have not wept bitterly. Dear Mr. Devereux, it is impossible for you to imagine what you have been to me. Ah, if you could see me now, you would look at the wreck of my former self. With pale, sunken cheeks, eyes red with weeping, and with dark circles round them, no, you would not be able to recognize your former gay, teasing, and mischievous pupil. The marked change in my appearance and spirits has naturally called forth unpleasant remarks from my parents, and I feel ashamed to appear at the table d'hote, for to my mind everyone appears to stare at me. I must not omit to tell you of a remarkable dream I had soon after you left Cairo. I thought I saw you in the distance coming towards me, and I also advanced to meet you. I cannot tell you where it was, for I could see neither buildings nor trees, but only ourselves. All around seemed like clouds or thick mist, but when I approached you with open arms, a woman suddenly appeared between us, and with a haughty, repellent look and gesture, commanded me to retire. I could not at first see her face, for she wore a veil, but I noticed her dress, which was red covered with black lace, while on her head she wore a black mantilla. When she raised her veil, I saw a dark, handsome, passionate, and cruel face. Not the face of a lady, I thought, but many would have called her beautiful. She gazed at me in a hard, cruel way, as if she hated me, and made a defiant movement with her hand, as if to cast me aside. I felt very nettled and angry at her insolent bearing, and determined not to give way to her. So summoning all my strength and resolution, I flew at her and seized her by the throat, when, to my astonishment, she fell limp and senseless to the ground, and I discovered that instead of being a living, passionate woman, she was only a painted doll, with pasteboard head, glass eyes, and a wig of dark brown hair. Was not that an extraordinary dream, my friend? Of course we know that dreams are meaningless, and not to be accounted for by our waking thoughts, or by anything we have seen or done. Most people set them down as the effects of indigestion, like Scrooge in the Christmas Carol, and think that by that cause everything is explained. Well, I must confess, there appeared to be more than that in my dream. I must now conclude this long letter, or I shall miss another post. Still cherishing the hope that we may meet again under happier auspices, I remain your faithful pupil and friend to M. Charles Devereux, Poste Restante, Brooklyn, USA. My dear girl, said Mr. Van Sittert, as his daughter entered the breakfast room the morning following the day on which she had posted her letter to Devereux, how dreadfully ill you are looking. In fact, you appear to me to get worse every day. I think it is absolutely necessary to call in a doctor. I feel convinced that you are really seriously unwell. Oh, no, am not indeed, Papa, I assure you, replied Euphrosyne, with a miserable attempt at gaiety which could deceive no one. But you are, you must be to look as you do, persisted her father. I shall send for a doctor immediately. French doctors are very clever. Here, garçon. He called out to a waiter who was hurrying across the room. Can you tell me the address of a good doctor? The man replied, Oh, yes, sir. Here is a list of the most celebrated doctors in Paris. With these words, he handed a small book to Mr. Van Sittert. Thank you. Mr. Van Sittert turned over the leaves. But can you recommend anyone in particular? They are all very good, sir, replied the man. Then I cannot go wrong in selecting the first name on the list. Eh, garçon? You cannot do better, sir, and if you wish it, I will go at once before he goes out, replied the waiter. Please do so. Let me see, what is the name? François-Émile de Courbellac, said the waiter, carefully articulating each syllable of the name, so that there could be no possibility of a mistake. Miss Van Sittert started violently and dropped her teaspoon into her saucer. What is the matter, my dear? Inquired her father, who had noticed her emotion. You appeared surprised. Do you know anything of the gentleman? Did you ever hear his name before? Mademoiselle has doubtless heard the name of Dr. de Courbellac. All Europe has. He is very celebrated, said the waiter. Very well, then, he will do, said Mr. Van Sittert, ignoring for the moment his daughter's expression of surprise. Go for him at once, garçon. Most certainly, sir, said the man, and vanished. In about half an hour he returned, and announced Dr. de Courbellac. At this time the family were in their private sitting-room, into which entered a grave, middle-aged gentleman, dressed very quietly in black, and wearing strongly magnifying glasses. He bowed politely to the assembled family. Mr. Van Sittert begged him to be seated, and inquired whether he spoke English. Only a ver little, replied the doctor, but I can understand. That's all right then, said Van Sittert. I too understand a little French, but am not at all fluent. It is about my daughter I desired to consult you. Here, you boys. Addressing Caesar and Pompey, you had better amuse yourselves by looking at the shop windows, while I have a little talk with Dr. de Courbellac concerning your sister's health. When the boys had gone, he went on. Mrs. Van Sittert and myself are seriously alarmed at the condition of our daughter's health. For some time past she has been losing flesh, and as you can see at a glance, has run down terribly. Mr. and Mrs. Van Sittert retired to the other end of the room with the doctor and told him all they could about their daughter's constitution and the unfavorable symptoms that had declared themselves, while Euphrosyne remained seated, her eyes steadily fixed on de Courbellac, while she muttered to herself, "It is the same man, without doubt." How exactly he resembles the description given by the Arab boy. Hair partly black and partly white, slightly bald, spectacles, black clothes, beard. How more than wonderful! "If you will be good enough to permit," said Dr. de Courbellac, interrupting a voluble discourse of Mrs. Van Sittert, "I should prefer asking your daughter a few questions alone." "By all means, doctor," said Van Sittert. "Come, my dear, we are too many de trop, as they say here." With these words husband and wife left the room. The latter looked at Van Sittert in a way which shewed her resentment at being excluded from the room, and leaving her daughter alone with the doctor. "Oh, that's nothing, my dear," said Van Sittert. "The best doctors often require to be alone with a patient, especially in France." "Then I don't hold with their foreign ways," said his wife, with some indignation. "Tut! Wife, what are you afraid of? The doctor is not the kind of man he is not the kind of man to distrust." "What do you know about him, I should like to know?" snapped his wife. While husband and wife were discoursing in this characteristic manner, Dr. de Courbellac and Euphrosyne were alone together. He first made a few inquiries, feeling her pulse, sounding her lungs and heart. Then he plied her with further questions in broken English and French, to which she replied fluently in his own language. "Ah, mademoiselle speaks French beautifully. Where did she learn it? You must have been well instructed." "Yes, very well. I learnt your language in New York, and was instructed by a gentleman named Charles Devereux from Paris. Trouble and poverty had caused him to come to America, where he made his living by giving lessons in French and drawing. He was introduced to my father soon after his arrival in New York, and he engaged him as tutor to his family." While making this rather long statement, Miss Van Sittert fixed her eyes on the countenance of the doctor, and was not surprised when that gentleman started and gazed at her in astonishment. "What? Mr. Charles Devereux, my dearest friend." "Oh, mademoiselle, it is evidently God's providence that caused your father to send for me this morning, that I might learn where he is." Then the doctor informed Miss Van Sittert that he had waited in vain for a letter from his dear friend, announcing his safe arrival in America, according to promise, and stated how anxious he had felt about his fate and fortune. "I cannot tell you anything about his present place of abode," said Miss Van Sittert. "He came with us from New York, and traveled in our company for some time, but we separated in Egypt." After a pause, she added, "He is now traveling alone, but I know that a letter addressed to your friend at the Poste Restante, Brooklyn, New York, will reach him in time." "Ah, then my dear Chevalier is still alive," said de Courbellac. "Oh, yes, indeed," replied Euphrosyne. "He lives, and I trust is well, though I have not heard from him since his departure, and cannot do so until I return to America." Dr. de Courbellac glanced rapidly at Miss Van Sittert, as if he were conscious that he had allowed his tongue to trip in saying Chevalier. "Yes, the Chevalier Hippolyte Achille de St. Cyr, is it not?" said Miss Van Sittert. The doctor fell back in his chair as if he had been shot, and on recovering himself, said in a whisper, "Then he has told you?" "Yes, he told me something," said Euphrosyne, "but it is a secret, and even my parents do not know. I hope that I have not been indiscreet." "Oh, no, mademoiselle. You can safely tell me everything, but—" He here placed his finger on his lips and looked round nervously, but to the outside world it is impossible to be too careful. Miss Van Sittert answered with a nod of the head, and Dr. de Courbellac, after prescribing a tonic, left the room. When Dr. de Courbellac was outside in the corridor, he found Mr. Van Sittert standing at the door of another apartment into which they both entered. "Well, doctor, what is your opinion of my daughter's condition?" inquired Mr. Van Sittert anxiously. "Well, sir, I have found mademoiselle's constitution very much run down. Her pulse is weak and irregular, and her tongue is bad. I thought it advisable to sound her chest." "Well, doctor," interrupted Mr. Van Sittert impatiently, "and what is the result?" "For the present there is no actual cause for alarm. She should have plenty of exercise and fresh air, live well, and especially be given no cause for excitement or annoyance. I have prescribed a tonic which any chemist will make up for you. Miss Van Sittert should have cheerful society, go to places of amusement occasionally, and not be permitted to sit alone and mope." "Indeed, doctor, all that is just what I have been trying to promote. But my daughter is so listless that she takes no interest in anything that goes on around her. Just so, sir, might it not possibly be a little heart trouble?" said the doctor. "You understand what I mean. These things are quite natural and sometimes very troublesome, especially in very highly strung natures like mademoiselle's. But who can help such things occurring? Ah, youth and passion go together." Here Dr. de Courbellac sighed, shrugged his shoulders, and continued, "Whatever the cause may be, is a matter not to be treated lightly. I should recommend her to continue the tonic for some time, and I should wish to see her again later on, say, in 6 months." "What, in 6 months' time?" exclaimed the astonished father. "Why, we shall not be here then. We shall return to America long before." "Well, sir, in that case, I should strongly advise you to consult an American physician of high standing, and let him examine her lungs. If there should be no improvement, or, still worse, should he find her chest sensibly affected, why, then—" The doctor paused. "Well, doctor, and then, demanded Mr. Van Sittert, now much alarmed. "Well, sir, if the case should be as I imagine," replied the doctor, hesitatingly. "Of course, I say if, I cannot now say more, but if—" "Yes, doctor, if," demanded Van Sittert with feverish eagerness. "Well then, sir, pardon my bluntness, allow your daughter to marry the man of her choice," said Dr. de Courbellac, underlining the words. Up to this time, Mrs. Van Sittert had not said a word, but this advice of the doctor unsealed her lips, and she said emphatically, "That is impossible, Dr. de Courbellac, absolutely out of the question." "Well, madam, you have to choose between 2 alternatives. Follow my advice and save your daughter, disregard it and lose her. It is very simple. I am much obliged to you, doctor, for your attention and frankness, and I will very carefully consider what you have said." Mr. Van Sittert handed Dr. de Courbellac a handsome fee as he spoke. "Thanks, sir, and au revoir," said the doctor as he bowed and left the room. As soon as de Courbellac had gone, Mr. Van Sittert said, "There, my dear, I told you how it would be. I knew it from the time Devereux left us at Cairo. The dear girl is eating her heart out for him. And who can wonder? The man is handsome, and has the manners of a gentleman. Well, well, I suppose we cannot help it. It is perfectly natural. Good heavens! What do you mean, Montague? You don't surely intend to take that French doctor's advice?" "What between French doctors and French tutors, I am becoming desperate," said Mrs. Van Sittert with great energy. "Let me ask you a question, my dear. Would you rather lose your daughter than marry her to a French gentleman?" inquired Mr. Van Sittert quietly. "There's plenty of time to think over that. Besides, it may soon blow over. Such sudden infatuations often do," said Mrs. Van Sittert. As Dr. de Courbellac walked slowly to his flat, he thought within himself, "So after all Street Seer is alive and well, and doubtless his letter announcing his safe arrival has been intercepted by the police in order to find his address. His photograph has been stolen from my album in order to identify him. He cleverly baffled them by joining the Van Sittert family in their tour to Europe. Did he separate from the Van Sitterts in Egypt because he knew they were going to Paris, where he would be certain to be recognized by the police? But perhaps there was another reason, I have it. The Chevalier entered the household of Mr. Van Sittert to teach French to the younger members of the family, and soon afterwards joined them in their travels. Mademoiselle, the daughter, is most charming, and Achille is decidedly handsome and distinguished. They have been thrown much together. What follows? Why, he loves her and she loves him, and why not? I saw the love light in her eyes, and heard the same story in the trembling vibrations of her voice. Besides, would he have told her everything, as he has done, if he did not love her? Why, it is evident they are two lovers, and Monsieur Lupin has manifestly discovered the truth. Naturally, he does not want his only daughter to marry a needy adventurer like my unfortunate friend, and Charles Devereux received his congé. Is not that clear? He would not willingly have separated himself from the young lady. No, he has been dismissed, and Mademoiselle is nearly broken-hearted. But there is a secret understanding between them. She knows where a letter will reach him. The family come to Paris after the separation, and the continued ill health of Mademoiselle alarms her parents, and Dr. de Courbellac, whose name is on the hotel list of doctors, is sent for. The hand of fate is evidently at work. By this time the doctor had reached his door and let himself in with his key. On entering his study, he seated himself at his desk and began a long letter to his friend the Chevalier. When he had finished, he addressed it to Charles Devereux, Poste Restante, Brooklyn, USA, and placing it in his pocket, proceeded to post it at the nearest office. From the day Dr. de Courbellac had given his opinion concerning the health of Euphrosyne Van Sittert, the family determined to do their best in carrying out his instructions. They insisted on her driving out, and sometimes walking in the Bois de Boulogne. They carefully looked after her nourishment. She was taken to balls, the opera, concerts, besides the usual routine of sightseeing, which is incumbent on every enlightened visitor, especially Americans, to Paris. The family drove to St. Cloud, Versailles, Fontainebleau, Saint-Germain, and other places. These tactics, assisted by the tonic medicine, could not fail of success in time, and Euphrosyne's cheeks began to fill out, her eyes regained their sparkle, her step its elasticity. In short, youth and health resumed their sway. The parents were delighted with the change in their daughter's health, for both had feared to lose her, and nothing would satisfy Mr. and Mrs. Van Sittert unless she consented to sit for her portrait. There was a well-known French artist whose portraits of ladies were deservedly popular. Mr. and Mrs. Van Sittert had both admired his work at the Salon, and the lady had exclaimed, "Oh, how I should like a portrait of Euphrosyne by the same artist, just as she looks now at Montague." "An excellent idea, my dear," agreed her husband. "We will call on the artist without delay and arrange the sittings. Give me your catalogue. Here is the address." Euphrosyne was not averse to the proposition, as she felt that the occasional sittings would give her an opportunity for much-needed rest. The continued excitement she had undergone had begun to tell upon her nerves. The Van Sitterts had intended to leave Paris soon, but the idea of the portrait quite altered their plans. An artist to work must work in his own way and at his own time. It was not like the typical American, always in a hurry, to remain so long in one place even when it was Paris. Mrs. Van Sittert, however, was never tired of studying the fashions as exhibited in the exquisitely appointed Parisian shops. Mr. Van Sittert and his daughter called at the painter's studio, saw Eugene Jacoliot, the artist, and made arrangements for the sittings the first to be given the next morning. "How strange," said Euphrosyne, as she rose unrefreshed from her couch, "that I should still dream about that horrible jointed doll. I cannot clearly recall it all, but Devereux and I were together again, and that woman presented herself and stood between us, dressed as before, and motioned me rudely to stand aside. The dream was more confused than the last one, but I remember seeing her as she afterwards lay on the floor, an inanimate lay figure, and my touching her." Miss Van Sittert glanced at her reflection in the mirror and exclaimed, "Why, I declare, I look as pale as a ghost, and no wonder after passing such a horrid night. It is very provoking considering my first sitting at Monsieur Jacoliot's is this morning, and I naturally wish to look my best. I'll take a stroll along the boulevards before breakfast and try to regain my color. I don't sit until 11 o'clock. "You are not looking your best, my dear," said Mr. Van Sittert, when his daughter made her appearance at the breakfast table. "We must be at Jacoliot's at 11 sharp, and don't forget your tonic." When the two arrived at the studio, a blank canvas was ready on the easel to receive the artist's first impressions of the beautiful American girl. Jacoliot received them at the threshold and ushered them in, requesting them to be seated. It was a typical French studio, the walls hung with old tapestry, old carved oak furniture, suits of armor, weapons, casts from the antique, and various curios heaped carelessly about, all this artistic disorder being quite in keeping with Jacoliot himself, who was undoubtedly a thorough bohemian who had only recently emerged from a quartier Latin. Eugene Jacoliot was tall and spare, with thin features, a shock of black hair, a heavy black mustache hiding his mouth. His cheeks were shaved, but an imperial covered his chin. He wore a blue blouse of silk, baggy trousers, and Morocco slippers. The room had a strong odor of tobacco, and the artist threw away a cigarette. He was smoking in a frank and easy manner that appeared to scorn conventionality. After a little light talk, during which he keenly scrutinized his pretty visitor, he motioned Miss Van Sittert to seat herself in an easy chair on a low throne, behind which stood an elegant screen of old stamped leather, over which sundry draperies of rich and costly material were carelessly thrown. Euphrosyne assumed the attitude indicated, and the artist retreated some paces in order to criticize her pose, occasionally advancing and altering it until he was satisfied. He then seized a stick of charcoal in his long, delicate, and rather dirty fingers, and rapidly sketched, in a masterly manner, the first outline of his sitter. As he advanced with his work, Jacoliot appeared less anxious and excited, and began to talk in an easy and brilliant way, never failing to shew respect, and yet totally without effort or affectation. Occasionally he would venture to utter a few words in English, of which he knew very little, laughing merrily himself at his awkward attempts. He was pleased to discover that his sitter could talk fluently in his own language, so that his blundering attempts to speak English were unnecessary. "I will leave you now, Mons, Jacoliot, for a short time, and will return before the end of the sitting," said Van Sittert, rising as he spoke. "Bien, monsieur, au revoir," said the artist, accompanying his visitor to the door. When Jacoliot and his sitter were alone, they chatted gaily away in French in the easiest manner, and had a third person been present, he or she would have thought they had been friends for years, such is the affinity between the finer type of women and men of the artistic temperament. Suddenly, in the midst of a peal of laughter called forth by a caustic witticism of the artist, Miss Van Sittert started and looked at a distant corner of the studio, where stood what appeared to be a human figure, covered with a piece of drapery, resembling a sheet. "What is that, M. Jacoliot?" inquired Euphrosyne, turning deadly white. "We are not alone, it appears. Pray do not be alarmed, mademoiselle. It is nothing. We are quite alone, I assure you." "No, no, I distinctly heard something move, a kind of creaking noise," replied Euphrosyne. "Ah, bah! It is nothing but the movement of the joints of a lay figure that I only recently purchased," replied the artist. "A lay figure!" exclaimed Miss Van Sittert. "Yes, mademoiselle. You, of course, have heard of such things. Now, this happens to be a particularly well-made one. In fact, quite a work of art, as I will prove to you presently." "Oh, no. Please don't, sir. I detest them with all my soul." Indeed, I would much rather not see it," protested Miss Van Sittert, still pale with terror. Jacoliot laughed feebly when another and very audible creaking noise startled them both. "This is indeed strange," said the artist, while his sitter started from her chair, greatly alarmed. "I have often heard the joints of the figure creak before, but never, I confess, like that. Still, after all, it is nothing," said the artist. "As you are aware, old furniture often creaks from the heat of a room. Or, Jacoliot," gasped Euphrosyne, "I must tell you that I have been far from well lately. The least thing jars upon my nerves, and I shall never be able to continue my sittings with that thing in the room. Please be good enough to remove it, and secure it under lock and key in another room, when I next visit you." "Certainly, as mademoiselle desires," said the artist, laughing gaily. "I will take it to another place at once." Then, suiting the action to the word, he made his way through several obstacles which separated him from the figure, and seizing the object in his arms lightly, swung it over his shoulder, while the sheet that covered it fell to his feet. To the astonishment of the artist and the consternation of his sitter, the figure raised its right arm, and the hand, with its 5 stuffed fingers, came down heavily on the ear of Jacoliot, while a look of malicious triumph flashed from the blue glass eyes at Euphrosyne, who fainted away with terror. It was 1 o'clock when Montague Van Sittert returned to the artist's studio to accompany his daughter back to the hotel. He was filled with surprise and concern on finding Euphrosyne, whom he had left so well and happy, lying on the floor in a state of complete insensibility, while the artist, with the lay figure on his shoulder, nearly barred his entrance. "Good heavens, sir! What is the meaning of this?" exclaimed Mr. Van Sittert, darting an indignant glance at the painter, and rushing to the assistance of his daughter, whose insensible form he raised in his arms, placed her tenderly on a couch, and then proceeded to loosen her dress. "Bring me some water at once, and then tell me how this happened," said Mr. Van Sittert. "Immediately, sir," said Jacoliot, disembarrassing himself of his burden, and bringing some water in a glass, which the father sprinkled liberally on his daughter's face, who soon began to recover consciousness. "Do you feel better, my dear?" inquired Van Sittert anxiously. "Tell me what has happened to cause you to faint like this. I never knew you do so before. Take it away. Oh, take it away," whispered Euphrosyne, pointing to the lay figure. "Never, oh, never let me set eyes on it again." "What do you mean, my dear girl?" inquired her father, bewildered by his daughter's words. Then, turning to Jacoliot, he said, "Perhaps, sir, you will explain." "Allow me to observe, sir, that mademoiselle is extremely nervous," began the artist. "She took fright at the sight of my lay figure." "What do you mean, sir?" "Frightened at the sight of your lay figure. It is perfectly preposterous. How can you expect me to believe such an absurd story? This must be a mere subterfuge. I insist on being given a better reason than that. Sir, you are hiding something from me." The artist was a clever man, and fully realized the fact that he was in an awkward position. In spite of his knowledge of the world, he turned pale and red by turns. he was unable to find words, which added to his confusion. Euphrosyne, fortunately, came to his assistance. "It is the truth, father, nothing but the truth," she said with emphasis, having now recovered, in a great degree, her faculties. "No, father, it is not his fault, but he has in his possession what?" demanded Van Sittert impatiently. "A lay figure which is animated by a horrible fiend," said Euphrosyne. "Tut, tut, my dear," said Van Sittert, soothingly, "your health is even worse than I feared. I must call in Dr. de Courbellac again. Get ready, my dear, and we will return to the hotel." "Ha! There it is, lying in a heap of drapery," exclaimed Euphrosyne excitedly. "You promised to take it away, Jacoliot, and you have not done so. I will not sit to you again if that thing is in the same room." "But, my dear Euphrosyne," expostulated her father, aghast at the terror displayed in his daughter's countenance, "what you can find to be frightened at in a doll, which appears to me to be a very well-made one, I cannot even imagine. It is evident that your nerves are quite unstrung. I knew you were unwell, but never dreamt you were so bad as this. Come, remove your hands from your face, silly child, and return home with me." "Oh, no, not till that horrible thing is taken away." "Oh, burn it," shrieked Miss Van Sittert in an agony of terror. "Would you mind, sir, my examining your lay figure that seems to cause my daughter such exaggerated horror?" inquired Mr. Van Sittert, whose sharp American common sense was outraged by all this absurdity. "Most certainly, sir, but I will first convey it into the next room, since it produces such serious effects on the nerves of mademoiselle, and you can examine it there as much as you please." With these words, Jacoliot lifted the figure and took it into the next room. Montague Van Sittert followed the artist, and Euphrosyne was left alone for a short time, which she employed in arranging her dress and hat. While thus engaged, she was startled by a sound of excited voices from the adjoining room. "Sacer mil diables!" exclaimed Jacoliot. "Did such a thing ever before occur?" "Take the accursed thing off me, sir," exclaimed Van Sittert, in terrified tones, "and if you accept my advice, you will destroy it immediately." Father," exclaimed Euphrosyne, turning the handle of the studio door and looking into the passage. "Oh, what is the matter?" The sight which met her view through the open door of the next room was a strange one. The lay figure stood bolt upright, and had seized Van Sittert by the collar of his coat with one hand, while with the other she was administering a series of boxes on the ear, while the unlucky owner of the diabolical creature was doing his best to liberate his patron by seizing the figure by its slender waist and tugging at it with all his strength. But unfortunately, his foot slipped and he fell to the floor, dragging the doll with him, who also pulled down the powerful frame of Van Sittert. And there the three lay in a heap, kicking, and the two men shouting vigorously, to the infinite terror of Euphrosyne. Suddenly, however, Zoe, whom the reader has doubtless recognized, released her grasp of the coat collar of Van Sittert, rose to her feet and strode towards his daughter, who cried shrilly for help, on which her father, rushing to her assistance, struck a powerful blow in the face of the creature, which caused it to measure its length on the floor, while Jacoliot succeeded in binding it hand and foot so securely that all its efforts for evil were useless. "But that can't be right," she said. "I always loved you, so that's why I stole this." And she shot him. While all this was going on, Euphrosyne was shrieking for help from the window, and in a few minutes an excited crowd had collected round the house, and soon 2 gendarmes ascended the stairs. On entering the room, the usual questions were asked as to the cause of the disturbance, but the 2 male combatants were so excited and breathless from the struggle that their answers were quite incoherent. The first to recover was the fluent Frenchman, who, addressing the two officers, said, as he pointed to the bound and recumbent lay figure, "I give this person in charge as a violent and malicious disturber of the peace. She has been in my service for 1 week, and this is the first time I have had cause to complain of her behavior. The only explanation I can give of her strange conduct is that she must suddenly have gone mad. At all events, it is not safe that she at large should be." "We will do what is required at once, sir," said one of the gendarmes. Then, turning to his companion, he asked him to fetch a cab. When the vehicle was at the door, and the officer who had ordered it returned, the men, in spite of the vehement struggles of the lay figure, which they took quite as in the way of business, hustled it down the narrow staircase and bundled it without ceremony into the cab, while the driver was instructed to proceed to the nearest police station. "Ah, Mademoiselle has evidently received a severe shock." "I am very sorry," said Dr. de Courbellac, who had been called in to pay a second visit to Miss Van Sittert at the Grand Hotel. "Well, doctor, I will leave you alone with my daughter," said Van Sittert. "She will tell you all the ins and outs of the case more fluently than I could." With these words he left the two together. "Well, my dear young lady," said the doctor very kindly, "now tell me all about it and how it occurred." "I don't know how you will be able to give credence to what I have to say to you," said Euphrosyne. "My experiences this morning have been so strange, so extraordinary, so incredible, that you might consider my head had gone wrong." "Never mind that. Go on," said the doctor rather impatiently. Thus encouraged, Miss Van Sittert began her story, telling it in a calm and succinct manner, not omitting the slightest detail, in fact with the accuracy and precision of a practiced reporter, gaining the interest and arousing the admiration of de Courbellac, who followed every word she uttered without an attempt at interruption, until the tale was completed. "It is a terrible experience," said the doctor, with a shudder. "And you tell me that Mr. Van Sittert was also subjected to the same delusion. I mean that his experience was similar to yours, so that in your case it could not be attributed to disorder mind or nerves." "More than that, Dr. M. Jacoliot, in addition to my father, is in a position to give the same evidence as myself. We all saw and felt the same thing." "Humph! I don't wonder that you have suffered so severely, considering how ill you have been," said de Courbellac. "I myself once knew a case when 2 strong men actually fainted for fright caused by a shock not very unlike yours." "What? Doctor, you have met with cases similar to mine before?" said Euphrosyne eagerly. Dr. de Courbellac slowly nodded his head in assent, and added, "But I believe they are rare." "Oh, doctor, do tell me about the other cases," exclaimed Miss Van Sittert. "I should so like to hear them." "I can only recall one case similar to yours," said the doctor. "It was the sudden apparition of a lady in a railway carriage, traveling at full speed, seen by 2 men simultaneously. Both fainted." "How wonderful!" exclaimed Miss Van Sittert. "It is indeed," said de Courbellac, "and what is stranger still, the figure you describe tallies precisely in every particular with the apparition seen by my friend and myself." "How marvelous!" said Euphrosyne. "Surely it must be one and the same apparition in both cases. And to add to the mystery, the same creature has appeared to me repeatedly in my dreams, before seeing it bodily in broad daylight this morning." "Mysterious indeed," muttered de Courbellac. "I will make a note of this extraordinary case. And you tell me that this diabolically possessed doll was taken by the police, and is now in their hands? What will the inspector say when he finds that he has a jointed doll under lock and key? I am anxious to know the end of the affair. What will the papers have to say about it?" said Miss Van Sittert. "May I beg you, mademoiselle, to keep what has happened a profound secret? I would not for worlds have my name appear in such a matter. My reputation as a doctor and man of science would be lost forever. I should lose all my patients," said the doctor earnestly. "I quite understand, doctor. You may trust to my discretion," said Euphrosyne. At this moment the door opened, and Mr. VanSittert, entering, said, "Well, doctor, what do you think of the wonderful adventure that my daughter has doubtless told you all about? Strange, is it not?" "Most strange and unaccountable," replied de Courbellac gravely. "Mademoiselle has received a great shock, and I would advise that she should not resume the sittings for her portrait just at present. The impressions from the surroundings of the place might be injurious. I will prescribe a composing draught, and would recommend that Mademoiselle should be kept as quiet as possible for some time." Dr. de Courbellac then departed, promising to call the next day. About the same time that Dr. de Courbellac was listening with rapt attention to the extraordinary experiences of Miss VanSittert, the inspector of police, and his subordinate Jacques Belleville, for their station happened to be the nearest to Jacqueliet's studio, were engaged in a very animated conversation in the chief's private room. Belleville looked tired and haggard, as if he had overexerted himself, but his fist was clenched, and his face expressed great excitement, while his chief paced the room with lengthy strides, his brows knit, his left arm behind his back, while with his right hand he tugged fiercely at his big mustache. In short, his whole appearance was that of a man who was perplexed and annoyed. At times he would pause, and folding his arms à la Napoleon, dart a suspicious glance at the detective. "I don't believe a word of it," he said. "And I tell you, Jacques Belleville, that the whole story is utterly absurd, impossible, preposterous. In my responsible position as inspector of police, it is my duty to investigate every kind of imposition and imposture, and see that those concerned are properly punished." "In the first place, how do you account for—" began Jacques. "I account for nothing at present," said the inspector. "I have seen nothing, I know nothing, but my fixed opinion is that it is an impudent and malicious attempt to bring the police into ridicule by certain persons in order to put them off the scent." "But surely, sir, you would not suspect a man in the position of Mr. VanSittert a millionaire?" broke in Jacques. "Bah! A Yankee! What do I know about him?" interrupted the chief. "Then, sir, there is his daughter, a young and innocent girl, and in addition, Monsieur Eugene Jacqueliet, the famous portrait painter," pleaded Jacques. "Bah! A mere bohemian, the very man who would enjoy playing off a hoax," persisted the chief of police. "But, sir, you haven't seen the thing with your own eyes," said Jacques. "I suppose you would believe the evidences of your own senses?" "No, certainly not," said the chief, stamping his foot impatiently. "Were my senses to delude me into seeing what you assert you have seen, I should consider myself unfit for my post here and resign. But do you refuse to see the prisoner?" "Of course, only for the purpose of unmasking the imposture," said Jacques, cunningly. "That I consider unnecessary. What have I to do with a big-jointed doll?" said the chief. After a pause of thought, he added, "Stay, there may be some infernal machinery inside it, who knows? After all, I will do as you desire. I will see the confounded thing." "You couldn't do wrong in that, sir," said Jacques. The two then left the room to visit the cell in which Zoe was confined. On the afternoon of the following day, Miss VanSittert, whose nerves had been greatly quieted by the composing draught prescribed for her, was able to see a few visitors, amongst whom was Dr. de Courbellac. He appeared so satisfied with her condition that he said that she might resume her sittings for her portrait at M. Jacqueliet's studio. Mr. and Mrs. VanSittert were present at the conversation between doctor and patient. Soon after this Monsieur Jacqueliet called, first to inquire as to the health of Miss VanSittert, and also to ascertain when she thought she would be well enough to resume her visits. Eugene Jacoliot warmly greeted Dr. de Corbelac, who was an old friend, and the latter, in answer to the artist's question as to the next sitting, said that Miss Van Sittert was sufficiently recovered to visit the studio the next day. Then the superintendent of police was announced, who had called to take down the depositions of Mr. and Miss Van Sittert about the extraordinary occurrences in Jacoliot's studio on the previous day. On the entry of the chief of police, Dr. de Corbelac made a rather hurried departure, excusing himself by stating that he had to see a patient who was dangerously ill. The keen and trained eye of the police officer did not fail to notice the presence of the doctor. Neither did he miss seeing the signs of agitation he exhibited as he hurried from a room. "This is Monsieur Eugene Jacoliot, Mr. Inspector," said Mr. Van Sittert, the owner of the strange lay figure, at whose rooms the disturbance took place yesterday. "You may perhaps like to question him. He might possibly give you some more satisfactory information than I am able to afford." "That would be fortunate," said the chief of police, looking keenly at the artist, "and I will address a few questions to Jacoliot. Will you be good enough to inform me, sir, how long you have had that lay figure, as you call it, in your possession?" inquired the chief of police, a little pompously. "A little more than a week, Mr. Inspector," said the artist, frankly. "Humph! And may I ask how it came into your possession?" asked the chief of police. "In the strangest manner," replied Jacoliot. "It is hardly credible, but in spite of that, quite true. You have doubtless heard of that dreadful railway accident between Amiens and Montdidier, where many people were killed and more injured." The inspector bowed in assent. "It was a terrible affair," continued the artist. "Few people escaped injury. A goods train collided with ours without an instant's warning. A horrible crash, and then the carriages telescoped, and after that the shrieks of the wounded and dying were awful, never to be forgotten." "Well, sir, after?" said the chief of police, impatiently. "I happened to be one of the lucky ones. The carriage I was in was overturned, and I escaped out of one of the windows. When I emerged, half bewildered, and stood trembling amidst the hissing engines, the piles of broken carriages, and the groans and shrieks of the injured, I noticed, mixed with the corpses and mangled human beings that lay scattered around, the figure of a lady who shewed some signs of life. I rushed to her aid, lifted her from the ground, and instantly her arms encircled my neck so tightly that it was with difficulty I succeeded in liberating myself in order to breathe." "Well, sir, after?" said the police inspector. "All right. Then I hastened with my charming burden, for even in the excitement I realized the fact that she was charming, to the nearest inn and gave her in charge of the landlady. I sat down to rest a little, being very exhausted and faint, and after a few minutes the landlady came in, and to my surprise, she was laughing in the most extraordinary manner. "Hush, woman, hush," I said, shocked at her unseemly levity. "This is no time for laughing. Do you know, my good sir, that your fine lady, whom you carried so tenderly, is nothing but a big doll, with a pasteboard head and glass eyes. Here the woman, who was rosy and fat, laughed in the most violent and uncontrollable way, saying, when she could articulate, "Well, well, I was never so taken in all my life before." "What do you mean?" I asked impatiently. "Let me see for myself." When I went into the next room, I found to my extreme astonishment that the landlady had spoken the truth, and the woman I had carried into the inn was only a life-sized jointed doll, termed by artists a lay figure, and used by them for hanging draperies upon. I thereupon made a careful examination of my acquisition, and discovered that it was the most perfect specimen of the kind I had ever seen. It was a masterpiece, quite unique. There it lay perfectly motionless, a thing made of commonplace materials, with glass eyes, wig, wadding, and nothing more. "What did you do then, M. Jacoliot?" inquired the chief of police. "Well, sir, I returned to the scene of the catastrophe, and inquired if anyone had lost a lay figure. Receiving no reply, I left my address with the principal railway official, so that if anyone claimed it, he could call at my studio, and on giving a satisfactory description, the doll would be returned to him." "And has it never been claimed, M. Jacoliot?" demanded the inspector. "No, sir, never," returned the artist, "and I therefore concluded that the owner must have perished in the collision, and that I should never hear of him again. I then consider myself rightly entitled to keep my prize." "H.M., You have nothing further to add?" demanded the chief of police. "Nothing whatever," said the artist, with a slight shrug of his shoulders. The chief of police then turned his attention to Mr. VanSittart, of whom he asked a few questions in French, to which the American answered to the best of his ability. It was then the turn of Miss VanSittart to attempt to satisfy the all-devouring curiosity of the inspector. Her answers were so lucid and satisfactory that they even elicited a compliment from her questioner. The chief of police, having obtained all the information available, said, "You may depend on my doing everything possible to elucidate this strange case. It is the business of the police to investigate, not to arrive at conclusions. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you good morning," and with a polite bow, the chief of police left the room. On the following morning, at 10 o'clock, Mr. and Miss VanSittart were in Monsieur Jacoliot's studio. It was a beautiful day, and Euphrosyne looked her best and knew it. The artist was as gay and light-hearted as before, and amused his sitter with his witty and brilliant conversation, which contributed greatly to the success of the portrait, as the countenance of the sitter never lost its naturally animated expression, which was really Euphrosyne's normal appearance. On this occasion Mr. VanSittart had resolved to remain in the studio until the termination of the sitting, and pass the time partly by reading the paper, and then by turning over a portfolio of sketches and engravings which the artist gave him. He was quite silent, though artist and sitter chatted gaily away, almost without a pause. When 1 o'clock struck, which hour was to terminate the sitting, Mr. VanSittart closed the portfolio, rose, and moved towards the easel to see what advance the artist had made in 3 hours. "You work fast, Mons. Jacoliot, and you work well. The advance you have made during this sitting is really wonderful. Already the likeness is amazing," said VanSittart. M. Jacoliot was naturally pleased at this generous appreciation of his work, and made a suitable acknowledgment, adding that he looked forward with delight to many more sittings, and hoped in the end that the portrait would be worthy of his beautiful subject. "Don't lay it on too thick, sir. I mean the compliments, not the paint. We Americans have plenty of it in stock, so with us a little of it goes a long way," said Mr. VanSittart. As this characteristic remark was made in English, it was nearly lost upon the Frenchman, who merely bowed and shrugged his shoulders slightly. Then, turning to Miss VanSittart, who was now ready to go, he arranged for another visit on the next day, and then conducted father and daughter to the door. As Mr. and Miss VanSittart were on their way to the Grand Hotel Mons, Pierre Martin Brinvilliers, the astute chief of police, and his subordinate, Jacques Belleville, were again in consultation in the private room of the former. Jacques appeared to have hardly recovered from an immoderate fit of laughter, while his chief, who, as usual, was pacing the narrow limits of the apartment and pulling the end of his mustache, suddenly stood still, and gazed with much severity at the convulsed face of Jacques, who said, "Hanged if I can help it, sir, why it was enough." to make a pig laugh. I shall never be able to forget to my dying how you took out your penknife to rip up the fair lattice inside, in order to see what she was made of, when with a vigorous blow, right from the shoulder, she sent you sprawling to the floor. Then the sight of your face when you scrambled to your feet again, scared and dusty, when she floored you with another blow from her left hand. Oh, dear sir, pray forgive me. I must laugh or die, ha? Ha! Ha! Jacques, let me entreat you, said Brinvilliers, who dared not show the rage he felt at the laughter of the detective, to let what happened in that accursed cell remain a sacred secret between us. I would not have such a story be known for worlds. Imagine its appearing in the papers and becoming the talk of Paris. Remember this, if a word of it does get bruited abroad, I shall know through whose lips it passed. Enough for the present. Is 1 o'clock. Be off for your luncheon. We will talk over the subject another time. Au revoir, Inspecteur, said Jacques, moving to the door. I shall probably not return till 8 o'clock tonight, as I shall be working at the Dubois case. When the detective had closed the door, the chief of police sat back in his chair and muttered, "It would be terribly awkward if that infernal fellow did blab and make me a laughing-stock to all the canaille of Paris. He has hitherto been most discreet. Luckily he is not a married man. I would give nothing for his discretion if he were. It is very extraordinary how that strange being has fascinated me. I must know more about her. In fact, all that it is possible to discover. When I enter the cell again, I will be alone. No prying eyes shall see what occurs. No ears shall hear what passes between us. Shall I go now? Why not? I am Pierre Martin Brinvilliers, chief of police. What can I have to fear? It is my duty to clear up the mystery." With these words Brinvilliers took the key from a nail and proceeded to the cell in which Zoe was confined. On entering, he found the prisoner seated in a forlorn attitude, but the sound of the door opening caused her to look up, and on seeing the chief of police enter alone, Zoe rose to her feet, and while a flash of triumph shone in her eyes, she extended her hand cordially to him, and the eyes changed to a tender expression. "Confound it all," muttered Brinvilliers, "this is something more than machinery. No subtle combination of material things could produce such a fascinating smile in the pasteboard head of a jointed doll. Were it not that I hold very firmly against any belief in the supernatural, I should be inclined to think this exquisitely molded figure was animated by a soul." Such was the fear of the chief of police of being detected in anything savoring of weakness and superstition. They looked around him in terror, lest the walls should see and hear. Then he pulled himself together and said sternly, "But what am I thinking of? Is altogether impossible against all reason and logic. My senses are deceiving me, as the others have been deceived. No, no, I refuse to credit the evidence of even my own senses. They are deluding me. I will be bled." Here Zoe, as if she understood what was passing in the bewildered mind of her victim, sidled up to him, placing one arm affectionately round his neck, while she nestled her painted cheek on his shoulder. I really never experienced anything like this," said the chief of police, utterly confounded. "It really passes all belief, of course. It is a delusion. I know that perfectly well." At that moment Zoe administered a playful pat on the cheek, soft as a caress, with her delicately formed, wadded hand. The minx! How dare she? He muttered, making a supreme effort to maintain his dignity, which was rapidly melting away at the loving expression of the blue glass eyes, fixed adoringly upon him. The iron heart of the representative of the law was becoming soft as fresh butter. He could not help saying with a smile, "Madam has forgiven me then for my late rude behavior?" A more loving glance and a gentle squeeze of the hand was the only response from Zoe. "I shall behave like a consummate ass if I remain here much longer," muttered Brinvilliers. "What would Jacques Belleville say, and think if he could see me now?" At this the figure clapped its hands to its side, and swayed to and fro, as if convulsed with silent laughter at the idea of Belleville bursting into the cell and finding them indulging in a tender tete-a-tete. Zoe, reading his thought, nodded 3 distinct times in assent. "Madam understands all I say and think?" inquired the chief of police. 3 more emphatic nods of the head. "Will Madam condescend to tell me her name?" The figure nodded once more. "Pray let me hear thy voice, beautiful creature," implored the chief of police. The iron heart was now not only melted, but decidedly hot, red hot. Zoe slowly and sadly moved her head from side to side. "No," ejaculated Brinvilliers, "then how can you tell me your name?" Zoe made an expressive movement of her hand towards the wall. "Ah, I understand. You will write it. Is it not so?" inquired Brinvilliers. The figure nodded assent. "Good. Here is a piece of chalk. Now, beautiful creature, write your name on the wall." The figure seized the piece of chalk between her wadded fingers and thumb, and then, walking gracefully up to the wall, raised her right arm, and in bold and legible characters traced the name Zoe. When she had accomplished this action, she appeared to lose all strength and life, and sank to the floor of the cell a mere inanimate doll. With the instinctive politeness of a Frenchman, Brinvilliers rushed forward to assist Beauty in distress. He lifted the dummy in his arms with all the respect and tenderness he would have used towards a living lady of rank in the same condition. As he held the figure in his grasp, he gazed into the depths of her blue glass eyes, and their beauty fascinated him. He felt it impossible to believe that the being he embraced was a mere lifeless dummy, so exquisite appeared to him the modeling of the face and neck. So much physical beauty, he thought, was surely a fit dwelling place for thought and emotion. Had he not seen with his own eyes the creature take a piece of chalk from his own hands and write its name upon the wall? Yes, it was no illusion. It was a fact not to be disputed, for there stood the name of Zoe before his eyes. However impossible it might appear, the figure he clasped in his arms was endowed with life. "Ah," he said within himself, "how beautiful she is! I feel as I look into her eyes as I have never felt before. Yes, I, Pierre Martin Brinvilliers, chief of police, a married man with a family, feel that I can't resist her charms." Here he first looked furtively over one shoulder, and then over the other, and then, in a sudden and impulsive movement, pressed his lips, covered by his thick mustache, upon the painted ones of the dummy, and for some moments they appeared glued to the pasteboard mouth. Then, as if the passion of the chief of police had imparted fresh life to the inanimate figure, it threw its arms wide open and clasped them tightly round Brinvilliers' neck, encircling him closely and continuously, like a boa constrictor, until he began to feel symptoms of suffocation. "Ah, madam, Zoe, dearest Zoe, pray let me breathe. I am stifling. Listen, I will do all you desire. Only relax your hold for a moment, or I shall expire." Here Zoe unclasped her arms, and still holding her captive by one hand, she pointed with the other to her name written on the wall. Then, slapping her breast, she peered into the face of Brinvilliers with a look of such keen intelligence that in a flash he understood what she wished to convey. "I think I understand," he said. "Are you not the Zoe Coutet who was murdered nearly 2 years ago?" The figure nodded its head 3 times in assent. "And to conceal the crime, Did not a friend of the murderer remove the flesh from the bones, and subsequently articulate them into a skeleton? And did not that form the basis of the lay figure which your spirit now animates? Is not that the right solution of the mystery?" Zoe nodded her head vigorously, in assent. "You wish me to avenge your murder by bringing the assassin to justice?" inquired Brinvilliers. Again the figure nodded 3 times. "I will do all in my power to carry out your wish, but hitherto the murderer has escaped us. We followed him to America, and arrived after he had left New York for Europe. Can you help us by giving any information as to his present whereabouts?" Zoe again shook her head, this time in the negative. "Now, Zoe, what had we better do? Will you accompany me, and assist in finding his place of concealment?" A negative movement of the head was the reply. "Then what shall be done?" inquired Brinvilliers. For reply the figure pointed its finger to the door of the cell, and the chief of police, obeying the gesture, proceeded to open it, and on doing so, found a constable advancing towards him, who handed Brinvilliers a telegram. On taking it he again closed the door, listening to the retreating steps of the man, before tearing open the yellow envelope. The message was as follows: "Charles Devereux seen in Brooklyn. Come quickly." "Ha! Bravo, that is better." After a pause of thought, Brinvilliers said, "And you knew of this telegram?" turning as he spoke to the lay figure, but to his measureless astonishment, the cell was empty. Zoe had vanished. Gone. But how, where? She has escaped, but could not have passed through the door. Of that I feel certain. She must have melted away, evaporated through the walls. Am I in my right senses? Is it all a dream? No, I am wide awake, and above all, there is her handwriting on the wall. Am I going mad? What does it mean? Here the bewildered chief of police, whose common sense and logic had quite deserted him, walked up and down the cell with knitted brows, examined once more the handwriting on the wall, tugged desperately at his mustache, slapped his forehead, walked rapidly to the door, turned the key, and retired to his private room in a condition of mind to which that clear-headed officer had never before been reduced. He continued his restless, excited movements for a time. Then, replacing the key of the cell in its usual place, he sank exhausted in his chair, resting his head on his hand. "Gone, gone," he muttered, and without a word. How beautiful she was! Here Brinvilliers sighed deeply. "Ah, Zoe, Zoe, I never dreamed I could ever love again, but thy beauty, thy grace, have completely conquered me. Wilt thou never return? How can I exist without thee?" Here the strong man appeared overcome by emotion, but the old habit of self-command reasserted itself. A reaction occurred. "Bah!" he exclaimed. "What does this puling nonsense mean? Am I not Pierre Martin Brinvilliers, chief of police, a man esteemed for level-headed common sense? Am I the man to be overcome by an insane passion for a big-jointed, glass-eyed doll? Pierre Martin, thou art insane. Rouse thyself, assert thy reason, and do not suffer thyself to be the plaything of the powers of hell. There is witchcraft in it. Yes, in spite of all my disbelief, I must sadly admit there are powers which defy the police and baffle human comprehension. I have been taught a lesson. Your self-confidence, Pierre, your incredulity, your belief in your reasoning powers, even in the testimony of your own senses, have all been destroyed, and you have become as grovelingly superstitious as the most abject, heathen savage. But I will not give in. No, I will fight against this preposterous passion, and will not be led by the nose by the emissaries of Satan. Did I say Satan? The devil. Why, since I was 20, I have laughed at the name, as a ridiculous invention of the priests, used to scare the ignorant and credulous into submission in order that they might trample their victims underfoot, while they lived triumphantly on the fat of the land, with the money wrung from their deluded victims. What? Have I come to believe in the devil with horns and hoofs and tail? I, Pierre Martin Brinvilliers, is too utterly absurd. Yet, Zoe, in spite of all, I feel that I love thee. At this moment someone knocked at the door, and the chief of police rapidly composed his face and said in a calm, measured tone, "Come in." Jacques Belleville, who had dispatched his business sooner than he expected, entered. Belleville commenced on account of his proceedings, but was interrupted by Brinvilliers. "Jacques, she has escaped, and I know not how or whither." "Escaped, sir? What the figure?" exclaimed the astonished detective. "Yes, it is too true. She has vanished," said the chief of police. "Come with me to the cell, and I will explain." 2 months after our last chapter, the Van Sittert family was comfortably settled at the Charing Cross Hotel, London. The highly successful portrait of Euphrosyne had been carefully packed and sent off to the New York residence. In the meantime, Jacques Belleville had proceeded to Havre and taken his passage to America, and at the time we refer to, was approaching his destination. After enjoying the customary sights of London, the Van Sittert family proceeded to Liverpool. Besides seeing the second great city in England, Mr. Van Sittert was desirous of meeting the correspondent of his firm resident there. After a pleasant interview with that gentleman, the family prepared for their departure, and the return was hastened by the arrival of a cablegram announcing an impending financial crisis at Wall Street, which demanded the personal attention of Mr. Van Sittert. An appeal of this kind aroused the energy of the American, and the family started by a steamer, which, fortunately, left Liverpool the next day. The weather was all that could be desired, and the Atlantic breezes had a very beneficial effect on the health of Miss Van Sittert. In addition, it was an enjoyable rest after the London sightseeing and the inanity of social intercourse. Euphrosyne had also time and opportunity to brood over those tender feelings of first love that in youth are so pure, so sacred and self-absorbing, even when circumstances divide the lovers, and with which the pleasure-seeking and wealth-pursuing multitude have, and can have no sympathy. To be alone while she gazed at the inky billows from the bow of the vessel, peopling the mysterious depths with images of her own fancy, quite oblivious of the little floating world around her, the shouts of command, the monotonous movements of the sailors, the sharp notes of the seagulls, the light laughter of passengers, to allow all this to form a kind of background to her own ever-changing thoughts and desires, was peace and happiness to Euphrosyne. To be left alone, to be allowed to revel in her own dreams, was all she desired. "Have you noticed, Monty, how Euphrosyne always keeps away from us?" inquired Mrs. Van Sittert. "How she stares for hours into the sea as if she contemplated suicide?" "I have, and the fact causes me a great deal of anxiety," replied Mr. Van Sittert gravely. "I suppose she still hankers after that French tutor," said his wife. "I am afraid so. The girl has deep feelings, and will love intensely and truly the man of her choice," said Mr. Van Sittert. "Well, if the worst comes to the worst, and there is no other way, what? Monty, you would never seriously think of giving your only daughter to a foreign adventurer?" inquired Mrs. Van Sittert. "Why not?" inquired Van Sittert. "He is a gentleman and a man of good family, but a foreigner and a Roman Catholic." "Surely we could do better than that," expostulated Mrs. Van Sittert. After a pause, she added, "Besides, he is a dependent, a penniless adventurer." "Ah, wife, there is something of more worth than money and position in the world. I have lived long enough to know that. Money is not what we are most in need of, and I should certainly like my son-in-law to be a man of culture and refinement. You talk as if your fellow countrymen were not gentlemen enough to satisfy you. When we return to New York, the girl will be surrounded by crowds of admirers," said Mrs. Van Sittert. "But when her love is fixed upon one man, she will resist all their advances," said Van Sittert. "Pooh, pooh, Euphrosyne is very young, and why should she not change her mind?" persisted Mrs. Van Sittert. At this moment the tiffin bell rang, and the couple descended, and were joined by Miss Van Sittert and Caesar and Pompey, all their appetites sharpened by the sea breezes. After the meal the company returned to the deck, and distributed themselves according to their respective tastes. The men smoked and talked in small groups or paced the deck. Others looked through telescopes or read novels to themselves, while others, lolling at the feet of some fair one, read aloud. In the evening there was dancing on the deck to the music of a fairly good brass band. So, when the weather was fine, time passed until the wished-for harbor of New York hove into sight. The heart of Euphrosyne swelled with delight, for she knew that the man she loved was no longer divided from her by the ocean. She might meet him by chance any day, and their mutual love might be rewarded. Who could tell what the future would bring forth? In addition, Euphrosyne had deep faith in her father's love. Full of unreasoning hope, Miss Van Sittert and the rest of the family again placed their feet on American ground, and after a brief detention at the custom house, drove to their house in Fifth Avenue. On entering the Hale, they discovered the packing case containing Euphrosyne's portrait. Mr. Van Sittert carefully unfastened the case with his own hands, and the picture was hung over the fireplace in the dining room in the course of the evening. After dinner, Mr. Van Sittert contemplated the portrait with much complacency. "Clever fellow, that Jacoliot," he said as he looked from his daughter to her portrait. "Yes, I guess he's caught and fixed you up in that picture at your very best. And isn't the frock well done? It's right to a T," said Mrs. Van Sittert. "Humph! You women have only eyes for frocks and fallals," grunted her husband. "Just like a man, my dear," said Mrs. Van Sittert complacently to her daughter. "What beats me," said Caesar, "is that from whatever angle you are looking at the picture, the eyes follow you and look back." "Yes, I've noticed that," said Pompey, "and I guess that a man who can make the eyes painted on a flat canvas follow you all round the room can't be small potatoes and few on a hill." "Say, Dad," said Caesar the morning after the arrival of the Van Sittert family at New York, "wonder if we shall ever come across Devereux again, poor chap. Sorry he left us. He wasn't at all a bad sort of fellow." Mr. Van Sittert took no notice of the remark. "Yes," said Pompey, "there was grit in the fellow, and I should like him to see Phrosie's portrait. You know he understands pictures. He and Frosie were such chums, too. Always together. How they used to jaw away in French. Why, Caesar and I weren't in it." Miss Van Sittert here dropped her spoon on the carpet, and the act of picking it up doubtless accounted, in some degree, for her very red face. She took out her handkerchief and wiped her flushed cheeks, remarking, at the same time, on the heat of the weather, "Guess I'll bring him here if I do meet him. I'm sure you'll be glad to see him, Phrosy?" At this direct appeal Euphrosyne became more flushed, and beads of perspiration appeared on her brow. "I beg that neither of you boys will do anything of the kind," said Mrs. Van Sittert severely. "Do you hear? Why, Mother, what's the matter with him to make you forbid him the house?" demanded the two boys simultaneously. "Never mind that. You will do as you are told, boys," said Mrs. Van Sittert. "Your mother means, boys," broke in Mr. Van Sittert, "that you cannot be too particular as to whom you invite here. Not that she has any personal objection or dislike to Mr. Devereux, neither have I. but he left us of his own accord to attend his private affairs, and by so doing cut himself off from us. And well, of course he understood his own affairs best, and I don't think he himself would care to be again on the same footing here as formerly." Caesar and Pompey looked at each other when their father had finished his diplomatic speech. "Of course, boys, I don't desire you to be in any way rude if you should happen to meet Mr. Devereux," said Van Sittart, but allow me to remind you, my dear, broken Mrs. Van Sittart, that it is now 10 o'clock, and you ought by this time to be at the office of Messrs. About some very important business." "Quite true. I'll be off at once," said her husband. "And you boys don't get into mischief." With these words he left the table, and was soon on his way to keep his appointment. Mrs. Van Sittart left the room directly after her husband, and her daughter retired to her own apartment, and indited a letter directed to Mr. Charles Devereux, Poste Restante, Brooklyn, which she posted herself. It announced the arrival of the family at New York, gave an account of the voyage, and intimated that she would be glad to see him again, as she had so much to say that could not be conveyed in a letter. She refrained, however, from inviting him to the house. The letter was cordial and even tender, but was cautiously worded, and was without address and signed only with the letter E. The handwriting, too, was disguised, so that if it fell into wrong hands no one would be compromised. When Caesar and Pompey were left alone together, the former said, "Rum go this about Devereux. Neither Dad nor the mater seem to want him here. Darn if I don't think he must have been making love to Frozie, and they turned him out because he's poor," said Pompey. "The same thing occurred to me," agreed Caesar. "Well, I'm sorry for him if it was so, for he ain't half a bad sort." Devereux received Miss Van Sittart's letter on the following day. He was greatly delighted, and recognized at once the poorly disguised handwriting. He put the precious epistle in an inner breast pocket of his coat, and hastening to his room, locked the door, tore open the envelope, perused the contents, kissed it, and placed it in a secret drawer. What should he do? He longed to answer the letter, but dared not do so under present circumstances. It was quite out of the question to call at the house. His only possible friend was chance. He might meet her in the streets of New York. Even if fortune did favor him so far, they could only meet as mere acquaintances. But after all, was it worth while, under present adverse conditions, for them to renew their intercourse? What could result but mutual suffering and disappointment? What would the world advise? Break it off. Act like an honorable man, and give the girl you profess to love so tenderly the chance of marrying someone else in a position to support her. Very wise counsel, but very difficult for a man deeply in love to act up to. Charles Devereux prided himself on being a man of honor, but he did not feel sufficient resolution to deliberately tear the image of Euphrosyne from his heart. Neither did he desire to assist her in tearing his image from her heart, in order to make room for the effigy of another man. What lover ever did? What young and ardent man ever acted up to a lofty standard of unselfish and reasonable conduct in such a case? No, although the Chevalier knew that at present he had no chance of entering into a matrimonial alliance with the woman he loved, on account of their widely different social positions, yet he ardently desired that, at least, a platonic affection should unite them. Why not? She loved him and he loved her. What had the shallow opinion of the world on such matters to do with them? Was it necessary that either should marry anyone else? They would love each other at a distance, with a pure and changeless affection. After all, he knew himself to be her equal by birth and education. They were only separated by his poverty. Ah, but don't you see, says worldly opinion, that when a poor man marries into a rich family, it will always be supposed that he does so from interested motives? The world is quite unable to believe otherwise. Charles Devereux was an exceptional character. He had never known actual want. He was contented with little and quite indifferent to money. In spite, however, of all this constitutional indifference, he knew that money was the great factor in the question of his marriage with a rich heiress like Miss Van Sittert. "I will become rich," he said to himself. "Yes, I will make money, because the world esteems and understands nothing else. I will concentrate every mental and physical energy on making money, money, money." Animated by this laudable determination, has snatched up his hat, descended the stairs, and let himself out at the street door. With long and impatient strides, the Chevalier thrust himself into the thickest of the most crowded streets, inspired by a vague notion that contact with the money-hunting crowd might inspire him with some ideas that would lead to the fulfillment of his passionate desire. As Charles Devereux continued his hurried and aimless course through the crowded streets of Brooklyn, jostling and jostled by a motley throng of people who neither resented nor expected resentment for their reciprocal elbowings, which are tacitly accepted as the natural outcome of the universal chase of the almighty dollar in free America, Devereux, who had now grown accustomed to this transatlantic mode of progression, passed unnoticing and unnoticed, his eyes fixed on the ground, his brows knit, looking neither to the right nor to the left, so engrossed were his thoughts on the new idea of making money. At this moment a block in the traffic occurred which brought him suddenly to a stand just in front of a well-known hall used for lecturing and various other purposes. Two men, respectably but not fashionably dressed, stood by his side, who glanced curiously at the flaming bills on the walls of the building. "Another circus," said one of them contemptuously. He was a tall, pale, thin man, closely shaved. "I guess that kind of show is played out. We Americans want something more intellectual than that now. Say a good, spicy lecture on European politics from someone in the know, full of personal details. A clever foreigner who was able to tell us something that he knew, and we didn't. Why, there'd be something to boom in that, and I calculate the dollars would roll in thick and fast." What a chance these words seemed to offer to Devereux, who not only listened eagerly, but spoke without delay. "Sir, pray pardon me, but did I understand you to intimate that there would be what you term an opening here for a French gentleman who could tell interesting things about his own country, for instance its politics and literature?" "Why, sir, that was about the size of it," the American returned, fixing his deeply set, dark eyes on Devereux and weighing him up with much intelligence. "Well, sir, I think I am a man adapted to serve your purpose. I am a Frenchman of good family and education, and I desire to make money, and feel quite able to give interesting and original lectures to the American people about my country. Well, sir, the first thing requisite to attain success is to find a man who knows the ropes to take the thing in hand and boom the show, and I am ready to do that for a consideration, say 25% of the profit. Are you able to advance cash for preliminary expenses?" "No, sir, I am not," said Devereux. "Well, sir, if I advance the necessary dollars, my terms will be 30% instead of 25% of the profit. But before we fix up, let us tickle our gums," said the American, pointing to the bar of a hotel. "Nothing, thank you, sir," replied Devereux. "I am almost an abstainer." "Oh, come on, a brandy cocktail or a mint julep will do you good," said the American. "No, thank you," replied Devereux. "Quite sure. Well, I guess I'll get outside a sherry cobbler." The three entered a luxuriously furnished room, and when the wants of the two Americans had been attended to, the man to whom Devereux had spoken informed him that his name was Jabez Cotton, and that he was interested in a business way with public entertainments, and that his friend Abraham Hunter was his partner. Apparently, thought Devereux, a silent one. As Mr. Van Sittert was reading the New York Star after breakfast the following morning, he suddenly rose to his feet and remarked that it was time for him to go. When he had left the room, Pompey took up the paper and, glancing over its columns, stopped suddenly as if greatly interested, and after a pause read aloud an advertisement to the effect that Mans, Charles Devereux of Paris, would commence a course of lectures on French history and literature at the Hall, Brooklyn, beginning at 8 p.m. What do you think of that, Mother? Shall we all go? Devereux is evidently on the job to rake in some dollars. Mrs. Van Sittert appeared to be absorbed over the household accounts and took no notice of a question, but Pompey was not the boy to be put off the scent in that way. "Say, Mother, you don't appear to be taking much stock in Devereux's lectures," he persisted. "Won't you go with us? Or would you like us two boys to go and take Frozie with us?" Mrs. Van Sittert answered coldly, "I object to Euphrosyne going out unaccompanied by myself. If your father does not object, you boys may go if you like." Both Pompey and Caesar gathered from the tone of their mother that it would be useless to persist, and the conversation dropped. The boys soon after left the room and went out together. When they were in the street, Pompey said, "I'm quite sure there's something between Devereux and Frozie. The mater always snaps us up short whenever we mention his name. Did you notice how red Frozie got at the mention of Devereux?" "They're gone coons and up the same tree, you bet," said Caesar. We will now return to Jacques Belleville, the Parisian detective who is once more in New York, his arrival preceding that of the Van Sittert family by a few days. After observing the house in Fifth Avenue, he spent days in prowling about the streets of Brooklyn, searching for Devereux in cafes, theaters, and other places of public resort, without any success. On the same morning as that just referred to, he had breakfasted at a cafe, and on looking over the paper, his eye alighted on the advertisement of Devereux's lectures, which had so excited the younger members of the Van Sittert family. "Here is an opportunity, indeed," said Belleville. "I will attend the lecture, and at the conclusion arrest my man." He rubbed his hands with delight at the thought. The detective was so excited that he hardly knew how to pass the time until 8 o'clock. He first went to view the lecture hall, and then spent hours in wandering about the streets. At luncheon, he looked eagerly at the photograph of the Chevalier that he had stolen from Dr. de Corbelac, and which the chief of police had entrusted to his care to assist in identification. After luncheon, he resumed his wanderings about Brooklyn until he felt very tired. As he was walking, he noticed a figure that seemed familiar to him on the opposite side of the way. It was not the man he sought, but a lady in a red dress, trimmed with black lace, and wearing a red hat. "Heavens! It is Zoe!" he exclaimed, hastening his steps to overtake her. When the detective was close to her, she suddenly disappeared, and more marvelous still, there, in the very same spot, stood Charles Devereux. The astonishment of Belleville was so overwhelming that for a time he stood paralyzed, doubting whether he was dreaming or awake. During this short hesitation Devereux passed round the corner and eluded him. The sharp detective soon awoke, and, angry with himself for missing such a chance, dashed after his man, forgetting everything else in the world, and as he did so, the shaft of a cab struck him full in the ribs and stretched him senseless in the road. A crowd gathered instantly, and after some altercation, the bleeding and insensible body of Jacques Belleville was lifted into a vehicle and conveyed to the nearest hospital. When Charles Devereux was confronted by Jacques Belleville, whom he knew by sight, he was struck with terror and immediately took to his heels, for he felt certain that it was no chance meeting, but that emissary of the Parisian police was in search of him and eager to accomplish his arrest. Had, he thought, the announcement of his coming lecture come to his notice? The detective had undoubtedly seen it. What had he better do? Should he take refuge in flight? His retreat was so precipitate that he was unaware of the accident to which he owed his escape. He imagined that the detective was still in pursuit. If not, he would probably be arrested in the midst of his first lecture. Oh, if something would happen to save him from such a disgrace! He little thought that something had happened. When he advanced to the platform at the stroke of 8, he was trembling with nervous apprehension, so that his lips were dry and his teeth chattered. The numerous audience, thinking that this display of timidity was due to the natural shyness of a foreigner addressing, for the first time, enlightened American citizens, cheered warmly in order to give him courage. After a few introductory words from his backer, Jabez Cotton, in which he pointed out the rare advantage they enjoyed of listening to a lecturer of great ability and greater knowledge of the subject he treated of, the Chevalier began his address, which he had carefully written out, and in which the chairman had introduced a few spicy Americanisms which pleased the audience, who were flattered that a foreigner had had the acumen to appreciate and utilize their racy slang. The nervous lecturer soon recognized the friendly faces of Caesar and Pompey Van Sittert in the front row, and their cordial countenances had a very cheering effect. His face fell, however, when he realized the fact that Miss Van Sittert was absent. After a little time, Devereux gained possession of his powers, and gave a vivid and interesting account of the early history of his country, which thoroughly pleased his very numerous auditors. The lecture lasted 2 hours, and was warmly applauded at the end. The audience dispersed, and Czar and Pompey came forward and greeted Devereux very warmly. "Say, Devereux, old chap, didn't you feel awfully nervous when you came on a platform? By gosh, you look like a man going to be electrocuted," remarked Caesar. The Chevalier winced at this remark, and tried to turn the conversation by inquiring about the health of the Van Sittert family. "Oh, I guess Dad is pretty spry, and the mater too," said Pompey. "As for Frozie, ain't she spry neither?" This remark was accompanied by a meaning look at Devereux, who reddened under the scrutinizing glance fixed on him. "I am very glad, indeed, to learn that all the family are well," said Devereux. "Frozie was awfully ill in Paris, so bad that Dad and mater became quite alarmed and sent for the best doctor they could hear of," said Caesar. "Indeed, I am very sorry. What was the name of the doctor? Perhaps I know him by reputation," said Devereux. "Well, I do know, as it happens, Dr. François-Émile de Courbellac." The Chevalier started violently. "How extraordinary! Why, he is my best and oldest friend." "You are perfectly right. He is one of the best doctors in Paris. He attended and prescribed for your sister, and with success, I feel certain. Am I not right?" "Yes, I guess you are. At any rate, she picked up after his visits," said Caesar. "Say, Devereux, I've a lot to tell you. What do you think of Frozie having her portrait painted by a real daisy of an artist? It was sent from Paris, and now hangs in the dining room over the mantelpiece. And it's no end of a ripper, you bet." "Indeed," said Devereux, "I should very much like to see it." "Yes, I just guess you would," said Pompey with a knowing look. "Perhaps Mr. Van Sittert will invite me to call one day," said the Chevalier insinuatingly. "Well, I guess he'll ask him," replied Caesar. "Frozie will, I know, be glad to see you," he added, turning to Pompey as if for confirmation. "Here are my rooms," said Devereux. "If it were not so late, I would ask you in. Besides, your parents will expect you home after the lecture. Good night. Pray give my best compliments and respects to Mr. and Mrs. Van Sittert." "And how about Frozie? Ain't there something for her?" inquired Caesar. "Ah, your most charming sister. I have not forgotten her. My best remembrances, if you please." The three shook hands heartily, and the 2 young Van Sitterts made their way across the great bridge and soon reached home. "Well, boys, and bow to the lecture go off?" demanded Montague Van Sittert. "Well, sir, it was prime. Real first chop, and Devereux is a cute cuss, you bet," said Caesar. "And how did it fit the audience?" Oh, they were real glad, and applauded him for all they were worth. You should have heard them. It was a pity you, the mater, and Frozy weren't there. "If you don't go, you'll miss something worth hearing," said Caesar. We spoke to him after the lecture. He was real glad to see us. In fact, when he saw us in the front row, he bucked up no end. By gum, he was down in the mouth when he first came on, trembling like a leaf. Said Pompey. We told him that Frozy had had her portrait painted by an artist in Paris, and he said he would very much like to see it, if you would invite him here. He sent his best compliments and respects to you and the mater, said Caesar. Miss Van Sittert colored and looked anxiously at her father and mother, but the latter, catching her husband's eye, frowned and shook her head, so that the tentative speech of Caesar was apparently unnoticed. In the meantime, the unlucky Jacques Belleville was lying helpless in one of the wards of the principal hospital at Brooklyn. 2 of his ribs had been broken, and in addition, he was suffering from a severe injury to the head. He was unable to speak for some time, and fever supervened which produced delirium. One of the surgeons understood French, and heard the sick man continually calling upon Zoe, telling her that he loved her devotedly, and entreating her to restore him to health and strength. While Belleville was detained at the hospital, the Chevalier, who knew nothing of the accident which had befallen his would-be captor, wondered how it was that no further attempt was made to arrest him. He had now finished the course of lectures, which had been well attended, and brought him in a fair amount of dollars. Still animated by the desire to make money, he speculated with it, and was successful. About this time he received a letter from Dr. de Courbellac, informing him that an uncle had, on his death-bed, altered his will in his favor, and left him a considerable fortune. With a great part of this money, he speculated again, and was once more favored by fortune. Devereux soon had his office, and did business on a great scale. Amongst other investments, he purchased land, and on it petroleum was found. He soon sold it at an immense profit, and this, in addition to his estates in France and his hotel in Paris, made him a full-fledged millionaire. "Darn cute chap, that Devereux," said Mr. Van Sittert one morning at breakfast as he read an account of some successful financial operation of his late tutor. "Well, I always thought there was some grit in him." Mrs. Van Sittert said nothing, but slightly tossed her head. Euphrosyne glanced anxiously from one to the other of her parents, hoping that they would relent towards her lover and invite him to the house. But neither gave a sign. Deeply disappointed at what appeared to her the fixed resolution of her parents to divide her from Devereux, she sighed, rose languidly, and retired to her room. Still wrapped up in her love for the Frenchman, said Van Sittert. She evidently has not forgotten him, nor will do, I imagine, for a considerable time. At all events, that is my fixed opinion. After a pause, he added, "Well, after all, why should we separate them, now that he is a rich man, able to support our daughter properly? Of course, I mean if Devereux is still of the same mind. It would look like running after him," said Mrs. Van Sittert, "and am sure we need not do that. Why, he might say we snubbed him when he was poor, and even turned him out of the house, but now because he is rich, oh, I don't want to force his hand in any way." Said Van Sittert, "But there's no valid reason why I should refuse to know him. I have always esteemed him as an honorable man, and if the attachment is still mutual, I see no reason to further oppose it." "You will be doing a foolish thing, Montague," replied his wife, "if you renew the acquaintance. Wait a little longer. Euphrosyne may do much better. After all, he is only a Frenchman, however good his family may be. Well, if I meet him, I shall greet him in a friendly way. After all, we parted on good terms." With these words, Mr. Van Sittert rose, left the room, and soon departed to his office in Wall Street. Euphrosyne heard the street door closed and watched her father from the window of her room, which commanded the street. "Ah," she sighed, "if it only depended on Papa, I know that he would not thwart me. I am only afraid of Mother, and she can influence him so much. Oh, I do wish—" Here she paused and opened a drawer where she kept her diary, in which she entered, day by day, her most trivial thoughts, her hopes, her fears, and her reflections on them. This daily record of her most secret feelings was her only friend and consolation. She had few acquaintances, and no one sufficiently intimate to whom she could fully confide, and even if she had, she was of too reticent a nature to utter to anyone the secret feelings and desires of her heart. No, it was to pen, ink, and paper that she flew to when her heart was overburdened with grief, and she needed consolation. She loved her father, and knew that he was devoted to her, but she could not open her heart even to him about her love for Devereux. Much less could she do so to her mother, who had never sympathized with her best and deepest feelings. If a wall of granite had divided them, the separation could not have been greater so far as communion of soul was concerned. Her brothers were too rough and young to be confided in on such a subject, although if she had appealed to their sympathy, such was their love of their sister that both would have united with her as far as possible. Euphrosyne Van Sittert therefore retired to her room and poured out her soul on paper, the last resource of the friendless and miserable. Mr. Van Sittert returned home later in the evening, and entering the drawing-room where his wife was seated reading a paper, said, "Well, wife, whom do you think I met in Wall Street today?" "Don't know him, sure," said Mrs. Van Sittert. "Not yes." "What, Mr. Devereux?" "The same." "But you didn't." "Yes, I did. I asked him to dine with us this evening." "Montague, you are incorrigible," replied Mrs. Van Sittert, "and always doing things out of your own head without any idea of first consulting me. Now, if you had only— Well, my dear, considering I am in possession of a head of my own, I don't see why I should not be allowed to use it, instead of running after your skirts to ask permission," said Mr. Van Sittert. "And a nice use you make of your head in inviting people to dinner on the spur of the moment when there is nothing prepared," said Mrs. Van Sittert severely. "Oh, that's all right, my dear. I told Devereux to just drop in and take pot luck with us. What need to stand on ceremony with him? He is an old acquaintance. I left him talking with a friend, or I should have brought him with me, but he is sure to be in good time for dinner." Miss Van Sittert was naturally very elated and excited when she heard that her father had met the Chevalier and invited him to dinner. The news seemed too good to be true, and she felt incapable of realizing the fact. Was her father playing with her in order to study the state of confusion into which such glad tidings would inevitably throw her? No, no, such conduct would be quite unworthy of him. It would be cruel and dastardly, and therefore quite impossible. Both her brothers were present when Mr. Van Sittert made the unexpected announcement, and Euphrosyne felt herself the cynosure of all their curious glances, which seemed to burn into her. Caesar and Pompey winked and nudged each other as they noticed her heightened color, which suddenly changed to a deadly pallor, the preternatural brightness of her blue eyes, and her heaving bosom. In short, all the signs that indicate strong emotion and defy every effort of concealment. "Is now nearly 7, and Devereux will be here very soon," said Mr. Van Sittert. "My dear," said Mrs. Van Sittert, addressing her daughter, "you had better make some change in your dress, so look slippy and don't be late." Euphrosyne disappeared at once to add some of those mysterious touches to her dress, at which ladies are so skillful. A ring was heard at the street door, and almost immediately a big Negro dressed in gorgeous livery opened it, and a cheery voice was heard addressing the black janitor. "Well, Jumbo, and how are you?" "Very well, tank you, Masser Debaroo," responded the rich voice of the son of Ham. "Me hope you very well." The Negro's face became one big grin from ear to ear as he recognized the familiar countenance of the former tutor. Jumbo very glad to see Masser Debaroo looking so jolly and spry. "Quite like to old times, sar." "Yes, quite so. I hope all the family are well," said Devereux. At this moment, Miss Van Sittert descended the stairs and advanced to meet her father's guest. "So glad to see you, Mr. Devereux," she said, extending her hand in greeting. And from the light in her eyes anyone could have seen that the words came from the heart. In the meantime, Jumbo had opened the drawing-room door, and Mr. and Mrs. Van Sittert, Caesar and Pompey rose to welcome the newcomer. Mr. Van Sittert advanced to Devereux and heartily welcomed him, while his wife, feeling it her duty to be gracious, put on her best manner. "Dinner is served," announced Jumbo pompously 2 minutes later. "Mr. Devereux, will you take in Mrs. Van Sittert?" said that lad's husband. The late tutor thereupon conducted Mrs. Van Sittert to the head of the table. Notwithstanding Mrs. Van Sittert's lament as to her being unprepared to receive a guest at dinner, the greatest epicure could not have complained of the fare. The conversation was lively and pleasant. The young millionaire, feeling pleasantly the difference in his present position, was witty and entertaining, and his educated palate rejoiced in the fine flavor of the choice Chateau Lafite set before him, and he recalled the old days of prosperity he had enjoyed before ill fortune had stamped him as her prey. He was a connoisseur in art as well as in wine, and it was not surprising that the conversation soon drifted to the fine portrait of Miss Van Sittert that smiled down upon them from the wall. The artist, said Devereux, had successfully caught Mademoiselle's most charming and characteristic expression. It was most beautiful, it was masterly, magnifique, and was, indeed, only to be surpassed by the original. This broad compliment brought a vivid blush to Miss Van Sittert's cheeks. Caesar whispered into the ear of Pompey the word rats. With French charm and adroitness, the Chevalier conducted the conversation into various channels, in all of which he appeared well informed, and even Mrs. Van Sittert was pleased. During dessert he began to talk about his life before visiting America. He did this with becoming modesty and ingenuousness, relating little anecdotes of himself and family, some of which were irresistibly funny, and told in the most amusing manner, so that the whole family laughed very heartily. When Mrs. Van Sittert and her daughter had retired to the drawing-room, followed by Caesar and Pompey, the host and his guest were left together. They had a thoroughly confidential talk, such a conversation as they had never had before. It ranged over financial matters, during which the elder man was struck by the clearness of vision shown by his guest. It then passed to the subject nearest to Devereux's heart, and although nothing was specifically said, the Chevalier was given to understand that his host was quite willing to hand over his daughter's future happiness to his care. They both returned to the drawing-room for coffee, and an hour or two was pleasantly passed in music and conversation. The Chevalier, who was a good pianist, accompanied Miss Van Sittert in 2 or 3 songs. After Devereux had taken leave of Mr. and Mrs. Van Sittert and their daughter, Caesar and Pompey went with him to the hall door. "Glad Dad asked you to come again. Don't forget to do so," said Caesar. "There is no fear of that. I've had too pleasant a time not to want to repeat my visit." "Good night," said Devereux. After the departure of the Chevalier, Mr. Van Sittert expressed himself as delighted with him, and even Mrs. Van Sittert admitted that he was very amusing and had greatly improved. Devereux was now a millionaire. The first thing the Chevalier did on leaving the house of Mr. Van Sittert and finding himself in the moonlit street was to take a choice Havana cigar from his case, light it, and saunter slowly to his new residence in 22nd Avenue, for it is needless to say that he had left his humble room in Brooklyn and now kept up an establishment worthy of his wealth. As the fragrant smoke lightly curled from his lips, his thoughts took this form: beautiful as ever, in fact, more beautiful than ever. For now there is something in her expression, an indescribable charm, which was not visible when I left her at Cairo, that shows that from a mere child she has developed into a fascinating woman after all. Why should I not ask her hand in marriage from her father? The girl loves me, she has confessed it. And now that fortune has given me wealth, there is no valid reason for her father's refusal. Why, he appeared to me in our conversation after dinner to give me every encouragement, and even the dragon of a mother softened her manner. As for the boys, they, I know, are both on my side. Admitting all this, it will not do to be too precipitate. I will visit the house as often as possible, and endeavor to improve the good impression I appear to have made, especially on Mrs. Van Sittert. She is the only danger. Yet even in my most hopeful moments the vision of that detective rises before me and dashes my hopes to the ground. Oh, if I could only believe that my fears were without foundation, that I had made a mistake, that it was not the detective I met, only someone like him. Or even if it was the man himself, that he was in pursuit of someone else, and that the murder of that horrible woman, whose name shall never pass my lips, has been forgotten. How else can I account for the man not making another attempt to arrest me, when it would have been so easy to have done so? But what fills me with dread is the fact that the abominable fiend still haunts my dreams, and nothing I can do shakes her off. Night after night she appears to me radiant, triumphant, malignant. Ah, these persistent nightmares bode no good. What if the she-fiend should by some occult power set the detective on my track, bringing about my disgrace and destruction just when love and happiness crown my life? Ah, the thought is too horrible. The Chevalier now found himself at his new home. Throwing the stump of his cigar away, he opened the street door with his latch key and entered. It was about 10:30 o'clock, and as he did not feel inclined to retire to rest so early, and was little inclined to read, he sank into an easy chair and pondered over the events of the night. Whilst thus ruminating, he dropped off to sleep, and did not awaken until the beams of the morning sun, falling on his eyes, caused him to open them. In the meantime, Jacques Belleville, although still confined to his bed at the hospital, was in a fair way of recovery from his accident, which, had it not been for the great skill and attention given him, might have proved fatal. He had now been in the accident ward fully 2 months, and the first thing he did, on regaining sufficient strength of body and mind, was to telegraph to his chief at Paris the nature of his mishap. This cablegram was followed by a lengthy letter explaining how the Chevalier had escaped him, and promising to effect the capture as soon as he could leave the hospital. A short cablegram in answer reached the detective, instructing him on no account to return to Paris without the Chevalier de Saint-Cyr. Belleville was very unlikely to disobey this order. In fact, he deeply felt and resented his inability to carry it out at once. At length the house doctor informed Belleville that he might leave the hospital, and after thanking the officials and attendants, he left the place, first giving a modest sum in support of the institution. Although still weak and shaky on his legs, he felt very elated at his release, and sniffed up the fresh air with keen enjoyment. It did not take Belleville very long to discover Devereux's humble rooms. With a feeling of exultation, he ascended the stairs, counting securely on making the capture. But to his deep disappointment, the Chevalier was not there. Belleville descended the stairs and prowled about the streets, waiting for the return of his man, but of course without success. The next day he did the same, but was unsuccessful again. He made inquiries of the neighbors and soon learned that Devereux had left the rooms he had been so carefully watching for a fashionable quarter of New York. Belleville, without much difficulty, soon discovered the new residence of Devereux, who, in the meantime, had vigorously pressed his suit, and at length succeeded in obtaining both parents' consent to his marriage with their daughter. And although Mrs. Van Sittert wished to postpone the wedding for at least a year, the date of the ceremony was fixed for an early time. In fact, the united persuasions of Mr. Van Sittert and the Chevalier caused Mrs. Van Sittert at last to agree that the marriage should take place in 3 months' time. Now, the news of the betrothal of the beautiful Miss Euphrosyne Van Sittert, only daughter of the great millionaire, to a young Frenchman of noble family, who but the other day had arrived in New York, after a series of romantic adventures, in state of indigence, and who subsequently, owing to his brilliant commercial talent and daring speculations, had amassed a splendid fortune, spread like wildfire through the length and breadth of the United States. Daring and inventive reporters set to work creating romantic details. The portraits of every member of the Van Sittert family appeared in the papers. Spicy and utterly false accounts of the private lives of the engaged couple were written to gratify, in some degree, the insatiable appetite of the American people for learning what they had no right to know. Column after column appeared in the New York papers about the preparations for the ceremony, and also descriptions of the presents. Photographs of the happy pair were sold in the shops. In fact, for the moment, the approaching marriage between Miss Van Sittert and the Chevalier became the all-absorbing topic of conversation. While this was going on, Jacques Belleville, armed with the address of Devereux, and making no doubt that he would at last effect the capture, started for 22nd Avenue, and on arriving at the house asked for the man who was so much wanted. No, Mr. Devereux was not at home, said the manservant. Would he like to leave a message or write? No, replied the detective. When did he expect Mr. Devereux back? Well, he couldn't exactly say when his master would return. He might be absent for some days. He was very uncertain. The disappointed detective turned away, and the servant closed the door. Belleville prowled around the district and endeavored to gain information from the neighboring tradespeople. The answers he received were so evasive and unsatisfactory that Belleville asked himself whether the Chevalier could have bribed them all to secrecy. The reason of the absence of Devereux was a very simple one. He virtually lived at the house of the Van Sitterts. Belleville, who had been so continually thwarted in his efforts to arrest Devereux, had expected to succeed this time, having seen the announcement of the approaching marriage, and had felt certain of capturing him before he left his new home in the morning. After some time spent in thought, Belleville resolved to call at Mr. Van Sittert's house, where he hoped to meet his man, and at least he could inform the millionaire of the character of the person to whose hands he was about to confide the future of his daughter. He would, in any case, prevent the continuance of an engagement between the beautiful and innocent girl and Devereux, and thereby rescue her from the hands of a man who was guilty of murder. Besides, his own personal promotion depended on his success in taking the fugitive from justice and accompanying him to the scene of his crime. What could be gained by further delay? Yes, he would go at once without losing another moment. Jacques Belleville, inspired by this determination, walked fast in the direction of the Van Sittert mansion in Fifth Avenue, but something occurred to change his resolution. As he was crossing the road, a female figure that seemed familiar to him, dressed in red and black and moving very gracefully, riveted his gaze. "What?" he murmured. "Can that be Zoe again?" "It is, it must be. Will she recognize me? In any case, I will speak to her." The figure appeared to glide rather than walk in front of him. Belleville then advanced towards her, and she turned her pasteboard face to him, while a penetrating look flashed from her blue glass eyes. Belleville was ravished by her beauty and felt altogether in her power. All other thoughts vanished like a dream. The Chevalier's arrest was now nothing to him. From that moment, he felt that to win Zoe was the supreme, the only object of his life. To him, she seemed to be the one woman worth winning in the world. He felt ready to fight to the death anybody who dared oppose him. Woe to the man who stood in his way. He was prepared to commit any crime, even murder, if that would enable him to gratify his mad passion. "Zoe," he exclaimed, "do you not know me? Listen to me. Speak one word, if you can speak. Oh, I have loved thee from the first, yes, from the moment I looked into thy beautiful eyes. How I have longed to make you mine. Do not spurn me, my beloved. I will follow you wherever you go, and obey, without hesitation, all your commands. Come, let us retire from the crowded streets to some quiet spot, where I can tell you all I feel. I have so much to say." The mysterious Zoe seemed to smile upon him, but rapidly continued her gliding motion, and it was as much as Belleville could do to keep up with her. After proceeding for a long time, they reached the Central Park, and there the figure selected an unoccupied seat under a tree in a bypath, and seated herself, the breathless detective taking his place beside her. Interlacing her padded fingers and letting her hands rest on her lap, Zoe assumed a listening attitude with her head a little on one side, her glass eyes looking into the detective's face in an inquiring way, as if she would say, "Now then, don't waste time. What have you to say to me? I am prepared to listen." This pose of Zoe was rather disconcerting to Belleville, and some moments passed before he could utter a word. At length, after giving a furtive glance over each shoulder, to be sure they were not observed, he laid his right hand on the clasped ones of the lay figure, and exclaimed passionately, "Zoe, don't pretend to misunderstand me. You know that I love you, but how deeply, how madly, it is impossible for you to imagine." Zoe inclined her head coyly and tried to blush, but suddenly raising it with what Belleville thought was a mischievous and questioning expression, as if she had said in so many words, "Do you really mean what you say? You are not deceiving me?" Then, unclasping her hands and shaking her wadded finger at him, she slightly shook her head, mysteriously conveying to her companion's mind the following ideas. "Oh, you naughty man, to tempt a poor, innocent lay figure in this manner. And how silly of you, too. Why, don't you know I am made of cardboard and wadding, that my skin is woven silk, and my sparkling blue eyes only glass? Yet knowing this, you pursue me, and desire to pour passionate tales of love into my pasteboard ears. It is really too absurd. How can I return your love when I am only a lifeless dummy?" "No, Zoe, no, 1,000 times no," exclaimed the enamored Belleville. "You have a soul and mind animating your mechanical frame. It is thy soul that I love, and into which I would pour the yearning passion of my own. Kiss me, Zoe." The next moment the two were clasped together in an ardent embrace, and the lips of Belleville were fervently pressing the mouth that his chief had formerly kissed in the cell of the Paris police station. It was nearly evening when Jacques Belleville awoke from a prolonged sleep to find himself alone on the same bench where we left him with Zoe in a bypath of the Central Park. But what had become of his mysterious and fascinating companion? gone, vanished into thin air. Jacques rubbed his eyes and looked around him in a bewildered way, and then did his best to collect and arrange his ideas. Was it all a dream? He asked himself. Did Zoe exist only in his imagination? No, that could not be. She was real and palpable. Had she not boxed his chief's ears and sent him sprawling on the floor of the prison cell when he attempted to rip her up with a penknife, or was that too part of his dream? It was all too terribly difficult and defied solution by the ordinary laws of common sense. Was he going mad? It seemed very like it. Who but a madman would kiss the pasteboard lips of a wooden, jointed doll, a mere artist's lay figure? Yet he had done so, and enjoyed it, in spite of knowing what it really was. Ergo, he must be insane. Stop. Were these hallucinations the results of the injuries he had sustained in the accident when his head was hurt? Perhaps he had left the hospital too soon. Would all this mental disturbance pass away, or was he doomed to go from bad to worse, and to be ultimately confined in a madhouse? Oh, horrible, horrible! These were the reflections of the matter-of-fact Parisian detective, to shake off which he rose from his seat, intending to take a stroll through the park, but all his physical strength seemed to have deserted him. He felt paralyzed, unable to move a muscle. What could be the matter with him? The case was very serious. His head swam, his limbs ached and refused to obey him. He made many futile efforts to rise, and by tremendous and repeated exertions of his powerful will, he at length succeeded in standing upright. With great difficulty, he managed to hobble a few paces with the help of his stick, but with every step he felt his legs giving way under him. Was it possible the place was malarious, and that he was attacked by fever? He had never felt so ill and helpless in his life before. After some thought, he resolved on returning to the hospital and asking the doctor's opinion on his condition. He accordingly bent his tottering steps in that direction. On his way he crossed the Brooklyn Bridge, and when he was half across, whom should he encounter but the doctor himself, who had been so kind, and could talk to him in French. "Well, my good fellow, how are you now?" he began. "You are not looking at all well. In fact, you are looking very ill. And what is the matter with your legs?" "Don't ask me now, doctor. It's a long story, and am ready to drop," said Jacques in a faint voice. "I see you are, my poor fellow," said Dr. Tomlinson. "Lean on my arm. I think I had better hail a cab." By good luck, one happened to pass at that moment which the doctor stopped. The two entered the vehicle, and the driver was ordered to proceed to the hospital. "Right you are, sir," said the man, and with a crack of the whip, he drove them briskly to their destination. Here the doctor assisted the detective to alight, and leaning on his arm, Belleville was soon comfortably seated in Dr. Tomlinson's private room, where the latter listened attentively to the long story his patient had to tell. The doctor shook his head gravely at the extraordinary narrative poured into his ears by Jacques. "Listen, M. Belleville," he said when the detective had finished, "that you have encountered a woman in whose company you have amused yourself, I can readily believe. There is nothing extraordinary in that, but I am deaf upon principle to anything of a supernatural character, and I am very much afraid, my good fellow, that you are suffering from delusions. If it is so, your case is more serious than I thought, and I must detain you here some time longer, in fact, until you are mentally fit to be abroad. At the present moment, from a physical point of view, you are suffering from extreme debility, having been depleted of your vitality in some way or other that you yourself can probably explain." Indeed, doctor, it is not as you imagine," said Belleville. "I assure you that I can explain nothing, recollect nothing, except that I awakened quite late in the day, out of a sound sleep that must have overpowered me suddenly, and found myself as limp as a rag, and for some time quite unable to stand or move. "Stay," exclaimed the doctor after a pause, and with a thoughtful look. "It is quite possible that you may have been chloroformed by this chloroform BD," exclaimed Jacques, irritated by the suggestion. If such had been the case, the only motive for doing so must have been robbery, and here is the little money I had in my purse, quite intact. I also still possess my watch and chain. Your idea, therefore, falls to the ground." "Humph," grunted the doctor, and after a pause added, "I must admit that your objection to my hypothesis is of some value. Now tell me your own opinion as to the cause of your sudden weakness." "How can I account for it, unless it was an attack of malaria?" said Jacques. "Not all likely," said Dr. Tomlinson. "The place is perfectly salubrious. Besides, the symptoms do not indicate an attack of that kind. You are suffering from extreme debility, which I can only account for as the result of your committing some excess, some imprudence, but I solemnly assure you that I have done nothing of the kind," interrupted the detective indignantly. Dr. Tomlinson looked Belleville full in the face and slowly shook his head with an incredulous expression on his countenance. "At any rate," he said, "all I can do is to order you to bed and keep you very quiet till you are well again. You are not fit to be left to yourself. Quiet and a tonic will soon set you right." During the time Jacques Belleville was detained in the hospital, the day of the marriage of the Chevalier de St. Cyr and Miss Van Sittert approached nearer and nearer. On the morning of its celebration, the weather was fine, and the sun shone brightly on the happy pair. The presents poured in on the rich couple were beautiful and valuable, and the amount of money spent on floral decorations in the church was unprecedented. The dresses of bride and bridesmaids were exquisitely beautiful, and must have cost a moderate fortune. No expense had been spared in order to convince the public that this was no ordinary wedding, but one between the only daughter of the multimillionaire, Montague Van Sittert, and a French gentleman of noble family. There was apparently an unending line of carriages beginning at the church door, out of which stepped fashionably dressed ladies and gentlemen, watched by a dense crowd of spectators, who regarded them with envious and hungry eyes, thinking that the money spent in ostentatious luxury might have been better used in relieving their wants. A merry peal of bells rang from the church tower, and the crowd became excited when it was said that a carriage, driven by a coachman attired in the Van Sittert livery, was approaching. "Here comes the bride," said one woman to another. "Why, she do look pale," returned the other. "Only kind of nervous, like, I expect. Look, there's the bridegroom. He looks pale and worried, not much like what one expects in the face of a man about to marry a beautiful, rich girl. Guess he wishes it was all over." All the best people in New York, a great many of whom were related to the Van Sittert family, were pouring through the church door until they filled every seat in the building. The organ ceased pouring forth its swelling harmony, and the ceremony began, and was terminated without any untoward event. After that, the principal members of the party retired to the vestry, where the usual signatures were made. The bride then left the church on the arm of her husband, passing over a carpet of flowers which were strewn in their path by a number of daintily dressed children. As the couple set foot outside the church, a crowd of eager faces craned forward to look once more at them, apparently to see whether the ceremony had made any noticeable change in their appearance. When they had satisfied themselves on this point, the women began to discuss the bridal pair and the beauty and probable cost of the dresses of bride and bridesmaids. "Shouldn't mind being in his shoes," said one New Yorker to another. "Guess he knew what he was doing," said his companion. "Trust a Frenchman to spot a pretty woman, especially if she has the dollars," said another. "Why, he has dollars of his own. He made his pile all himself, and hasn't been here over a year." At this moment, a great commotion in the crowd cut off all conversation. As the bride and bridegroom were descending the steps of the church, while a livened footman was opening the carriage door for them to enter, a man of middle height and age, clean-shaven, with square jaw, keen eyes, and respectably dressed, issued from the crowd, and advancing towards the chevalier and his wife, placed himself deliberately in front of them, and, barring their way to the carriage, said in a loud voice, "Monsieur le Chevalier Hippolyte Achille de Saint-Cyr, alias Charles Devereux, I arrest you in the name of the law for the murder of the woman, Zoe Coutet, at your rooms number 13, Rue, in Paris, 2 years ago. You will please follow me without resistance. Your passage is taken on board steamer that starts almost immediately. Follow me at once." Whilst uttering those words, the detective had fastened handcuffs on the wrists of his prisoner, who stood pale as death and motionless as a statue, too dazed and paralyzed for speech or movement. The crowd looked on, gaping with astonishment. As for Madame de Saint-Cyr, she had fainted on hearing the first words of the detective, and fell into the arms of 2 of her bridesmaids. The astonishment of Montague Van Sittart was at first overwhelming, but when he had recovered his faculties, he rushed up to the Chevalier in the wildest agitation, red and pale by turns, exclaiming, "Mr. Devereux, what is the meaning of this terrible charge brought against you? You can, of course, deny it absolutely. Is evidently a ghastly mistake, a terrible misunderstanding, which you can dispel by a word. Speak, man, in heaven's name. Why are you silent for an instant? Your name, my daughter's happiness, all are at stake. Deny it all. God in heaven, you are still dumb. You cannot mean to admit that there is any foundation for the charge. What am I to think when you refuse to utter a word?" Here Caesar came forward and spoke. "Say, Devereux, old chap, speak up. This charge can't be true, you know. Speak up like a man, deny it." Still the Chevalier stood silent and motionless, his eyes fixed on the ground. He moved his lips as if to speak, but could not articulate a word. His lips were pale and trembled convulsively, and he gazed around him with an expression of unutterable despair. "Look at the bride, poor thing!" exclaimed a sympathetic woman. "She has fainted away. And no wonder. It's too bad of them, on their wedding day, too. What brutes they must be! Why not let the poor man off?" The crowd became excited, and cries of "Shame! Shame!" arose, and it looked as if the cause of law and justice would suffer defeat. But at that moment a body of New York police advanced, surrounding the Chevalier and the detective, and all thought of further resistance vanished. A cab was hailed, and into it Belleville thrust his unresisting captive, who obeyed mechanically, too utterly crushed to give more than a parting glance at his newly wedded wife and her family, the latter of whom was profoundly mortified at the awful scandal, and seemed only desirous of escaping the curious eyes of their friends and acquaintances by hiding themselves in their carriage. "Oh, don't tell me, Montague, that the man may be innocent after all." "Rubbish, utter rubbish," said Mrs. Van Sittart to her husband, as they retired to rest that night. "Did he look, or did he behave like an innocent man? Why, he hadn't a word to say for himself in spite of all your appeals. He dared not deny the charge, but stood there dumb as a stone, with every appearance of a convicted felon. And yet you now dare to defend him, when you very well know, in your own mind, that he must be guilty." "Why must he be guilty?" demanded her husband. "You have no right to call any man guilty until he has been fairly tried and proved to be so. Is there no such thing as a mistake? Might not they have got hold of the wrong man? Montague, I am losing all patience with you. The wrong man, indeed. I always saw that there was something suspicious about him, and never took to him from the first. You know I didn't. Oh, Montague, why didn't you listen to my admonitions? But no, you must always go your own obstinate way, and now see what comes of it. I have always told you, wife, that you are too hasty in jumping to conclusions, said Vansittart. If the man is guilty, it will be proved. Till then, it is best and wisest, especially for us, to give him the benefit of the doubt. Well, time can only prove which of us is right, answered Mrs. Vansittart, who was too sleepy to argue more at the moment, so she turned her back to her husband, and was soon snoring loudly. When the beams of the sun awakened the pair the next morning, Mrs. Vansittart said to her husband, "Oh, Montague, I have had such a strange dream." "Well, what was it about?" demanded her husband. "It was all about Devereux, and I am more convinced than ever that he is guilty. I saw him led to execution, and there was such a crowd in front of the guillotine, and the executioners were ready to do their work," said Mrs. Vansittart. "That is strange," said her husband, "for I dreamt about the Chevalier too. But I am glad to say no guillotine appeared in my dream. In fact, he was tried and acquitted." "Oh, that's only because you have got it in your head that he is innocent," replied the unconquerable lady. "And how about your dream? Was it not the result of your conviction that the man is guilty?" retorted Vansittart, who, with these words, rose and retired to his dressing-room. As his valet assisted him to dress, he thought sorrowfully, "Poor Phrosy! It will break her heart if it is proved that her husband is a murderer. Nothing more terrible could have happened. It is quite true, as my wife says, that appearances are against him. He could not say a word in his defense, and I must admit that things look as black as possible. I was very foolish to give my consent so readily, but it is more foolish to waste time in vain regrets. The best thing to do is to start as soon as possible for Paris with Phrosy and do my best to assist him. If he is guilty of the crime he is accused of, I feel certain there are extenuating circumstances, and that always counts in a French court. I never met a man less like a murderer than Devereux. If anything, he lacks combative qualities. I will see Phrosy at once and tell her my resolution." He had by this time finished dressing, and proceeded to the door of his daughter S.'s room. He knocked, and when he had replied to her question, "Who is it?" he entered. Madame de St. Cyr was not asleep. She was resting her elbow on a pillow, with her head supported by her hand. He had never before seen her look so haggard and pale. Her eyelids were red with weeping. It was evident she had not closed them all night. "My poor girl," he said, pityingly, as he advanced to her side and laid his hand tenderly on her head and kissed her, "you must have suffered terribly. So have we all. Don't speak of it, father. I cannot bear it yet. I don't desire to add to your sorrow, but tell me one thing. Had you any idea that the terrible blow that has fallen was impending over us?" "It is necessary that I should know all," said Vansittart. "Yes, dear father," said Euphrosyne, in a low, hardly audible voice. "Achille told me all." On hearing these words, Vansittart started back, with a look of surprise, almost of horror, on his face. "What? And knowing this, you consented to marry a man with a charge of murder hanging over him?" "Father, I loved him, and I had never thought it possible I could love any man. He is guilty, then, and you loved him in spite of his crime." "Wretched girl!" exclaimed Mr. Vansittart, interrupting his daughter. "But that can't be right," she said. "I always loved you, so that's why I stole this." And she shot him. "Stay, father, in the name of heaven. You don't know all the circumstances. Indeed, it is not so bad as you think." "Ha! I am glad of that. Let me know every detail. Leave nothing out, said Mr. Van Sittert eagerly. "Let me hear all you can say in his favor. I am only too eager to listen and believe." "Oh, it is a long and terrible story, and I am too weak to tell it now," said Euphrosyne. "Well, my unfortunate girl, take your own time. And now, listen to what I have to say. I intend to sift this case to the bottom, and in order to do so, I must follow your husband to Paris by the next steamer. And you must go with me. I feel convinced there are extenuating circumstances, or you would not have condoned the crime and loved the criminal, and what melted your heart will not be without effect on a French jury. Oh, dearest father, how wise and good you are! I feel better already." In fact, hope and love shone in Euphrosyne's eyes, and she appeared to be another woman. "Your mother must remain here, but we will start at the first opportunity." "Oh, how lovely! Yes, dearest father, we will start together. Oh, what a relief it is to be able to do something. I have no fear for the result. They must acquit him, as I did in my heart. It really was not his fault. He was driven mad by base provocations and did not know what he did." "I am glad you feel so confident, my child," replied Van Sittert. "Still, I cannot help thinking and hoping things are not so black against him as they appear," said Van Sittert. "Now, my dear girl, get up at once. Dress and pack. There's a boat going in a few hours, and we must go in her." With these words, Van Sittert kissed his daughter tenderly and left the room. We now return to Paris in the company of Mr. Montague Van Sittert and Madame de St. Cyr, who again stopped at the Grand Hotel. The gay life of the city went on as usual, but neither father nor daughter took the slightest interest in it. One thought occupied their minds to the exclusion of everything else. And even the selfish, pleasure-loving Parisians were deeply interested in the dramatic incidents of the murder of Zoe Coutet and the terrible position of the Chevalier de St. Cyr and his newly wedded wife, the beautiful American heiress, of which the French journalists made all the copy they could. In every cafe, restaurant, and place of popular resort nothing was talked of except the forthcoming trial. This was no ordinary case of vulgar, brutal crime. It had a deeper dramatic interest for the Parisians, the romance of a young chevalier of high birth and education moving in the best society of Paris, his infatuation for a girl of low birth but great beauty, who had betrayed and mocked him. In addition, the fact that for 2 years no trace of the murdered woman had been found, how the murderer had left Paris disguised for America, traveling under another name. To add to the dramatic interest of the story, how the fugitive from justice, who was almost penniless, had entered the house of an American millionaire as tutor, had traveled with the family all over Europe and in Egypt, and had won the heart of the only daughter, and in spite of her knowledge of the terrible charge suspended over his head, had gained her heart, and, still more extraordinary, had speculated in big financial schemes, and had himself become a millionaire, and at last married the lady whose heart he had won. Then the astute Parisian detective, Jacques Belleville, who had followed the Chevalier to America, and who, when about to make the arrest, had been nearly killed by an accident which confined him in a Brooklyn hospital for some months. And to crown all, the arrest of the murderer on the church steps immediately after the marriage had been solemnized. The detective had handcuffed the accused in the presence of his wife, family, and friends, and hurried him on board a steamer starting for Havre. The bride and her father, who were now living at the Grand Hotel, following the next day. One of the first things Mr. Van Sittert did was to ascertain by careful inquiry the names of the ablest advocates in Paris. He questioned several well-informed people staying at the hotel, and all agreed that Maître Lefebvre was one of the most talented, honorable, and sympathetic counsel in France. Without an hour's delay, Mr. Van Sittert asked him for the earliest appointment, as the trial was fixed for the end of the next week. On receipt of an answer fixing a time in the evening, Mr. Van Sittert and Madame de St. Cyr called at Lefebvre's flat. They were ushered into the study, the walls of which were covered with books and pictures, and a few simple articles of necessary furniture. As the father and daughter were ushered in, Maître Lefebvre, a tall, broad-shouldered man with fair hair and mustache, blue eyes, large, splendidly developed brow, and frank, manly expression of countenance, rose to receive them. When they were seated, he said in very good English, "Now, sir, please to speak without any reserve. Of course, I know the outline of your story, and feel pretty certain that such a man as the Chevalier de St. Cyr, of whose family and character I have some knowledge, is not the man to commit a brutal murder except under circumstances of provocation that would to a very great extent justify him in the eyes of a French jury." A thrill of joy passed through the nerves of Euphrosyne at these words, which appeared to fully justify all her hopes. The relief to her father was nearly as great. "Oh, before we begin," said Lefebvre, "I must tell you that Dr. de Courbellac was arrested last night as accomplice in the murder, but that, I think, is not at all unfavorable to the Chevalier." Then, without circumlocution or reticence, the whole story was told by Madame de St. Cyr. The advocate listened intently, now and again stopping her to jot down a few notes. When the story was finished, he said, "This is even better than I anticipated. The first thing to do is to find the hunchback cobbler, Crapo, and that will be easy. If that monster confirms the tale you have told me, especially the words of horrible, maddening insult he uttered just before the murder, I have no reasonable doubt as to the acquittal of your husband, none whatever." Euphrosyne felt when she heard these words and looked on the strong, manly, sympathetic face of the speaker, that she would like to hug him. Although Mr. Van Sittert did not altogether share that feeling, he experienced a relief beyond all expression, because he knew perfectly well that the condemnation of St. Cyr meant the death of his dearly beloved daughter, the being he loved most in the world. Euphrosyne threw herself into her father's arms and wept on his shoulder, and both the men coughed and used their handkerchiefs in a vigorous and suspicious manner. The court was densely crowded on the morning of the trial of the Chevalier Achille Hippolyte de St. Cyr and Dr. François de Courbellac for the murder of Zoe Coutet, and Mr. Van Sittert and his daughter had great difficulty in reaching the seat reserved for them by Maître Lefebvre. The first thing that struck the two Americans on entering the court was the gigantic crucifix that appeared to dominate all the proceedings. Ladies dressed in the extreme of fashion occupied the reserved seats and chattered together as if it were the first night of a play with Sarah Bernhardt in a great emotional part. The president and his assistant judges silently entered the court, and after a short delay, the act of accusation against the prisoners was read. Then the avocal general, full of official dignity, rose and began his speech. He spoke with cool deliberation, underlining the facts in support of the accusation with practiced art. He pointed out the nature of the relations that had existed between the Chevalier St. Cyr and the woman Zoe Coutet, and boldly asserted that she had loved the accused with the greatest fervor and constancy, while he had soon tired of her constant marks of tenderness. This weariness, added to unfounded jealousy, led to a terrible quarrel, which had terminated in the prisoner, St. Cyr, in a fit of violent passion, brutally strangling his unfortunate mistress. He then directed his attack on Dr. de Courbellac, whom he accused of being the bad genius of the other prisoner, and who had, after the murder, disposed of the body. This was the gist of the preposterous speech of the avocat general, who called witnesses in support of the prosecution, the principal of whom was the Normandy peasant who had overheard the conversation in the Bois de Boulogne, which amounted to a full confession between the two accused. The speech of the avocat general and the evidently trustworthy evidence of Antoine Pierrot made a marked impression on the jury, and the feelings of Mr. Van Sittert and Madame de Saint Cyr were painfully poignant. They felt their hearts sink within them. Maître Lefebvre, on the contrary, felt his heart dilate with triumph. He knew perfectly well that his enemy had delivered himself into his hands. Euphrosyne felt a choking sensation rise in her throat when Maître Lefebvre arose, but when she saw the look of triumph beaming from his deeply set blue eyes, as he pushed his hair back from his broad brow, and stood squarely facing and scrutinizing the faces of the jurymen, she could not resist a feeling of relief and confidence pulsing through her. The countenance of the great advocate seemed to say, "I can pour a flood of light on the case, and easily destroy all that has been falsely said against my client." Then, in a few terse and weighty sentences, delivered in a low, deep, and yet vibrating voice which was distinctly audible in every corner of the court, he tore the absurd statements of his opponent to tatters, pointing out, with overwhelming eloquence, the nobility of self-sacrifice displayed by the accused, his incredible and almost ridiculous forbearance, which had caused his friends and acquaintances to sneer at him. The abandoned woman, Zoe Coutet, had trampled on his heart, outraged in most incredible manner his best feelings. In short, she had acted in a manner calculated to exhaust the patience of Job. He was in a position to prove to the jury that the destruction of Zoe Coutet was perpetrated in a wild frenzy of wrath and indignation, provoked by an outrage so gross that he himself, and he solemnly affirmed that every man present in the court, with a drop of red blood in his veins, would, under the same circumstances of provocation, have acted like the accused. We will not attempt to describe the effect of this speech, evidently hot from the heart, upon the jury, and in fact on everybody in court. The fashionable ladies forgot their frivolity, their shallow coquetry, and followed with parted lips and tearful eyes every word and gesture of Lefebvre. A thrill of delight agitated the delicate frame of Euphrosyne as she listened with rapture to the overwhelming defense of the man she loved. Her blue eyes glittered with tears, and she looked at her husband with an expression of adoring affection. The relief of Mr. Van Sittert was very great. He felt that he had not married his beloved daughter to a cowardly assassin, but to a chivalrous gentleman who, under the extremest provocation, had done what he himself might have been guilty of if he had foolishly placed himself in a similar position. After a pause, during which the excitement of the court subsided, Maître Lefebvre called upon Jacques Crapaud, the hunchbacked cobbler, who, looking uglier than ever, appeared, and in answer to the questions addressed to him by counsel, told in the crudest manner his revolting story, apparently quite oblivious of the fact that every word he uttered stamped him a brutal, sordid ruffian. Crapaud's account of what occurred between the prisoner, Zoe, and himself on the night of the murder, how he brought the woman back to the Chevalier's rooms, and there blurted out the abominable words, "Take her. I'm tired of her. It's your turn now." This horrible outrage alone turned the full tide of sympathy in favor of the prisoner. Everyone in court felt that he was safe, and an universal sigh of relief arose. Maître Lefebvre called other witnesses to prove that his account of the vile conduct of Zoe Coutet was true, and that indeed the infinite patience and forbearance of the Chevalier had aroused feelings and expressions of mockery and contempt in those of his neighbors who were acquainted with the circumstances. The avocat general replied in a cold, formal manner, but everyone present could see that he was perfectly aware that each charge he had made against the prisoner St. Cyr had been swept away by the admirably marshaled facts and the invincible logic of Maître Lefebvre. The presiding judge summed up very carefully, dwelling fairly on the statements for and against the prisoners, and pointing out that the verdict would equally affect both of them. The jury did not even find it necessary to retire, and unanimously acquitted both the accused. A buzz of universal satisfaction and approbation burst forth spontaneously from a crowded court, and sympathetic glances from kindly eyes, some of which were suffused with tears, were directed to the younger prisoner. Several of the ancient friends of St. Cyr, who were present, pressed forward and heartily congratulated him, but all made way for Mr. Van Sittert and his daughter. In the confusion and excitement which followed on the delivery of the verdict, a lady fainted, whether from the pressure of the crowd or some other cause was not known, and few cared. So thoroughly was public attention absorbed by the sympathy felt for the young St. Cyr, who stood with an open, beaming countenance, surrounded by his newly wedded wife, her father, and his friends, gratefully receiving their felicitations. What a change from his melancholy appearance a few hours ago! The lady who had fainted was removed from the court into the open air, where she doubtless recovered. As the limp figure of the woman was removed, Madame St. Cyr's quick eye noticed the color of her dress, black and red, and sudden thrill of instinctive fear passed through her. "Come away, father," she said excitedly. "Achille, give me your arm. Let us leave this place at once. The hot air has made me feel faint." The happy husband offered his arm to his wife, pressing her little hand fervently as he did so, full of the happy feeling that she was now all his own. When Madame St. Cyr was in the open air, she breathed more freely, but in spite of that she from time to time cast nervous glances around as if in search of something she dreaded to see. "What is the matter, Euphrosyne? Why do you gaze about so nervously?" inquired her father. "You appear scared." "Hush, father, hush. Look, look, there she is again. Oh, it is that horrible creature," Madame St. Cyr exclaimed. "I thought, at least, I hoped we had escaped from her forever. There she is again, dressed as before. It was she who fainted just now in the court. Doubtless she is furious at the escape of Achille. Look, she is raising her arms above her head in despair. Now she is tearing her hair with fury. The people are gathering around her, but they dare not approach nearer. She terrifies them all. You see it all, Achille, do you not?" "Yes, I see her," said her husband in a gloomy voice. "Let her alone. She will be sure to be arrested shortly." "What can the police do in such a case?" said Mr. Van Sittert, looking very troubled. The three had come to a momentary standstill, and with dejected countenances were following with their eyes the strange creature that with wild gestures of despair was passing through the dense Parisian crowd collected in front of the courthouse. "Ah, mademoiselle, how pleased I am to see you again," exclaimed a pleasant and familiar voice. "What, Monsieur Jacqueliot, is it indeed you?" said Madame de St. Cyr. "So glad to meet you. Papa, of course, you recollect Monsieur Jacqueliot." "How do you do, sir?" said Van Sittert, warmly shaking hands with the artist. "Glad to see you, but my daughter is no longer mademoiselle. She is now Madame de St. Cyr. Allow me to introduce the Chevalier, her husband." The two gentlemen bowed, and exchanged a few words. Some references were made to the trial, and the artist warmly congratulated St. Cyr on his triumphant acquittal. "Was it not dreadful, Monsieur Jacqueliot?" said Madame de St. Cyr. "You can, I know, sympathize with my terrible anxiety, but it is too terrible to talk of. There is, however, something else I should like to mention. You, of course, remember that horrible lay figure of yours that caused so much mischief? Yes, indeed. Could it ever pass from my memory? Said the artist. Well, monsieur, what do you think? She was at the trial, and when my husband was acquitted, fainted away from fury, and, what is worse, she is at large. There she is throwing her arms about in wild rage and despair. Good heavens, it is indeed my demon-haunted lay figure, exclaimed Jacoliot, extremely astonished. Oh, dear Monsieur Jacoliot, do run after her, claim it as your property, and put it under lock and key without delay. And when you have done so, pray call on us at the Grand Hotel, our old quarters, and tell us all about it. Certainly, madam, if you wish it, said the artist. I will pursue, capture, and lock her up in my lumber room, and will afterwards call on you as you so kindly desire. For the present, au revoir. Jacoliot bowed to the three, and then set off in pursuit of the lay figure. He had to accelerate his pace to a run before he could catch it. When he had succeeded in doing so, he seized it by the quilted wrist, and then hailed a cab. Zoe made no resistance, but suffered herself to be put into the vehicle without the slightest attempt to escape. Jacoliot gave his address to the driver, and the artist and his lay figure were driven away. 2 days after the trial, Mr. Van Sittert, the Chevalier, and Madame de St. Cyr were seated together in their room at the Grand Hotel. I suppose you will soon be removing to your family mansion, Achille? Said Van Sittert. I thought of doing so today, sir, if everything is ready for us, replied St. Cyr. There has been a great deal to do, but I hope by this evening all will be finished. Oh, I hope so, said Madame de St. Cyr. I do long to have a house of my own, like every other woman. I am so tired of traveling and hotel life. That is quite natural, my dear girl, said Mr. Van Sittert. After a pause, he added, I wonder when Jacoliot will call and tell us all about his adventures with the mysterious lay figure. Pray don't mention her. I cannot bear it, said Madame de St. Cyr with a shudder. Is quite the same with me, said her husband. In fact, I have reason to feel more deeply on the subject than you. I don't like to think about her being shut up with Jacoliot. She is certainly possessed by a devil, and heaven only knows what may happen. Perhaps I did wrong in asking him to take possession of it as his property. It was very selfish of me. Something terrible may happen, and it would be my fault, said Madame de St. Cyr, looking very distressed. A deep gloom seemed to descend on the three, and no one spoke for some time. Hark! What is that they are calling out in the streets? Suddenly exclaimed Mr. Van Sittert, ringing the bell as he spoke. When the waiter entered, he said, Garçon, please get the paper they are calling out. Certainly, sir, said the man. He left the room, and soon returned with a paper damp from a press. Mr. Van Sittert glanced rapidly over it, and at last, with dilated eyes and horror-stricken countenance, perused a half-column. He then looked at St. Cyr and his daughter, who had been watching him with the most intense interest. Well, it is impossible to hide it, but prepare yourselves to listen to something very terrible. Terrible death by strangulation of the celebrated portrait painter, Eugene Jacoliot. Oh, it is too monstrous, exclaimed me de St. Cyr. Good heavens, the poor, kind-hearted fellow. Just too, when he had achieved deserved success, and is doubtless the work of that horrible creature. It could have been no one else. Undoubtedly, said St. Cyr, as you say, who else could have done it? Ah, is too horrible. Read on, sir, if you please, said St. Cyr. Oh, if she could only be punished, exclaimed Madame de St. Cyr. You forget, my dear, that she is only a doll, and the evil spirit comes and goes and cannot be punished. It eludes the clutches of the law. Here, Achille, Read it yourself. My French is very poor, but I can understand the gist of it all. St. Cyr took the paper and read as follows. This morning the renowned portrait painter, Eugene Jacoliot, was discovered dead in his flat number 14 Rue Dash. There was every evidence that he had been strangled, the face of the corpse being much discolored, and the impressive delicate fingers, presumably those of a woman, were distinctly visible around the throat. The print of a small boot in the dust of the passage leading to the artist's bedroom also tends to confirm the belief that this cruel murder was perpetrated by a female. No further trace of the assassin, however, has yet been discovered, but we learn that the police are taking active measures to discover the criminal. There has been much controversy as to the motive of the crime. One thing, however, is certain, that the object of the murder was not robbery, since the artist's purse, gold watch, chain, and several articles of jewelry have not been touched. The only reasonable motive to be assigned for the act is female jealousy. The parents of the murdered man, who were supported by him, are naturally inconsolable for his loss. He being their only son, Monsieur Jacoliot was universally beloved on account of his frank, manly, and generous disposition. He leaves behind him many sorrowing friends, acquaintances, and admirers. The funeral will start from the house of the late artist 3 days hence, at 11:00 a.m. for the cemetery of Père Lachaise. A large cortege is expected. "Poor fellow!" exclaimed Madame de St. Cyr, wiping her eyes. "What a terrible and undeserved fate!" "Don't you think we ought to attend the funeral?" inquired St. Cyr of Mr. Van Sittert. "Certainly. I think we might all three go," answered Mr. Van Sittert. "Yes, we will all go," said Madame de St. Cyr. "I should like to pay that tribute of respect to a friend and a man of genius whose conversation I have so much enjoyed. Oh, to think that I sent him to his fate! I feel as if his death lay at my door." "Come," said St. Cyr, "you want a little change. Let us drive in the Bois de Boulogne for an hour." In the evening of the same day, the Chevalier de St. Cyr and his young wife entered into possession of the Hotel St. Cyr, which overlooked the Bois de Boulogne. It was a noble building of good architecture, and as Euphrosyne entered from the courtyard into the fine hall, she felt an imaginative thrill as she thought of the history and deeds of her husband's family during the past centuries. She wondered if underneath the luxurious appearances of wealth and comfort there were dungeons and oubliettes, haunted chambers, and whether terrible tales could be told of dark deeds done in the distant days. Such thoughts passed through her mind as she ascended to the massive carved oak staircase and scanned the countenances, dark with age, that looked at her from the portraits of the St. Cyrs. She even thought some of the faces scowled at her, as if in wrath at their descendant condescending to marry the daughter of an American millionaire. Her husband, with the intuition of devoted love, seemed to have an idea of what was passing in his wife's mind, and hastened to dispel the slight cloud by speaking in a bright, vivacious way, treating everything as subjects for fun and raillery, like the light-hearted Frenchman he was, until his wife's pretty face was all smiles. "Behold, my dearest," he said, "you must not lose yourself in dreams and imaginations, but condescend to remember that we dine at 7, and it is now 6:30. Oak staircases and scowling portraits of grim soldiers and bad-tempered looking old women do not satisfy the pangs of hunger, and I am hungry for 4. There is your room, run in and dress." With these words, he kissed his wife, and she entered the apartment, the door of which he held open for her. At 7 o'clock the dinner gong sounded, and a minute or two after the happy pair entered the dining room. It was a fine apartment with oak-paneled walls elaborately carved. The ceiling was also in oak, with fine brass candelabras suspended, in which burned a great number of wax candles, which together with many branched sconces on the table threw up brilliantly the glass, crystal, and flowers. There were many mirrors on the wall before which candles burned. In the center of one of the walls was a heavy yellow marble mantelpiece, most exquisitely carved with garlands of fruit and flowers, supported by two semi-nude figures, while in the middle was a shield bearing the arms of the St. Cyr family. In each corner of the room, mounted on a dummy, stood a polished and complete suit of armor. Near the ceiling were antlers and other trophies of the chase. Below, there were more portraits of the St. Cyr family in the dresses of their time. Two servants waited at table and handed round delicate dishes prepared by the new chef, who proved himself a master of his art. The conversation between the pair was partly in English and partly in French. The former language was used not only to improve St. Cyr in the use of it, but to prevent the servants knowing the subject of their talk. When dinner was over, the pair retired to the drawing-room, a splendid apartment, furnished with exquisite taste both as to color and design, and with a ceiling painted by Boucher in his finest manner, the gods and goddesses rather astonishing Madame de St. Cyr, both as to air, beauty, and freedom from ordinary prejudices. "Ah, Achille, how beautiful everything is," said Euphrosyne, with a soft sigh of satisfaction, casting a glance of delight and admiration over the sumptuous surroundings. "Yes, and to think it all belongs to me. What taste you Frenchmen have!" "Yes, dearest, it may be so, but I never showed so much true taste and judgment as when I fell in love with you, and determined to make you the mistress of myself and all I possess," said St. Cyr. "That is a very pretty speech, and quite worthy of the place we are in, and it deserves a reward," said Euphrosyne, as she sidled up to her husband and kissed him on the lips. "Ah, my dearest," said St. Cyr, returning the caress warmly, "the gods and goddesses represented on the ceiling were not nearly so much in heaven as we are." "Ah, Achille, I never thought so much happiness was possible," said Euphrosyne. "May it last forever." Here a cloud appeared to pass over her face, as she added, "And yet, well, my angel, and yet what?" Said St. Cyr, "Yes, dearest, this happiness appears to be too good for earth, and I shall never feel perfectly secure until that fiendish creature is no longer at large. I have a presentiment that her infernal spite will now be concentrated against us. Her malice is insatiable. She envies and execrates our happiness, and I am convinced that she will never rest until—" "Hush, hush, my dearest," interrupted her husband. "Banish such gloomy ideas at such a time as this. Thank heaven we have escaped her malice, and doubtless shall do so to the end. Even her infernal spite must die out at last." St. Cyr exhausted all his eloquence to restore peace to his wife's mind, and in time succeeded until the pretty face of Euphrosyne beamed with smiles once more. Gay conversation continued until the timepiece struck the hour of 11. "Do you hear, my dear child?" said Achille. "Why, it is actually 11 o'clock. How rapidly the time has flown on the wings of love. You know your room on the second floor, and as you need rest you had better go at once. I will come in half an hour. Au revoir, dearest." With another fond caress, the two separated. When his wife had left the room, the chevalier threw himself into an easy chair and fell into a reverie. Poor little thing! How the thought of the devilish doll haunts her, taking the joy out of the happiest moments. She is right, too. We have every reason to dread the worst. The spirit of the murdered Zoe will never rest until it has wreaked its vengeance on both of us. May God mercifully grant us some means of escape. The half-hour had passed away in thought when he was startled by a terrific scream, instinct with horror, from a room above. "Good heavens!" he exclaimed as he rose pale and trembling. "What does that mean? Has what I dreaded occurred?" He opened the door and tore up the staircase like a madman, and when he reached his wife's room, burst in, exclaiming, "Where are you, my angel? What is the matter?" His wife was sitting upright in bed, pale as the sheets and unable to articulate a word. All she could do was to point, with trembling finger, to a crouching figure holding a candle in its hand, who was deliberating setting fire to the curtains of the bed, which were burning furiously. With an expression of horror and loathing, St. Cyr exclaimed, "Ha! Canaille, you shall not escape this time," barring as he spoke the way of the creature as she attempted to rush past him. He then turned to his terrified wife. "Save yourself, put on a few things, and rush downstairs. There is not a moment to lose." His wife put on a dressing gown and rushed past her husband, who was fiercely struggling with Zoe, for she it was. At this moment an extraordinary thing occurred. While St. Cyr was concentrating all the reserve he had of physical strength and will power to conquer the demon-possessed doll, it became all at once limp and lifeless and sank flaccid on the floor of the room. St. Cyr threw it from him into the fiercest of the flames, rushed from the place, and double-locked the door. In the meantime, the firemen and engines had arrived and were dealing with skill and vigor with the flames which were pouring out of the windows of the bedroom on the second floor, in which all we have described had happened. The exertions of the men soon subdued the flames, and with the exception of the upper part of the house little damage was done. When St. Cyr had left the diabolically possessed doll to be consumed in the fire, he rushed downstairs, and there found his wife in the dining-room, trembling with terror and cold. With white lips she exclaimed, "Ah, dearest Achille, thank God you are here. Are you hurt?" "A trifle singed, and my hands are burned a little, that's all." "And you?" "Ah, I see you are shivering with cold. I will fetch my fur-lined cloak." St. Cyr rushed out and returned immediately. Without another word, he wrapped his wife in the warm garment and pressed her to him. At this moment one of the servants appeared, and St. Cyr ordered him to find a cab. "And the horrid creature, how did you escape? What has become of her?" demanded Madame St. Cyr. "I will tell you that later. The cab is at the door. We will drive to the Grand Hotel," and St. Cyr hurried his wife to the vehicle. It was late, or rather early in the morning, when they arrived at the hotel, and after his wife was comfortably settled in her room, St. Cyr returned to the scene of the fire to ascertain the damage the hotel had sustained. He found the fire quite extinguished and the crowd nearly dispersed. The head fireman, in answer to St. Cyr's questions, informed him that although no one had been injured in the house, yet the charred remains of a human skeleton had been found in the room on the second floor where the fire had originated. It was possible that some well-meaning person had forced his way upstairs for the purpose of rendering assistance, had been suffocated by the smoke, and perished in the flames. "That is very strange," said St. Cyr, "for I locked the door when I left the room, to prevent the flames spreading." "Yes, sir, and I burst it open myself," said the man. After a pause, the fireman added, "And, sir, there's another thing puzzles me." "Well, what is it?" asked St. Cyr. "Why, sir, when I stumbled over the charred bones, mostly ashes, I saw, to my horror, staring at me, out of the eye sockets of the skull, two blue eyes, which had mysteriously survived the ravages of the flames. Oh, how horribly they glared at me! I am pretty tough, sir, and used to all sorts of terrible sights, but I trembled before the malignant expression of those eyes." Well, sir, I nerved myself sufficiently to examine more closely, and picked up the skull, and found the eyes were made of glass. I then took them out, and here they are." So saying, the fireman dived his hand into his trousers pocket and took out two clear, beautifully colored glass eyes that any ballroom beauty might have envied. "There, sir," said the man, "what can you make out of that?" I confess I give it up. Benevolent amateur firemen don't usually go to rescue the inmates of a burning mansion with glass eyes in their heads. They want good sharp real ones to be of any use. St. Cyr, who perfectly understood the apparent mystery, which so puzzled the fireman, wished to explain in a natural way the occurrence, and said, "I think I can explain the matter satisfactorily. A member of my family, much interested in art, purchased a lay figure such as is used by artists to paint their draperies from, and anxious to have one as perfect as possible, the maker, to satisfy him, made it on a real human skeleton. In addition, a wig of plentiful dark hair was added, also glass eyes, so that the figure appeared almost human. Doubtless, the owner tired of the thing in course of time, locked it up in a cupboard, and thought no more about it. In the midst of the flames the figure must have fallen out on the floor, been consumed, and hence your strange discovery." The fireman listened greedily to this explanation of St. Cyr's. So, after all, it wasn't a human being that perished in the fire, only a lubberly doll. That accounts for it all. Well, sir, it's a queer tale. The man removed his helmet and wiped his perspiring brow, feeling relieved at the common-sense explanation he had heard. St. Cyr presented him with a handsome present, and retraced his steps to the hotel. Montague Van Sittert had retired to bed early on the previous evening, and consequently heard nothing of the fire at his son-in-law's hotel, and was very much astonished when his daughter appeared at the breakfast table the following morning. "Hello!" he exclaimed, nearly dropping his cup of coffee. "What is the meaning of you being here?" "Why, father, have you not heard the news?" said Madame de St. Cyr. "The news?" repeated Van Sittert. "What news? I know nothing to account for your presence here. Listen, don't you hear the boys calling it out in the streets? I thought everyone in Paris knew it by this time." At this moment St. Cyr entered the room and took a chair by his wife's side. Mr. Van Sittert looked bewildered from one to the other, then fixed his eyes on St. Cyr and exclaimed, "Say, Achille, what on earth have you been doing with your hair? Why, you look as if you had fallen in with the Choctaw Indians, and they had scalped you in a very indifferent way. Not a clean job by any means." "Oh, yes, father, isn't it dreadful? His poor mustache, and his hands, too," said Madame de St. Cyr tearfully, "are dreadfully blistered. It's a great mercy we both escape with our lives." "Why, Frozie, you don't mean to say that—" "Yes, I do, Dad," said his daughter, interrupting him. "I mean to say that we have been burned out of the hotel, and this was the only roof to shelter us. What a terrible misfortune! But it might have been worse. Thank the stars you both escaped," said Mr. Van Sittert. "Now tell me all about it." "Hush!" exclaimed St. Cyr. "There they are calling it out. Great fire at the Hotel St. Cyr. Immense loss of property. Newly married couple severely injured. Unknown person burned to ashes. Ghastly spectacle." "Here, garçon," said St. Cyr, "go and buy a paper." In a minute the waiter returned with the sheet. St. Cyr turned to the column and said, "Shall I read it aloud?" "By all means, let us have it all," said his father-in-law. St. Cyr then read the highly colored account of the fire, in which the finding of the charred bones and ashes of a human body were made the most of by the imaginative reporter. "Say, Achille, how much of that highfalutin stuff is true?" asked Mr. Van Sittert. "You shall judge for yourself. Let Euphrosyne relate her story first, and I will follow with mine." "Well, father," said me St. Cyr, "you must know that when I went upstairs to my room last night at about 11 o'clock, leaving Achille in the drawing room, so soon as I closed the door, I felt an unpleasant nervous feeling steal over me. The large room, the heavy furniture, the age of the old palace, and the strangeness of it all, made me feel too excited to undress. I endeavored to shake off the feeling as childish and absurd. I nerved myself by exertion of my will power to prepare for bed. But in spite of everything I could do or think, this horrid, creepy sensation, something like what one feels in a nightmare, so far from diminishing, had increased by the time I got into bed. In fact, I was trembling like an aspen leaf with some unknown terror. I felt as if I were not alone, as if some invisible, malignant being were watching my every movement with basilisk eyes. Oh, it was horrible. I tried to pray, but could not do so. All my powers were absorbed by terror. On getting into bed, I left the candle alight on the dressing table, and then covered my face with the counterpane. But after a moment or two, I felt compelled to sit up and open my eyes. Father, how can I describe what follows, and how can you believe it? There came gliding rather than walking towards me from a corner of the room, a veiled female figure, the same that I had so often seen in my dreams, and which I dread more than all else on earth, dressed with black and red, with hands extended like claws as if the fingers itched to strangle me, while the intensity of her malignant gaze pierced through the black lace veil and penetrated the marrow of my bones. Nearer and nearer the fell monster glided towards me, while horror rivet me to the bed, and I was powerless even to call for help. In fact, I felt hypnotized. I can remember desiring with passionate intensity that Achille would come to save me. The thought of him did save me, for it gave me the power to utter a terrific scream, and the creature retreated and hid itself behind the bed curtains. My heart bounded with delight when I heard Achilles' footsteps. Oh, the rapture of relief I felt when he burst open the door, and I heard his voice and saw his face. Achille will tell you the rest of the story. I need only say that I escaped from a room in my dressing gown, leaving Achille to deal with the demon-possessed lay figure. "Well," said Van Sittert, "I guess that's about the darndest case I ever heard tell of, and I have seen and heard some almighty steep things in the way of spiritualism in the States. Yes, Achille, it takes something pretty strong to make me sit up. Say, let's have your yarn now." "Willingly, sir," said St. Cyr, who then proceeded to relate his part of the dreadful drama of the preceding night, omitting nothing, not even his conversation about the glass eyes with the fireman. "Well, if that there yarn don't beat creation, they'll be dodge-rotted," exclaimed Mr. Van Sittert. "Guess the tarnal critter will have clean skedaddled on a streak of greased lightning to a place where the wicked cease from troubling. Snakes and alligators. What a termination to a romance. You as she's a gone coon by this time, peace to her ashes," said St. Cyr, who was proud of the few Americanisms he had acquired. St. Cyr soon after summoned the waiter, and instructed him to call on Dr. de Corbelac and request him to come to the hotel at his earliest convenience. As the garçon left the hotel, he happened to encounter Dr. de Corbelac, to whom he delivered his message. The doctor was soon in the presence of his friend, Mr. Van Sittert, and Madame. St. Cyr. After greeting them all cordially, he said, "Ah, my dear fellow, you need not tell me what ails you. I have heard all about it, and was on my way to see how you were when I encountered the garçon. What an unlucky affair, and it might have been worse. Let me see your burns. Ah, they must have been very painful, but there is nothing serious. I will send the man for some lint and ointment, and a few dressings will put you right." The doctor called the waiter, and sent him to a chemist for what he required. "Is that so, doctor? You are quite sure there is no danger?" inquired Euphrosyne. "Certainly not, madam," said Dr. de Courbellac, a few dressings rest, and wearing his arm in a sling for some days. "Nothing more is necessary, I assure you." "Then he will be able to go out in 3 days' time?" inquired Madame de St. Cyr. "Certainly, if he does not mind being seen with 1 or 2 bandages on his head and hands," said the doctor. "The fact is, doctor, we 3 have decided to go to poor Jacoliot's funeral the 3rd day from now," said Mr. Van Sittert. "Of course you have heard of his foul murder." "Yes, indeed, poor fellow," said de Courbellac. "I know him very well. In fact, we were close friends. It was most terrible. I, too, would like to attend the ceremony." "Then, by all means, let us go together. We had better all start from here, say, at 10 o'clock. The doctor retired with St. Cyr to his room, where he carefully dressed the burns, affording the patient much relief. They then returned to the breakfast room together, when the doctor took his leave, promising to call at 10 o'clock on Thursday morning, by which time all the necessary formalities preceding the funeral of the unfortunate artist would be over. On the morning in question, de Courbellac called at the hotel, and found St. Cyr's burns nearly healed. After a short delay the party of 4 entered a vehicle, and were driven to the house of the late M. Jacoliot, where they entered in the line of carriages filled with friends, and proceeded to the cemetery of Père Lachaise. Representatives of the government were there, most of the leading artists, and several distinguished literary men. After the carriages followed many poor people, to whom the artist had been charitable, on foot. On reaching the cemetery, when all were standing round the grave, Dr. de Courbellac said, pointing to an aged couple, poorly but respectably dressed, "Do you see the old couple opposite who are weeping so bitterly? They are the parents of poor Jacoliot, and he was their sole support." "Poor things," said Madame de St. Cyr. "How overcome with grief they are." "Are they very poor?" "They will be so now that their Eugene has gone," said de Courbellac. "I am so sorry for them, and wish I could help them," said Euphrosyne. After a few moments' pause, she added, turning to her husband, "What could we do, Achille? You know, dear, I feel responsible for Jacoliot's death. I sent him after that horrible creature. And we will assist them, my dearest, if only to ease your tender conscience. They shall be caretakers of the hotel during its restoration, and when that is done, we can send them to one of our places in the country," said St. Cyr. "Oh, Achille, how good you are!" said Euphrosyne enthusiastically. "Is the best thing we could do. Don't you think so, Dr. de Courbellac?" "Ah, madam, you have the kindest of hearts," said the doctor with a smile. "After the ceremony, I will acquaint them with their good fortune, and I am quite sure they will be very grateful." The coffin was brought on the shoulders of 4 strong men from the chapel and lowered into the grave. When all was finished, the company dispersed. Before going, Dr. de Courbellac presented the aged parents of Jacoliot to the St. Cyrs, telling the former of the Chevalier's proposal, which was most gratefully accepted, the old people calling down the blessings of heaven on the heads of their benefactors. They were both comfortably installed in the hotel on the same day. The Chevalier, after giving the fullest instructions to his architect about the restoration of his hotel, began to discuss with Mr. Van Sittert and his wife the advisability of returning together to America, pending the completion of the work, and it was agreed that they should go by the next steamer leaving Havre. Little more remains to be told. Antoine Pierrot, the Normandy peasant, did not fail to apply for the reward promised to whoever would give information leading to the discovery of the murderer of Zoe Coutet. Having obtained it, he returned to his native village, and never ceased talking of the vision vouchsafed him by the Blessed Virgin. Hoffmann, the manufacturer of the demon-possessed lay figure, was duly informed by Dr. François de Corbelac of the tragic termination of the evil career of his unlucky creation, and of the murder by it of Eugene Jacqueliot. The sentimental doll maker never ceased to suffer heartfelt regret at her loss. Frau Hoffmann, on the contrary, took every opportunity of expressing her great joy at the termination of its diabolical existence. The Berlin student, who was so infatuated with the mysterious charms of Zoe, has now entirely recovered his reason, and after passing a difficult final examination, settled down as a physician in that city. Pierre Brinvilliers and his clever detective, Jacques Belleville, the former being one day in a communicative mood, exchanged confidences in reference to their mutual infatuation for Zoe, each man swearing the other to maintain the strictest silence on the subject. Jean Crapo, the deformed, brutal cobbler, in the blindness of his unspeakable vanity, conceived a wild passion for a certain beautiful lady of rank, who naturally resented his insolence, and ordered her lackeys to drive him from her door. The ugly monster, mad with rage at this treatment, watched for the favored lover, and on his leaving the house, stabbed him in the back fatally. For this crime Crapo's hideous head fell under the knife of the guillotine. The Chevalier and his wife returned to New York, and were fortunate in the weather during the voyage. Madame de St. Cyr, on arriving, was delighted to see the happy, welcoming faces of her brothers among the crowd at the harbor. They drove together to the Van Siddert's house in Fifth Avenue, and were joyfully received by Mrs. Van Siddert. The Chevalier and his wife soon settled down happily in their own home, where the young wife displayed great talent and tact in the management of the household and all in it. The Chevalier and his wife had intended to return to Paris the following year, but that purpose was frustrated by the birth of a son and heir to the St. Cyr family. They returned to Paris a year after that happy event. Euphrosyne not only became a leader in American society, but on her return to Paris, her salon became one of the most popular there, where artists, authors, and leading politicians met, and under the beautiful Madame St. Cyr's delightful charm, forgot their differences in opinions and taste. The Chevalier's hair, which soon recovered from the effects of the fire, is now streaked with gray, and his eldest son is carefully and affectionately cultivating the rudiments of a mustache. The Chevalier and his wife are spoken of by their friends as the most ridiculously attached pair in Paris.